Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. How are we doing? Welcome, one and all. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. Let me just make sure that you are, yes, you are getting the beautiful, beautiful summer sounds that are my voice. How are we all doing this evening, folks? And for a moment there, you got two Phil K.O.Es for the price of one. One of the best deals in the history of ever. So how are we all doing this evening, folks? Let me turn off the phony phones and all the noisy noises that they want to make. All right. There we go. Now it's just you and me. Send this off to some of my buddies. There we go. All right. So how we all doing, all you beautiful people? So the PrimeCayes debacle. We are here, folks. So before we get into any of the content, we're going to get into some of my thoughts on this. I know Prime pretty well. Very, to my experience, a good man. Him and Katarana, I have been on panels with before, and I'm just going to come out and say it. I could tell within about 10 seconds that there was an attraction there on Prime's part. It did not take a lot of brain power to figure that one out. That was the first time I became really familiar with Katarana. Was actually, I think it was in one of Prime's Royal Rumbles, and she eliminated me. So I had to get my revenge in the first ever Dylan Burns battle Royal Rumble, the PrimeCayes Battle Royal. There we go. Then apparently Katarana became a bit more uncomfortable with things, and oh boy, howdy. Like, again, I've run into folks like Katarana before where they're just the mousy little girl that just it doesn't pick up on social signals the right way. It's like the weird conventions that you get from shows like Big Bang Theory do kind of bear out from time to time. So I totally get that these were two kind of nerdy people that weren't like, now at one point there was some stuff that was just like, don't know about all that. Like, but again, like, here's the one thing, like, regardless of what your take is on it, for Prime and Katarana both, like, and Prime especially, because he really put his heart out there, and now it's bared out for the whole world to see. Everybody knows about it. And I have never known a man who could, like, personally, I've never known a man who could more epitomize the song Seven Nation Army. It's like, everyone knows about it. Everybody's got their story to tell. Everyone knows about it. From the Queen of England to the Hounds of Hell. Like, yeah, everybody. Like, that's, oh man. So we've all faced rejection before in our life, but not quite this publicly. And apparently there's been a lot of pushback, because for about 2 days everyone was shitting on Prime. Oh my god. And like Dylan was calling him a sex pest and stuff like that, and allegedly, I'll have to go back, but yeah, that, like, stuff like that was getting thrown out, and really god damn, like, and the thing, and then it looked like Prime wasn't gonna be doing too well, and then Destiny shows up and he injects himself into it, and he's the first person to inject skepticism into this. And Attica. Hey, how we doing there? Grow the Farm Up. Be sure to check out Grow the Farm Up on YouTube as well. A great channel talking about sustainable agriculture. But welcome, Grow the Farm Up. We are talking about the PrimeCayes debacle first and foremost, and we're going to be getting into plenty more this evening. But yes, PrimeCayes was, I mean, Twitch had ourselves a little sex scandal. Well, not really sex scandal. They were never even in the same room. Just one person was flirtatious. One person allegedly didn't return it. And I'll never forget, I was actually watching the Tomfoolery show when he's like, okay, what do you mean you never reciprocated anything? And there was no, like, it was all one-sided. And then Tom showed the private messages of her sending him kissy face messages. I like, okay, Your Honor. I was not aware of the kissy face evidence. I kid, but that was one of those like, okay. So this was a complex interpersonal relationship that we now all get a beautiful little insight into. Who is Prime, and break it down in 2 minutes. K.O.E. Well, okay, Prime is the host. Okay, here's the real kicker. Okay, Prime is the host of one of the big panels on Twitch. I've been on the Prime panel many times. Good man. He's actually the Prime himself, and his community helped raise $2,000 for the hashtag Oliver Strong cause. So Prime's a good man in my book. He was being flirtatious with this girl named Katarana. She's actually a physicist and a professor. She just got her PhD. She's just super heady, like, like Big Bang Theory style, like smart, like, but also I've noticed not as receptive to social cues. And she recently said, I'm not working for you anymore. And then allegedly for about 2 days or 3 days, as far as this is as long as I knew this was happening, was dating Dylan Burns of Dylan Burns TV, who was a huge panel host. I've been on his panel a couple of times. I'm actually the winner of the first ever Dylan Burns Royal Rumble. And it was suddenly like, wait, so this girl that's bringing forward allegations against one panel host is doing it to another panel host and coming out with this allegation, and like, okay, wait, what? Like you, if you were to write this in fiction, people would be like, okay, no, that's too on the nose. People aren't going to buy that. So that was what happened there. And in the end, here's the problem. Everybody immediately jumped on with Katarana's side, even though the evidence for what she was saying was very slim and flimsy. There wasn't like really anything other than one back and forth chat where she's saying, no, die, knock it off, go to bed. Now, on his end, again, it's the real failure of text. Text does not convey tone. And so you don't know if someone's being sarcastic, playful, angry. And so he was just, and now again, this is just between you and me, grow the farm up. But Prime, when she said, like, he was thinking about like, oh, I just want to think about kissing you or something like that. And she says, die. And he goes, after I've kissed you, I'll have nothing left to live for. And I'm just like, oh, dude, come on. We need to work on your game there, son. Like that was, okay. Girl the farmer. Oh, okay, got it. You millennials got to figure out how to actually interact in person. It's there's a little of that involved. But then, strangely enough, everything turned around a couple of days ago. Now I remember it was during the weekend when Prime was still in the thick of it. I sent him a message saying, hey, Prime, I hear you're going through some trials and tribulations. I'll be praying for you. Godspeed, sir. And he was really happy to hear the reach out. But yeah, Prime, to everything that I've seen in this life, good man. So of course I was going to pray for him. And Katarana, like, yes, you as well. I pray for you. I hope that everything works out for you as well. That's like, this is messy. Okay, like, none of us want to ever be in this fucking position ever, where something so interpersonal is being strewn out so publicly. Because I could tell Prime liked her. He just did. There's no ifs, ands, buts, or coconuts about that. Like I said, like, it's one of those things when it comes to human attraction. Like, when I walk into a room and I meet someone for the first time, I can tell, like, if I see a beautiful woman or being a woman for the first time, I can tell within 3 seconds if I'm interested in her and she is interested in me. Okay. It's just, you're either going to know it or you don't. And with this Prime and Katarana, when I got into the chat with them for the first time, I could tell within about 10 seconds because, there's the screens and delay. So it took me about 10 seconds to figure out that there was a certain attraction there on the part of Prime, because Prime was very like defensive of her on panel. I was like, hey, don't you interrupt Katarana. I was like, oh, okay. So that was what I noticed rather quickly. And so, like I said, everybody knows about it, from the Queen of England to the Hounds of fucking Hell. Because even Vosh has talked about it. Destiny's talked about it. And Vosh was on with Kyle Kalinske when he was still on with the Young Turks. So in like a Kevin degree Kevin Bacon's 7 Degrees of Separation. This fucking weird little scandal is connected to people that have been like, the Young Turks have been on MSNBC. Like, yeah, it is. So suddenly you're like, wait, how the really? And like Vosh came out with his thoughts on it, which I haven't fully completed them, but I didn't think they were quite necessary mostly just because he's not a player in this game. He's impartial to it. He's been on both shows a few times, but his platform's bigger than both of them combined, so he doesn't really care. The fact that Destiny kind of stood up for Prime was, even Prime said tonight in his apology, that was the reason he still has a channel. And this is the thing you got to realize, is this accusation with flimsy evidence, to be frank. There was no like direct evidence of anything. Like, you couldn't point to any moment where she said, stop, no, don't do this, at least not in direct messages. Now, there were these calls that lasted like 4, 5, 6 hours long, and we have no records of those. But and I was like, Jesus, 6-hour fucking calls. You kidding me? Grow the farm up. Prime, or will you cancel me from K.O.E Nation? Can't have that. I'll issue a full monotone 3-page apology to K.O.E Nation via my legal counsel. Actually, we're going to get to that. But, and I will say, like, goddamn, the night that Prime first put it out, like, he just looked so defeated. And I asked my buddy Tony and some other friends, it's like, in a little side chat, can you find a picture of a man who's more defeated in this moment? And the only one that they could find was Will Smith finding out his wife was cheating on him. That was it. That was as close as we could get to it. And it was God, just so unfortunate. But also, getting back to something, and with Katarana, what I'm going to say, I doubt she's ever going to hear this, but Katarana, this particular incident is going to be a reason why I'm going to have a talk with my daughter about, you need to be very direct. Men are stupid. We don't take the hint. You need to just blurt it out and just come out and say what it is you want to say. We're simple, silly creatures. So you're going to have to just be very direct with us. And so, yeah, this instance is just all the more proof of that. And yeah, so again, like I always use these Twitch panels to find ways to like speak with the younger generations sometimes, because that can be very helpful. Just, all right, what are the kids saying? What are they talking about? And also, this is kind of how people interact in the 21st century now. And so, but yeah, unfortunately, like Grow the Farm Up says, it's all like through my legal counsel. And at first, Prime pulled out the, oh God, what was his name? Old timer, and I apologize, and I'm so sorry about the remarks that I made. One moment. That's why mute buttons are handy. But yeah, so Prime had to pull out the Bill Burr apology podium, like they always make the joke, oh God, here comes the apology podium. And he admitted to some wrongdoing that he had to do better in the future, so I'm not going to say he is clean as the wind-driven snow. Let's be frank. In the commission of seduction, sometimes men do stupid shit. Okay, like, can we just be frank with that? Like, it's in the art of seduction, you're gonna have to accept some rejection, because you're gonna get like 4 A's and 6 4 A's and 6 nays whenever you're like, hey darling, how you doing? All right, well, no, all right, later. Hey darling, how you doing? What? Right. Hey, how we doing? Well, come on over here, darling, how we doing? Yeah, and I'll never forget a great quote by Benjamin Franklin: diplomacy is seduction under a different guise, which is just marvelous. So those are some of my thoughts on the Prime debacle, but we're going to get into actually Prime himself here. This is the first time I've ever played someone else's content on my channel. This is PrimeCayes, and he does not have problems with other people playing it. And since this is Dylan Burns apologizing to Prime, I'm sure he'd be happy for you to all hear it. So this is Dylan and Prime getting face to face. I'm going to give you my thoughts on it kind of throughout it. So here we go, folks.
this last week has been pretty terrible on a few levels. But I just want to be clear about like what's about to happen right now. No matter what's said between Dylan and I, this isn't in any way an invalidation of what Caravana was feeling and what she's been expressing, right? So, like, this is just Dylan and I working out on mistruths that were spoken before, but like my response video from last week stands in its entirety. I'll make that very clear, right? So there were mistakes made all around. I made mistakes, me, right here, Prime. And I addressed those previously. So we are addressing lies and mistruths that were spread on Dylan's platform, and then moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
First thing I want to point out here is just I love analyzing body language. Dylan's doing a lot of self-soothing. He's brushing his fingers through his hair. His hands are always on his face. Prime, you can also tell there's a lot more he'd like to say throughout this, but we'll get to that. But it's just the first thing I noticed watching the body language. Come on. Nothing works in the future.
Me and Prime, we had a 4-hour call where we cleared up a lot of like information that neither of us had and tried to clear up any misunderstanding we had. We went for 4 hours to find out what was the main things that should be talked about on a platform like this. And I've agreed to answer every single question that was put forward and to answer for everything that Prime gave to me on a list. And so I'm going to go down the list one by one on the stuff, rumors or mistruths or anything that's going around currently. So I'm going to go from the top of the list to the bottom of the list. So the first thing I'm going to address is the 12 women have been harassed and are soon to come forward. This was a mistruth that was spread on my platform. I shouldn't have had somebody on my platform spreading this without vetting that information or checking that information, and I should not have accepted that information at face value. I jumped the gun on accepting a lot of information on that stream that should have been properly vetted beforehand. I was not properly prepared to have that stream, not saying that it should have even happened in the first place. So that's the first thing I'll address is that one, is that claim that was made by somebody on my platform that I should have properly vetted that claim, and I did not do the due diligence. The second one is Prime was told by Samantha Banana that he made Kat uncomfortable. That is completely untrue. While Kat did talk to Samantha Banana about talking to Prime, Samantha Banana did not go and talk to Prime. That was completely incorrect, and I should not have believed that on face value, and I should have asked for more information. That, again, is a mistake I made. Third one, Prime planned to use Kat's narcissistic personality disorder against her. That was, again, a claim made on my platform that was not properly vetted, and I believed on face value, and I should have more properly vetted.
I was about to say,
and I
some
should
of
not have
these
believed that
weren't just on the
proper vetting.
platform. You said
Again,
them yourselves,
not
which is
doing my
unfortunate.
proper preparation while doing this. The fourth claim is Kat and Prime's
again, like some of these claims were said by Dylan himself, which is unfortunate. Now, again, goddamn, the fact that he was at the time dating the girl that this is all centered around, the cause of all this, as Arn Anderson would say. Yeah, you can't expect him to be. You there is no reasonable reason you should expect him to be impartial. And then Prime, again, just a slight body language thing, sitting back in his chair, like there's a little bit of like this motherfucker in his body language,
relationship, Kat and Prime's relations,
and he's just not happy.
Relationship, I'll assume that means.
God, that's so
was purely professional.
So unfortunate because
and not
Prime's such a
supposed
nice
to be
guy.
Friends. This is not true. This is the impression that was given on the stream, and that impression was incorrect. They had casual conversations all the way up until they then had a professional business relationship later on when they knew each other. That is an impression that was given that should not have been given, and that should have been cleared up beforehand. The next one was that Kat was being paid the entire time during the relationship. That is untrue.
Yeah,
payments of, I believe, 250 American, 315 Canadian was established later in the relationship after booking occurred. I believe it was in June. Am I correct in that assessment? Okay,
Yeah,
June.
I believe the end of June. I believe, yes.
The end of June. Yes, the end of June. And that Prime was holding a paycheck over Kat to threaten her. That was an impression that I think some people might have gotten.
This is a prepared speech. Like, I don't know, like, this is something you can tell Dylan has practiced this at least a few times this day by the time he's played it, which Dylan wants to get into politics, so I get it. Like, he's very well practiced, he's very well rehearsed, he understands optics very well. So I think actually keep your eyes on this kid. You're probably going to be seeing him in politics at some point in the next decade or two.
That is completely untrue. I have found no instance where Prime has tried to use payment directly to threaten Kat or indirectly to threaten Kat in any instance. I've been shown no evidence of that. The voice calls they shared were purely professional, in which Kat helped Prime out with panels, rather than they were just calls between friends. While I'm sure there were professional calls, they also had casual calls. It has been demonstrated to me in private through information that Prime knows that most certainly that they had at least somewhat of a close relationship or a friendly relationship where they communicated back and forth. And the impression that they were never had any type of communicative friendly relationship is completely not true. And then I'm going to I have something prepared because I wanted to be very specific with my words on this instance, and that Prime has okayed the statement beforehand. So I'm just going to read this when it comes to a July phone call that I've talked a decent amount about. Whatever I heard or whatever I think I heard is irrelevant because I have no evidence that sexual harassment ever occurred. Regardless if I thought I heard something inappropriate, the proper thing to do would have been to bring it to his attention directly immediately after the incident and reach an understanding, not to attempt to shame him and destroy his reputation as part of a public spectacle based on an allegation. I apologize for not holding this matter and dealing with this matter privately. It should have been dealt with privately. I let my emotions get the better of me due to the type of situation that it was. And I should not have let my emotions get the better of me in this situation. And I should have handled it responsibly off live stream in private when we talk about whatever I thought I heard. Those are all the things that
we'll get into more of that here in a second. Grow the Farm Up has. So this Dylan is supposed to be a big deal. Yeah, he's God, I'm trying to think. Somebody called him a well, he's a clout machine. Like if you can get onto his like, to be frank, me getting onto his panels a couple of times is something that really helped grow my channel tremendously. And yeah, that's usually how people know who I am, is I've either somebody that's been on either one of these two panels, PrimeCayes or Dylan Burns. And God, I'll never tell you how weird it is to fucking run into somebody in public who knows me from my Twitch shit. That is weird. It's one thing to, like, you know, like your aunt or somebody knows about the stuff you've done on YouTube because, you know, I posted on Facebook once or twice. But when somebody just randomly in public sees you, like, oh yeah, I saw you went to, what the fuck? Like, no, that I ain't gonna get used to that ever, and I don't want to get used to that. Jesus. But all right, so this is supposed to be a big deal. I see less than a, quote, intellectual genius who is placing blame on others instead of owning his BS. What political operative wrote this speech? Actually, he does work in DC for some political oh fuck, it's not like a nonprofit, but you know what I mean, just one of those DC operatives. So yeah, he's one of those folks who just wants to be in politics. And so, well, you know, hey, if you want to be in country music, you go to Nashville. You want to be in politics, you go to DC. So kid's at least got a decent head on, and he's also ridiculously young. You wouldn't think it looking at him, but I think Dylan's like only like 21 or 22. PrimeCayes is like almost 30, or maybe he is 30. So guys gonna be like, I'm 26, you asshole. But no, and so there's a bit of age difference. But yeah, Dylan, I just say keep your eye on him because you're gonna be seeing him in politics at some point. But yeah, I had no idea until it was brought to my attention by Destiny that Dylan, like, I knew that he had a same-sex partner at some point last year, or yeah, and there was a falling out with that, a really big problem, and and then I found out, oh, he's bi and he's dating this girl that Prime had a producer and was at the center of all of this. So yeah, it was very strange, but yeah, to be frank, him being at the center of this was more than a little fucking inappropriate. Him, like, he should have had anybody under God's fucking creation come out and do this whole, like, if he was gonna do this, like, and unfortunately, like, when I saw him doing the interview with Katarana, it was like, I could just tell to him this was his Anderson Cooper, Walter Cronkite moment. Like, I got something here. I got a fucking hot ticket, and he ran with it. And then Destiny brought up, where's the evidence? Can somebody point that to me? Can somebody point out the evidence to me? And Destiny goes on with Dylan, and he tries for an hour. He keeps asking for an hour and doesn't get anything. And that's when folks started abandoning ship. Samantha Banana, she was the one who was doing private messages with Katarana. And so she was kind of one of the first, I don't even know what chess piece she would be on this board here of this great game. But yeah, it was, she was also a party in this. And then she kind of turned like, wait, shit. And so it was a very strange thing. And like, nobody was like turning on Katarana or turning on Prime or one way or the other. It was just, okay, this is more complicated than we thought it was. So, but yeah, I could tell when, and like, Dylan was using terms like testimony and this evidence of this testimony. And I was like, you've been watching too much Russia Trump investigation shit. Like, I these are all jokes, people, Jesus Christ. But yeah, like, so then once it started coming out that there might have been less evidence than previously thought for this. And again, like, a lot of people like to think that in the shows like Big Bang Theory that awkward people just get together and it's always perfect. Sometimes awkward people are fucking awkward and it don't fucking work out. Grow the farm up. Yeah, I see a social justice influencer that happened to put himself in middle and just showed his hand. He's no longer a credible, objective panel host. You know, that is Grow the Farm Up. Boy, that's something to keep in mind. He did inject himself into this. Probably should have got somebody else, but you know, God, like you can almost understand why, because like, yeah, if that's the girl you're dating now, you're gonna fucking go after the last motherfucker that did whatever. If you're thinking he did whatever, like, it's just, you know, that's a tale as old as time. But yeah, Dylan had a vast community of other people that he could have had do this and probably should have. But let's continue.
That Prime gave me on the list, but I just want to go forward and say another thing here, that I handled the situation terribly irresponsibly. I should have talked to Prime when he offered to talk to me, immediately when he started getting any sign of what was about to happen. I should have taken that offer. I let my emotions guide my conduct, and I shouldn't do that. Definitely when it concerns what could have been the end of somebody else's career. And I shouldn't have let my emotions get the best of me. I should have not have trusted information at face value. And I should have done my due diligence, which I did not do. And for that, I sincerely and wholeheartedly apologize.
Yeah.
Oh, that last part was good.
I guess what I wanted to say at the end of this is that, like, no one won in all of this. I think that this incident caused a lot of hurt on all sides. It's something that could have been easily avoided on multiple levels. It could have. This is something that could have happened a problem, because there was an issue. There was an issue, and something that could have been had on a private, but it just wasn't.
That is the one thing that does kind of worry me about this Twitch environment is these two were supposedly friends, and they didn't go, like, Dylan didn't go to him first. Samantha didn't go to him first. All these people that like these are supposed to be friends. And so I've noticed that there is a bit of duplicity in the
But like
community as a
how
whole.
this has ended up has been just completely disastrous. And what I'm about to say is not a woe is me thing.
Cut myself shaving.
It's just like describing something that's happened. It's like, so I had a platform for women that I created, Amazon Lily, and that's no more. I would talk, have usually smaller streamers come on and have discussions. And that's something that's in the past now, because people don't want to come on, and that's their choice. That's absolutely their choice. My point in bringing this up is that like I don't see I don't see how anyone comes out better for this. And when this has been all going on, people have been telling me that the silver lining is that, well, the next time this happens, and there'll be a next time somewhere, both on Twitch, Twitch politics maybe, right? The next time this happens is that people won't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I don't believe that's the case.
No. What?
All the incentives to do this again are still in place.
True.
To jump on a story, right? Like initially put this forward and get monetization for other people to take that story and with one side or barely understanding of any sides, right? To repeat it and to use it just for views. And just playing up that drama, all those incentives are there to have exactly this happen. So I would really like, it would be great. At the very least, yeah, we did, like, as a community, think about like what to do in the future, like how we interact with each other. Like, what is it that we're trying to do? Are we trying to inform people? Are we trying to entertain people? We're trying to do.
What I've found most people on Twitch are trying to do is get on television in some shape, form, or degree. It's kind of like, print journalists that want to still get on into the New York Times, even though it ain't quite what it used to be. I've noticed that like a lot of these folks want to be like correspondent on whatever the fuck news. So that's what I've noticed a lot of it is. It's kind of like the NXT or the NFL combine for, lefty television personalities.
A little bit of both, but understanding that so often that drive for entertainment causes a lot of misinformation to go out, like in this case, and a lot of emotional trauma. I'm not talking about on my end, but for other people, a lot of emotional trauma. So let's maybe do better next time. I would really love that. To see us grow as a community from this, at the very least, please. Yeah, I just kind of want to move on from this.
Watch the body language here.
To Dylan, please leave me alone. Please don't really talk about me. Please don't make any comments about my stream, my channel, as you've done in the past. Like negative remarks when I've never done that to you. So just leave me alone. Let me live my life. Thank you.
Okay, I respect your wishes.
All right. I guess that's the end of it. Thanks so much.
Yep.
Okay, there's nothing else. I'm gonna drop out.
Okay.
So there you go there. And also just very quick body language analysis there on that ending there. My body language analysis there. Dylan, I have to give credit. I would fucking love to play a game of poker with him. Like it would just be A+, because that's an A+ poker face, because he knows he can't react because he wants to get into politics, and he knows in a decade or two this will be scrutinized again. So he's got to just get through it, grit your teeth, get through it. And so A+ poker face. Prime, you could really tell he was holding back. He wanted, like, inside, like over the last week, he's been wanting to do the, and fuck you, motherfucker, you piece of shit, almost ruined my fucking life, you motherfucker, over this bullshit, you almost ruined my fucking life. Like, yeah, you could tell that promo wanted to come out. So, but he didn't. He took the high road, but there was kind of that, Dylan, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Don't talk about, like, you could tell there was promo number 2. And one of these days I want to ask him what promo number 2 was, because this is the nice one that he's doing. And really, I have to give him credit, because that's a lot more than a lot of people would normally be. And God, so yeah, that's my first, one moment. There we go. So that's the latest that's kind of come in on this particular debacle, is now there's a full apology. We've come full circle. And that is, God, so unfortunate that, but like a friend of mine was saying in chat the other day, it's like, wow, so Prime had his first sex scandal. He must be making it in this life. These are all jokes, people. But yeah, that was just a joke. And, because Grow the Farm Up is here, I'm going to do him a real quick favor here, folks. And I'm going to play
hey guys, Grow the Farm
product
Up.
he's
This
really
has been
enthused
a
about.
video a long time coming. That is heart healthy, high nutrient dense, very brand cooking oil that came from a field that looked exactly like this last year. Project non-GMO verified.
Link to this is in the description.
And
just as a favor to Grow the Farm Up.
We've gone with. I'll link at the bottom of the page. We have our own YouTube channel and some other just web-based documents and things of this nature. We've got the food label, simpler the better, we found as we went through it all. The nutrition facts are on there, very heart healthy. And right now it launched, basically, and we launched it in 2020, but it's really now just starting to get out to the markets, and we're seeing restaurants really like it. It's a high oil, or excuse me, it has a higher flash point. It's made for higher temperatures. I know the people that have been using it also have suggested that the flavoring is better. Breeding these high nutrient dense soybeans and farming them regeneratively, keeping them 100% non-GMO pure in an identity preserved system, has led to the end product of that soy cooking oil, very brand. Just go ahead, Google it, look it up. You can buy it anywhere. I don't know that it's on the shelves of stores yet, but it will be soon. This is something we've been working towards for really 5, 7, 10 years. This is just one of the end products that I'll be happy and excited to bring you guys and show you guys about in the next month or two to come. But very brand cooking oil. It was very much grown in a field that looked just exactly like this last year. This oil came from this field, completely closed looped, totally traceable audit trail from planting to harvest to storage to the creation of the end product. Project non-GMO verified. And like I say, guys, check it out. Heart Healthy Cooking Oil, one of the products that I'm going to be letting you guys know about. Again, look at the bottom of in the description. There will be a link to the very YouTube page, and also the web page that we set up for it. So, moving fast, and it's actually big demand for it. And now that restaurants are opening back up, once they try it, they just call and ask for more. I mean, notice this is in a 2-gallon jug. I mean, that's a pretty big jug for cooking oil, but that's the demand that we've had for it. So, all right, guys, wanted to show you that real quick. Out looking at some non-GMO, high nutrient dense soybeans today. Thought I'd stop by the house and grab a jug of these. You know, I got, I don't know, 25 of them. So anybody wants to try it, let me know. I'll send you some. Grow the farm up.
Well, thank you much, Grow the Farm Up. And I just wanted to play that for him as a favor. And I also put his YouTube channel in the chat there for you if you want to go check out Grow the Farm Up and his never-ending battle to bring us all to the mountaintop of sustainable agriculture. He's definitely a green thumb and definitely a guy worth checking out. He's always got something he's cooking up in his brain, so always got to respect that. But again, that was just a favor to Grow the Farm Up, a great channel that you all need to check out on YouTube exclusively. He doesn't do anything else anywhere else. But yeah, if you're curious about cover crops, sustainable agriculture, renewable agriculture in any way, renewable soil structures, he's the guy to talk to. But yes, so that was my general analysis on the PrimeCayes debacle, as I will call it. And I think Prime said it best. There's no winners in this. I'm reminded of YouTube showed me one time Batman Under the Red Hood, and is like the Joker goes, "Yes, you found a way to win, and everybody still loses." The voice actor did it tremendously. And there's times when I see like these overarching moments like this that I kind of think back to that line, and that's one of those lines is like, damn, I wish I had a good reason to use that at some point in my lifetime, but is what it is. So folks, let me know what your thoughts are on that. Here we go. Now, let's see if I can find something a little spicy for all y'all folk. There we go. There. Now I've found you. So, folks, we're going to shift gears from Western problems, like first world problems, to real world problems. As you can see, we went from PrimeCayes. Now we're going to shift gears to the Afghanistan debacle. It's an evening of debacles, isn't it, folks? And the best way to do this is a recent episode of the Dog and Chicken Show. We actually covered in depth the Afghanistan pullout and all of the from there. So we're going to get into this, folks. But also be sure to give me your questions, because I'm going to be here the whole time with you, beautiful people. But come on, folks, let's get right into this Afghanistan debacle, and you'll understand the episode 101, Jumping Jacks.
Please welcome Tom Thummery. Know that I'm here, and your white privileges are going to save you tonight, okay, guys?
That alone made the intro worth it. Oopsies. Let's just mute Tony's music there, because I know Twitch is not happy about music ever. So I'll just do that. This is too fun.
2 hours.
I felt like Godzilla.
Balls deep in it. Like
I'm sure that's how Godzilla
to the bottom,
felt.
12 foot down to the drain at the pool. Like you gotta go there first.
This is Rebecca DePietro, former WWE diva, Playboy model, and Miss Hawaiian Tropic 2006. Shit, that was a long time ago. You're watching the Dog and Chicken Show live.
Nice. Always got to be careful. Graphic language. Oh my goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Dog and Chicken. Jesus Christ, what is that? Back to the Dog and Chicken Show, episode 101, and off to I always get the fucking directions wrong here. It'd be the right of your screen. Is the one, the only.
The Tony G! Yay!
I never get my
Pixelated.
directions right on the intro. Like I get confused right away. Like
It's
I'm a
it's
simple
like
man.
Reverse mirror. It's okay. It's not
Man,
like
I
we're
can't even do jumping jacks. So.
Waka waka.
All right.
Anyway,
I'm
But
Tony
yes.
G. Yay.
How are we doing there, Tony? And folks, I am the one, the only, the indomitable Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man of the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. And we have joined here today for episode 101. We are at the basics, folks, and I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., and we are here at Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. I'm joined by these two incredible, indomitable broadcast partners, and because it's episode 101, I thought it was appropriate to drink something at one of the finest proofs in all God's creation, 101 proof. So I'm drinking Maker's Mark 101, but also a little later, just to, I would say, just bring about some of Tony's ire and jealousy. I also have a Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit single barrel out of course 101 proof. So that will be what I am drinking this evening. Gentlemen, what are you having?
well, I tell you what, I want to jump in anytime that you're like, I can make Tony feel bad about drinking something. I'm going to join in on there. I also got a bottle of Kentucky Spirit 101, baby. Tell me, what are you
Nice.
drinking tonight?
It's fine. I mean, it's fine.
All
guys.
around me are familiar faces.
Anywho,
So-
I'm drinking a lovely dram of Wild Turkey 101 rye. Mwah. I love this stuff.
Actually, an entrant in the 32 ride tournament at K.O.E Nation. You can find that K.O.E Nation YouTube. These three crazy fellas, we are all coming together for a 32 ride tournament. You can find it over there. But now that we've got all the shameless plugs and just shameless self-promotion out of the way. Okay, yeah. Tony's right. That there will be more shameless plugs to come. But
Yeah, there's plenty. to
Chicken, episode 101. Boy, it's been a slow news week. Really not much to talk about. Like it's just,
Yeah, like-
really like the status quo's just been rolling on, you know? I mean, just
we beat the Cuomo thing to death, you know, and
Giggity.
you know the Biden stuff is just, you know, whatever. Like it's not even fun anymore. We were gonna do so let's talk college football, right? That's what we're doing tonight.
Yeah, that's what we were going to do tonight. Absolutely. Nothing else happened, right?
That's what was on the docket. And then this little thing happened. Now, guys, I don't know if you've heard about this, but
What thing?
Afghanistan's kind of been in the news a little bit lately.
Where?
Wait a minute. The place we like invaded 20 years ago?
Yeah,
It
that's
turns
like
out
20 years ago.
that the other day we uninvaded it, and in 48 hours the Taliban just kind of picked up where it left off, but with
No, that was 20 years ago, Phil. I'm sure we weren't still there.
You said we uninvaded it and then the Taliban took over, so surely we've reinvaded.
give that sorry, I gotta get to this. Grow the Farm Up goes K.O.E to host an objective panel on his Twitch Nation forums with Big Buckin' Empire because the hippy dippy just went all drippy. Woo! That is some fire there. I mean, hippy dippy did go all drippy. Hell, you heard it here first, folks. Today was the day hippy dippy went all drippy. Oh, nice. That is beautiful. That's poetic. That's operatic. Yeah. I've thought about hosting some panels because I'm a great hype guy and I could just, hey, how we doing, everybody out there? We are here for the debate of the century. And yeah, I think that would be actually pretty fun for me. We'll see if I can get some folks together. That's not a bad idea. Grow the Farm Up. I will have to look into hosting some panels into the future. But oh boy, howdy. But let's thank you for that little encouragement. But yeah, we got some more in this Afghanistan debacle. Give that time. By the time of this, actually makes it to the airways, that might be the case, and we might have to add some addendums to this. But
This
as it
is
stands,
Tuesday the 17th. Just to
yes,
clarify,
we're recording this on
the 17th
Tuesday.
of August.
It's going to drop on Thursday. There's like a coin flips chance that we've reinvaded already. So, but we'll see what happens. Now, I will say,
Technically, we have. I think we sent 6,000 more troops to help finish the evacuation. So, I mean, in a way,
that's an evacuation.
what do you know? This evacuation is going to take another 15, maybe 20 years to evacuate. Like,
it's going to take at least 15 years to pull back our escort plane that we sent over to help people get out that were heavily armed.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So this has been botched spectacularly, folks. For those who don't know, bringing you up to speed. I know.
No, because I heard Joe Biden the other day come on the news, and somebody challenged him, like, "Are we going to see something like the fall of Saigon when we leave Iraq?" And he's like, "Absolutely not. That'll never going to happen, fat." Yeah, they're like,
"That's a fact, Jack."
So it couldn't have been that bad, right? It couldn't have been.
No way. They had an extra 6 months to prepare for this evacuation.
It's got to go smooth.
Way that this was as bad as Phil's implying, because they had an extra 6 months.
Yeah, when we move from the beginning of the fighting season to the height and end of the fighting season, it's not going to be any worse, is it?
No,
I was about to say it might make a difference in how quickly they take a country. If they're at the peak of their fighting power. I know, crazy. I know, conspiracy theory over here.
So did people get out? Did people
better?
Yeah, and more people get out, right?
Yes, absolutely.
No.
And you can fit more people on a plane, literally on a plane.
No, actually, the Afghani government told the Biden government not to make a big deal of any evacuations because it would cause a crisis in confidence. Yeah. Now, here in hindsight, that sounds pretty. Yeah, chicken can barely hold his laughter because, wow, really? Like the
confidence. You can't even spell confidence at this point.
Like your own troops.
That's what
the Afghan troops just threw their weapons down, gave up all their weapons to the Taliban. And let's be frank here, folks. It's going to be a bit of a controversial thing to say here, but spoiler alert. What you're going to find out in about a year or two, quite a few of those Afghani military forces were the fucking Taliban. So, spoiler alert.
How dare you imply such a thing?
I know.
I saw
Blasphemy.
Joe Biden say they have 300,000 capable Afghani troops of holding back the Taliban uprising. Now
they have the capacity. They have the capacity.
Right, so obviously that's going to be plenty of manpower
have the capacity to do something.
Yeah.
And I'm sure out of how many was it? 300,000. And I'm sure out of that force there was literally tens of thousands of them that weren't, if not directly in league, at least lightly sympathetic to the Taliban. So I'm sure there's tens of thousands that weren't openly or at least lightly sympathetic to. So unfortunately, that's going to be the reality we're going to find, folks.
Real quick, when I heard Joe Biden use the word, they have the capacity. And when I use that word specifically at work, I'm usually talking about talent of, this person's not really good. They don't have the knowledge. But they show up, so I can teach them some stuff, and they have the capacity to do something someday. But they suck right now. It's a nice way of saying you suck when you say somebody has the capacity to do more.
Right. That sounds like something
the capacity to learn.
said to me in high school.
Yeah. If you have the capacity to learn is a nice way of saying you're stupid. I get what you're saying.
You gotta understand that. What was the choice a lot of these military members had? The ones that weren't already in league with the Taliban, it was either, well, you can lay your weapon down and join us now, or you can die.
We'll hunt you down later.
Yeah. These are your choices. I mean, you're welcome to choose that because you have rights. And Joe Biden and CNN told me that, this is going to be very peaceful and they're going to be very friendly and it's going to be a very, very transitional period of time where everybody's happy. So that's what I heard on the news anyway.
Now,
right?
By the way, folks, drinking words scrolling down below. We didn't even touch on that.
But But here's the thing, and I actually, and again, shameless plugs, I actually mentioned this over at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Just as an aside, the unfortunate reality of this is we have left so much equipment there.
Oh, yeah.
So much high-level equipment there that once they can get the bypass access codes, which I'm sure China is going to be willing to sell them for generous prices, all they're going to need is mineral rights. So they're going to get the well, hang on. Let me finish. Come with me on this journey, all of you. And what I'm getting at is once they have the access codes, once they have the bypasses, the ability to use this technology that was left, they are going to be better armed than many of our NATO allies.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a very wise general who, at the end of World War I, in my video I said it was World War II, but I was incorrect. It's at the end of World War I. And he looked at the treaty that was signed that ended the war. And he said, this is not peace. This is armistice for 20 years. And he was correct almost to the day. And I am unfortunately thinking that this is not peace. This is going to, first of all, I believe they call it the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. So the IEA is going to, I wouldn't be surprised if they push beyond their borders just a little bit, because Pakistan is really not all that happy with the Taliban coming back into power. So hell, there's parts of Pakistan that are probably more under Taliban control than its own government's control. So this is not good that the Taliban is now better armed than the Czech Republic.
So one brilliant thing we did over there, I'll throw it over to you, Tony, but one brilliant thing to support your claims there, like eventually China's just going to give them passcodes to whatever. They had biometric security on a lot of things over there, and all of that biometric data can easily track down any civilian that helped us. And the civilians in Afghanistan that did any work for the U.S. government in any way, shape, or form, or the Afghan government for that means, are scared to death right now going, oh shit, I gave them my biometric data and they probably have a list of everything they needed from me that I capitulated to, and oh shit, they're freaking out right now.
And I remember I was listening to somebody who actually served in the Afghan theater, and they were talking about somebody that was an interpreter of theirs and somebody that they really trusted. And he's on the phone all day trying to get this guy onto a plane and get his family onto a plane. And
like basically, on a plane or in a plane? Because that's a whole new meaning today.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the actual plane. And it was a tragic story because this guy, he was cleared to go, but the paperwork to let his wife go hadn't come through. So he went back to their apartment because he's not going to leave his wife behind. And so it's a tragic fucking story. But the problem is, like you said, this guy gave his biometric data. They have a way to check who he is. These people who did that kind of service work, there should have been a bit better system in place to get them out, because we already can identify who they are. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, when I was listening to that, stories like that is just heartbreaking, because you've got the clearance to get out and you're the one they want to kill, but you're not going to leave your wife and kids behind. You know what I mean? So it's just tragic stories all around. This is a modern day Othello. It is a tragedy no matter which way you want to look at it. So, but Tony, with weapons.
Yeah, with weapons, big weapons that we gave them. Tony, what'd you have to add? Sorry.
I was just wondering why we're speed running through this.
Well, because Tony,
because we let Phil take the reins.
Because this is a wellspring eternal.
Oh, I have
Tony.
stories.
There is no shortage of shit to talk about.
No,
speed run. Oh, you want to? Okay, you want to speed run now?
Always.
Like my call classes start to come in.
All right.
All right.
So let's start at the top, maybe.
I got a
I feel
first
like we
story.
glossed over so much.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, I figured we'd start at the crescendo and Tarantino back to it, but all right, let's.
Okay.
Now this is the Tarantino beginning.
Here, I got a good starter story for us to get us kicked off here. CIA warned, and US get it so wrong. Kind of Phil, me and him were talking earlier. You can cut out the middle. It's like, oh, you listen to the CIA? Yeah, I wonder why I got it so wrong. Anyway, CIA warned of rapid Afghanistan collapse. So why did the U.S. get it so wrong? With U.S. officials struggling to explain why America's longest war ended in chaos, a series of interviews revealed there's plenty of blame to go around. So we can get into this story, but the crux of it is this didn't happen, if you go to Snopes or PolitiFact, they're like, no, it didn't happen over the weekend, bro. This has been going on for months. Yeah, Taliban have been taking chunks of the country for several months now because we're in the fighting season of the fucking Middle East. This is like no big shocker. But we were trying, they weren't going into Kabul because they knew that we would airstrike the fuck out of them. So they had a peace deal with there's been no casualties in 18 months. Taliban holding up their end of the bargain of we'll leave U.S. troops alone. We'll stay the fuck out of Kabul. Kabul? I don't know. Anyway, so that's kind of how this is all led. One fun fact going into all of this, though, is from what I understand, there's never been an access road to the international airport in Kabul and the U.S. Embassy. The streets have been always too dangerous, so they've always had to leave by helicopter to get to the international airport, it's a 2-mile stretch of road. And they've never been able to secure a 2-mile stretch of road in that city. And in 20 fucking years, you cannot secure that 2 miles. What the fuck did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, and this was something I said. I remember this was an argument I made 10, 15 years ago when I was saying the politicians in Washington, D.C. are unable to manage the violence 15 blocks away from our city's capital. Washington, D.C. has always been a place where there's been quite a bit of violent crime. So why do these politicians imagine that they're going to be able to control violence on the other side of the fucking planet? In some Afghan neighborhood, they're going to be able to control violence so fucking perfectly when they prove themselves to be inept at doing so at home. And this was unfortunately, I'm just seeing that argument come back to haunt me in ways I never even knew.
Yeah. Tony, what are you thinking? Knowing how terrible our security was to begin with.
I'm just wondering when did you say this started? You said months ago?
Yep.
Minutes.
Months ago. You mean after they pushed the withdrawal date back 6 months?
Maybe.
Started.
Maybe.
And the CIA's yeah, so this is happening, and everybody's like,
so it could have taken them 6 months to take Kabul if we would have left earlier.
Wow. So you just did an MCP pants from Aqua Teen Hunger Force moments. Is that what this is? No. Maybe. Yes. Oh Lord. So yes, Afghanistan, it has fallen. So is there anything more you guys say here, sir?
Well, I'm trying to find a clip I wanted to play because this is the CIA is in the intelligence community, right? I thought that they were part of that
Central Intelligence Agency.
Allegedly. Don't you fucking say something that cannot be proven at all. So,
well,
they have the capacity for it.
They're good propagandists.
Yeah, they have the capacity for intelligence.
I guess I find it weird that the CIA would say such things. And then when the president's directly asked, well, is this going to happen? Is Afghanistan going to fall to the Taliban? He says, no, that's not going to happen. But your intelligence community says it's imminent. No, it's not true. It's not imminent. No. They have the capacity. But that's just a bold-faced lie. And this was in July he said this.
Mm-hmm.
He flat out said
let's be
No,
frank.
this isn't going to happen. And it
Biden knew he
literally
was
happened
lying.
within 2 days of the pullout. So really, how can you even have faith in anything that this man says when he does string together a coherent sentence?
You know, he did say this. There's going to be no problem. It's not going to be an immediate takeover. And in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think Biden knew he was lying when he said that. I think he knew he was lying, but it was a lie that he just had to say to proceed. And you know, like I'm curious, just to shift slightly here, but I'm curious. Did either of you guys watch Biden's speech?
Parts of it. I haven't watched the whole thing yet. I'm going to, but I haven't yet. I hear mixed reviews. Some people said it was really good. Whether you blame him or not, that he actually did fairly well in the speech. Said some, but some of the criticism was, well, he just said everything that everybody wanted to hear.
Yep. Tony, have you watched the speech?
No, I have not yet.
Okay, my thoughts on it. I did not agree with the methods of the pullout. I thought that there should have been much more care given in pulling our equipment out, the billions of tax dollars that was spent to build this war machine. We've now literally handed over to an adversarial and openly hostile power. But I will say, that speech was the speech that actually saved Joe Biden's presidency. There was even some legitimate, like some folks were even making some 25th Amendment talk, even within kind of the DC Beltway. That one speech saved his presidency. Now, it's too bad, like you keep saying, that he keeps fumbling over his words. He fumbled over the most important part of the speech, but he got the essence out. It's like, for those who want me to stay in Afghanistan, my question for you is, how many more generations do you think I should send? How many more generations should I send to this war, into fighting the Afghan? Like, yeah, he flubbed that very important part, but the question, how many more generations should we send? That pretty much, in my opinion, the speech that saved his presidency. The 25th Amendment talk isn't going to be around anytime soon.
Yeah, I popped it up, and you can see here, this is from the official Joe Biden Twitter, because all the presidents should have a Twitter, right? 4 presidents have presided over an American troop presence in Afghanistan, 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. We will not pass this war on to a 5th. Okay. But you're going to pass off the disaster to a 5th.
Oh, yeah, the reverberation and the consequences of this, because this was something Chicken said earlier, and I'm just going to lead right in with it, Chicken, but I'm giving you full credit here. It's a good thing that we're out of the war, but can anyone, and I mean anyone within the sound of my voice or anybody on this show, say with concrete honesty that we are safer today than we were 3 days ago, 5 days ago, 2 months ago?
I don't feel safe.
No.
And that, folks,
the world is a less safe place. Not just America. The entire world is now a less safe place because of not only like pulling out of Afghanistan is not the trigger to make the world a less safe place. It's how it happened and the embarrassment of how it happened. Think of recruiting for U.S. Army moving forward. Think of the propaganda that can be used against the United States moving forward from our enemies abroad. We looked like fools last weekend. We looked like the fall of the Roman Empire, and like it was just so grotesque to watch. Tail between legs, run away. Nobody even cared that the president in Afghanistan left the country because they were so focused on how shitty we were handling the whole situation. Like that's what makes it more dangerous than anything. And the Taliban have zero fear and respect for us now.
You know, this is fascinating. The current president, I forget his name, but I actually saw this article that he wrote just earlier today. And when the Soviet Union left Afghanistan, the puppet government that they put up, their president or premier, whatever the hell they were called at the moment, fled the country literally days after the Soviet Union had left. And the person writing in the paper about this was the man that became the current president of Afghanistan, who then fled the country. He was a writer for a newspaper at the time, and he actually wrote the article, the Soviet puppet has fled Afghanistan. He grows up to become the president and U.S. puppet of Afghanistan, and he ends up having to flee. And that's one of those, like, if you need proof of the simulation, folks, like, okay, we don't have enough program. We got to recycle some program here. So that one, I was just, that's all a joke, folks. You're all jokes here. Don't know what the fuck we're talking about. But I thought that one was just too funny. Like, it's a small aside, but yeah, that guy knew he had to get the fuck out. If he hadn't, he'd be dead today. Is there any doubt of that?
Nope. I do want to go back to the article I had pulled up, and then Tony had sent one over about some July things with Biden, of course. Let me zoom in so y'all can read it as I'm going along here. When Biden had disputed dire intelligence warnings last month, he went on to say his own conclusion, specifying it was not the intelligence community. Oh, fuck you. Stop dinging me. Ah, no. Go away. Anyway. Yeah, we'll leave that in there. That's fun.
At least that was computer stuff. It wasn't just like naughty.
Obviously,
nastiness.
I need to clear up some room on my computer. It's all that dirty stuff. Anyway,
it's just all pictures of chicken doing like. Ooh.
No, it's a bunch of almond milk pictures. Specifying it was not the intelligence communities. Was that the only way there's ultimately going to be peace and security in Afghanistan is that they were out a modus vivendi, I've never pronounced that right, with the Taliban, and they make a judgment as to how they can make peace. That did not happen. As the Taliban were advancing, the administration pressed Afghan leaders to adopt a realistic military plan to consolidate their forces, regrouping and shoring up defense of key population centers so they could resupply, organize, and take the fight back to the Taliban. Their refusal to do so was a major factor in their collapse, a source familiar with the matter told NBC. Because they tried to defend everything, they wound up defending nothing, said the source.
Okay.
So this was botched. Like, and it's shocking. Even the typically like pro-Biden press is kind of turned on him to an extent, not completely. I mean, it's not like Trump where like he says, "Good morning," and there was a cloud somewhere in Colorado. It's like, he lied. But no, like the fact that they're starting to be like, wow, this was not well done, Biden. And this is even the sympathetic pro-Biden press. That tells you this was fucked up beyond all recognition. This is
what was the other Biden quote? They were making parallels between Afghanistan and some other incident. What was the quote?
that was the one I popped up, and you sent me this story. They asked him if the takeover was inevitable, and they were referring to the fall of Saigon. He said, "No, it is not." Biden quickly responded.
Isn't there a picture that? That's.
Now you might think this is the same event, but it's not actually.
You could have fooled me.
The top one is Saigon, and the bottom one is Afghanistan.
Now I'm going to do my best. My best impression. I'm going to guess this is how the speech went. Now you know the Saigon, the thing with the Saigon, and now these are the facts, Jack. Now Saigon not going to be like Afghanistan, and Afghanistan, like I really like the Afghan rug that I've got, and I just hang on, my dentures almost fell out. So yeah, I think that and see. So
here's what he actually said, because they asked him about it, and they said asked him if it was inevitable. No, it is not. Biden quickly responded when asked a reporter whether the Taliban's resurgence and renewed control of Afghanistan was inevitable. The president went on to assert that the U.S. backed Afghanistan. You notice that how they don't quote him hardly at all. They go, he went on to assert this. It's like the U.S. backed Afghan government has 300,000 well-equipped troops. He said there were as well equipped as any army in the world. against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable. And actually, I believe the Taliban number just months ago, they were self-reporting, of course, so I guess you have to take it, for what it's worth, was 200,000. So, it's a 300,000 versus 200,000. Of those 300,000, how many?
Hello,
are
Ace
actually loyal?
Torres.
But
Exactly.
he says, I trust the capacity of Afghan military, who is better trained, better equipped, and more competent in terms of conducting war.
Taliban was a bad dude.
Well, you got that one right.
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh Lord.
Let's
bad.
touch back. Let's circle back. I know we like to do that.
I'm
Now,
bringing circle back.
What was the original withdrawal date now set up by President
May 1st, I think.
Okay, and let's talk about
I could be
that
wrong. I think it's
because
about.
I think you're pretty close.
Yep, it is.
So
it is. Trump
he announced
administration
that-
signed February 2020 peace agreement with Taliban withdrawing from the country May 1st, and then Biden changed it.
And when did he announce that?
Oh God, like right after he got in office, like almost immediately. That was like one of the first things he changed.
No. When did Trump announce that initial?
Oh, when did
withdrawal?
Trump announce it?
Probably when the deal was signed in 2020.
I want to say October.
It was February 2020 is the peace agreement with the Taliban. I don't know about the withdrawal date, but that's when it started, was February 2020.
I'm remembering back. I'm trying to remember back, but I want to say it was around September or October when
Didn't
Trump.
Yeah, I think we might be thinking of was it pulling out of Iraq when the generals went against his orders?
Also, it was a peace deal agreement he got signed in the Middle East, but it's not with Iraq and Afghanistan. Those were just other Arab nations recognizing the fact that Israel exists.
Yeah.
So that was and he got that done just under the wire before the election. So
Okay, I'm
blessed are
pulling
the
this up
peacemakers.
here, and this is from Military Times. I'll share it on the screen here just a second. I believe this is what we're looking for. Military officials blindsided by Trump announcement of early U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Oh God! After 20 years, just blindsided.
Yeah, I know.
What? What? You want to end it? It's only been 20 years.
Our money laundering scheme. I mean, this war.
Washington,
How are we gonna
US
get our
military
drugs out?
was blindsided Thursday by President Donald Trump's assertion that all U.S. troops will be out of Afghanistan. Let me say that again. All U.S. troops will be out of Afghanistan by the end of the year, with the U.S. officials saying that they are not aware of such a plan and have gotten no actual order to accelerate the more
True to
gradual
freak.
pullout that they
True.
execute. Trump's comments, laid out in a confusing progression of comments in a tweet, alarmed Pentagon and state officials who fear that putting a definitive date on troop withdrawal could undercut negotiations to finalize a peace deal between the Taliban and
Yeah, I
Afghan
touched on
government.
it a little
They
bit ago. I'm
also
going to
fear a
touch on it
hasty
a little later
withdrawal
as well.
could force the U.S. to leave behind sensitive military equipment, and they continue to stress that the Taliban has still not met requirements to reduce violence against the Afghans, a key element in the U.S. withdrawal plan. The Taliban welcomed Trump's announcement, which started with a tweet Wednesday saying, "We should have the small remaining number of our brave men and women serving in Afghanistan home by Christmas." He reinforced early withdrawal plans Thursday morning in Fox Business Channel interview that understated the number of troops currently in Afghanistan. We're down to 4,000 troops in Afghanistan. I'll have them home by the end of the year. They're coming home, as we speak. 19 years is enough. They're acting as policemen, okay? They're not acting as troops, Trump said. And this article is from October 8th, 2020.
So he pretty much said that the military leaders actually kind of he's like, they have the capacity to leave this country.
They just don't want to.
Now,
Now the problem
this was
is
in October again. I want to stress this. This was in October, and he started getting pushed back immediately.
Well, didn't they just completely ignore his orders to draw back?
Basically,
they did.
And then from there, if I'm not mistaken, it was set for that May time frame that you touched on a minute ago.
Now I'm almost certain like Trump would definitely say this, but my plan would have at least pulled out, I don't know, the $4 million drones that you can carry in a suitcase. Maybe bring them back. Maybe at least 2 or 3 of them. Maybe a handful. Jesus Christ! Like that was my first thought. I was like, those drones are $4 million. They fit in a suitcase. Nobody thought, yeah, let's maybe like. Even one of the soldiers that's leaving decided, hey, I want a pretty fucking neat souvenir when they go home. What the fuck? Like, let them.
It does feel wildly intentional and very, very ridiculous when you look at it on paper. But I'm reading that back. I gotta say, I'm reading that back, and that's word for word all the concerns that they had in October from a hasty withdrawal. Everything that article just said basically unfolded within 2 days of the withdrawal that happened 6 months after the next set date. Is this just imagination land? Are we just living in crazy world? Because I would think that we were talking about this stuff months ago when we all said, hey, if they're going to push this back, you would think that they'd be putting a lot of extra thought into this, that they'd be putting more effort into it, that they'd be coming up with better strategies on how to handle such a thing. But instead, 6 months just meant another 6 months of waiting and having the troops sitting there. And then, oh yeah, we were going to do that, the thing. And I was about to say, everything that article said happened as they predicted it would.
I was about to say, is there, but the problem is there any argument that 6 more months or 6 more years or 16 more years would have made any difference?
No, I think the only thing that makes a difference is if you're going to do it, you do it when times are as good as they're going to be, which would have been that May timeframe, which we've all kind of agreed upon. But in 6 months later, would the same outcome have happened? More than likely, we can probably make that assumption.
Maybe less weapons.
Right. The weapons probably don't get left behind. Well, but you had 6 months to plan on removing said weapons.
Yes, but like I said earlier, the Afghan government urged the Biden administration not to make a big evacuation deal. So people weren't evacuated. They didn't want to make a big deal. So they actually said, no, leave all the stuff here. I got a funny feeling the Trump administration wouldn't have been so trusting of the Afghan government. Would have at least taken their $4 million drones home with them. That's my...
You would also hope the Biden administration would do that, and they didn't. And all we can do is assume at this point on how they would have handled it. And of course, now Trump can sit back on the sidelines and go, clearly terrible. I would have handled it much better.
The worst.
Clearly,
I would have handled it.
Me, even though you did.
I would have handled it so better. It would have been the best better ever. You'd have been like, Donald Trump, I'm tired of you handling it so much better. Like, yes, I mean, he can do that.
Let me ask this, and I want an honest opinion on this. Now, when he made that announcement, it's October. It's election season. Is this an empty promise? Is this an empty promise just to grab some extra votes?
I think we talked about this before.
Not when the generals are turning on him like that. Yeah. Like, no, then they're like, fuck you. We need to get this guy out of here and get one of
his original saying of, they'll be home by Christmas. That wasn't realistic. We knew that wasn't going to happen, and it didn't happen. But then pushing it back to the spring. Now, had he stayed in office and we got to the spring, was it really going to happen? Was it going to happen the same way that it's happening now?
We would be hearing about how the Middle East is on fire, all is lost, the end is nigh, bury your treasure,
from the media,
your crops. Yes. If this had happened under Trump's watch, bury your treasure, burn your crops, put on a fucking helmet. The core of the earth is just going to explode and all will be lost and life will be a dreary. And so
that is why I'm asking this question, because during election season, making a promise like that sounds great to the average American voter, regardless of the intention to actually follow through on said promise. Now, if he does, and it's May, and we reach that withdrawal date, and he actually goes through with it, you know damn well, even if it happens slightly less as catastrophic as it's happened this week, if this happens in May and Donald Trump is the president, he's got to know that a failure of this magnitude, even if he's just gotten reelected and he's just a few more months into his second term, a failure of this magnitude you can't tell me that this wouldn't have weighed heavy on his tenure. You can't tell me that this wouldn't have been just another attempt to impeach the guy. You can't tell me that this wouldn't have been just another mudslinging shit show political theater catastrophe. So I question whether or not he actually would have gone through, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that there were big conditions in his actual withdrawal.
No, I have full confidence that he would have followed through. When it came to like some of the military shit that Donald Trump endorsed and pushed, like Soleimani is like the number one fucking thing I will point to. He did not give a fuck what anybody thought about that. He was like, we know where he's at. It's the right thing to do. Get rid of this guy. Boom, done.
Like him or not, his composure for that ordeal was pretty good.
And if the Taliban
Soleimani, I'll call you at the airport.
Yeah. If the Taliban did fight May 1st and try to take over, which I don't think they had the capability in May to do so personally, but I'm not there, so
maybe it's at least taking a few more days.
But like, do you not think Trump would have just like carpet bombed the fuck out of the outside of these cities that they're trying to protect and evacuate, and give people time to get the fuck out and get their shit in order? Or do you think he would have actually been like, all right, here's the deal, like, he would have fucking tweeted like a motherfucker, putting the Afghani president on fucking blast and Afghani generals on blast, and been like, you fucking step up. It's your country. I'm tired of my people dying for your country. Fucking step up. He would have made them look as shameful as they were, instead of taking the shame on himself. He knew how to brand himself. He knows how to play the fucking system. He knows how social media works.
He did get NATO allies to kick in way more cash that they never wanted to when it came time for NATO negotiations. So I could see, I think honestly,
that
Trump,
persuasion.
He likes the idea of being an anti-war president. So I think he would have ended up following through and just take the hard decision. And now here's another question. I want to bounce this back to you guys. Let's assume that Biden makes it to the end of this term. After this decision, do you think he actually has any chance of re-election?
No.
God,
no. He didn't have any chance of re-election in 2020 when he was still campaigning.
Allegedly.
I will say, if we have a major terrorism event in the West, regardless of what it is, regardless if it's connecting tissue, it will in some way, the narrative will be blamed on this event. So
yes, it will.
This is the first domino to fall concerning any domestic or international terrorism, because they were looking for a boogeyman. Like, we've been saying this for a long time now, right? That this guy is basically.
Let's give him Apache helicopters this time.
Exactly.
And big, scary American modern military team.
Yeah. We've been saying this for a while, that Joe Biden's basically the placeholder for whoever they wanted to shoehorn in, and they shoehorned in Kamala Harris, who couldn't win a caucus on her own. So now we're just waiting until the day comes when he steps down, or he's ousted, or something else catastrophic happens, right? And she has to step up, if you will. We were all kind of assuming that it would happen after a couple years, so there'd be maybe a chance that she could serve the remainder of his term plus 2 more on her own. But as Phil mentioned to us the other day, well, the timetable has been sped up quite a bit, and the usefulness is coming to a close. So, boy, oh boy, the scapegoat is really getting dumped on right now, and even the media is starting to dump on him. But I want to look at this because I found it fucking hilarious. The media is still trying very, very wholeheartedly to really.
This is a really long segment, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty much the whole show, folks.
Yeah.
I got other segments planned. Damn it! Like, let's.
Oh, chicken! You silly.
If you like a process, they haven't had to fire. A country is essentially now in the hands.
I'm just gonna mute that because that's not our audio. I've had some vociferous conversations with Tony G about this. Chicken and Tony disagreed with me, but yeah, they're playing MSNBC talking about, oh my God, it's going to shit over there. You know that. You already know that. And yeah, we're not, this is, God, Tony and me and Chicken had a vociferous conversation about this, but Yeah, it hasn't gotten better. It has not gotten better.
Videos on Twitter of people dead in the streets of Kabul.
Is this
Relatively
kind of like
peaceful.
is this like those fiery but mostly peaceful protests?
CNN, baby.
Like this is like
You know what's funny about that?
yeah.
People
Yeah.
really don't like it when you make a parallel of that, because I was not a popular guy when I made parallels about the untouchable liberal media maybe downplaying certain events like
Well,
fire.
no, I'm sorry. That's just a stupid headline.
Transitions
Like
of takeover.
whoever wrote that was just stupid. Like you're a bit of a tryhard.
It's an objectively funny fucking meme, and if they can't understand that, then they have no soul.
Peaceful. Huh? It's like, yeah, you ain't got a sense of humor if you don't see how that's like, okay, you're not even fucking trying. And so yeah, you're pretty close.
It's like if one of you guys like made that headline and posted it, and then everybody was shitting on you, be like, sorry, dog, like I'm gonna shit on you too. Like, it's like I like you, man, I like you, but what the fuck were you thinking? Like, it's like the drunk buddy that does really, really stupid shit one night at the bar. And then you see him like 3 weeks later, and you're like, bro, no, I'm never gonna look at you the same. Like,
here's a local.
I seen what you did.
Local gotcha from the early 2000s. That's like a musical, but mostly peaceful Rumbles event.
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go. Little local gotcha. But yeah, so that's
it was a peaceful dance.
Yes. Alcohol fueled, but mostly peaceful.
Yes.
So and then we had CNN. It was, I believe her name, let me see, Clarissa Ward, dressed in a hijab, reporting in Afghanistan, apparently. And she said, the Taliban are chanting death to America, but they're also very friendly. It's utterly bizarre.
I thought that
why
was
are
just...
we doing this?
Yeah.
Why is she there?
Yeah, she needs to be on a plane out of there.
Exactly. Why would you even put her in that situation? She's indeed there.
Are you saying that you're worried about women?
I'm worried about any American that's over there right now.
In CNN.
Well, yeah,
that's a good segue. That's a good segue. I got a good story for us.
Oh, and here it is. Segue
time. All right, folks. While we're talking about women being in danger in the whole Afghanistan thing, Taliban.
Have a little video of chicken driving by on a Segway.
Yeah. Taliban pledge peace and women's rights under Islam as they strike conciliatory tone. What does that mean?
I feel like a Twitch panel could spend. I feel like a Twitch panel could spend like 6 hours just
discussing women's rights in Afghanistan and what the Taliban
what
agreed
that
to.
actually means. Now, in practice, in practice, what that means is women's rights and equality is whatever the Taliban says it is.
Taliban said on Tuesday they wanted peaceful relations with other countries and would respect the rights of women within the framework of Islamic law as they held their first official news briefing since their lightning seizure of Kabul. The Taliban announcement, short on details, but suggesting a softer line than it had in their rule 20 years ago, comes as the United States and Western allies resumed evacuating diplomats, blah, blah, blah. As the group consolidated power, the Taliban said one of its leaders and co-founders, Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar, had returned from Afghanistan for the first time in more than 10 years. Baradar was arrested in 2010, released in 2018 at the request of Donald Trump's administration. And you see what they're doing already. They're like, yeah, there's no... Oh my God! They're like, well, let's not talk about women's rights anymore. Orange man bad. Anyway,
well, yeah,
we do.
Well, the problem is, like, yeah, they got to distract because we all know, like, spoiler alert, we all know where this is going. Girls who know how to read in Afghanistan, be prepared to teach your younger sisters because they're not going to have the same opportunities you did.
Correct.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Do we really think the Taliban will? Here's how I see this. I see this being like a Hong Kong thing, like where we're gonna be like, yeah, you get sovereignty, you get to be your do your own thing, do your own thing. That's what they show the world, and then behind the scenes, they're beating the shit out of them in back alleys and throwing them in jail and shaving their head.
Sir. Thank you, sir, for your mostly peaceful mental abuse.
Yes.
Yeah, like I almost think this is like the Taliban trolling us. Like we're gonna be all kinds of inclusive, and women are gonna be respected, and women's rights. Like, yeah. Next, they're gonna be talking about how like LGBTQ folks are gonna be just fucking dandy in Afghanistan going forward. That like, I think
they're gonna set up a pride parade. It's gonna be basically the most inviting destination.
I think they know better than to go to the actual parade in Afghanistan. It's like, yeah, don't gather in one place. Just makes it easier for them. So, yeah,
to welcome them in with open arms.
Yes. No, Tony, no. So yeah,
I can't believe anybody's actually buying into any of this shit. I mean, I've even seen some of the most.
Hey, the Taliban said they were going to be nice to girls.
I've seen some of the most stubborn detractors.
They've changed,
defenders.
Tony.
It's
Have you never had an ex-girlfriend that changed? They change all the time. People change a lot, and for the better every time. For the better. They
some of the most stubborn detractors mirror what you're saying here now, and they're like, "I'll believe this when I see it," because eyeball test and history that's not altered says that's complete and utter bullshit. There's almost zero chance of that actually coming to fruition. And yes, it's the same goddamn thing as waltzing people coming to your country, big celebrity. Phil, I'll mirror your idea about the
Hold on, I got a song though. Bigger, longer, and uncut. Remember Saddam Hussein? I can change, I can change.
Jesus Christ.
I promise not to be a savvy little bastard. I can change, I can change.
The collision in Korea event, Phil, when they took the wrestlers off the plane and they basically made them prisoners in their motel rooms, right? And then the only time they'd really let them out inside of the community would be to do photo ops and video of them visiting and honoring the shrines of fallen leaders. It was all propaganda. It was all utterly bullshit. And that's what this is. It's political theater. And you know what? There are people in this country who are actually going to believe
John Cena apologizing to China.
Yeah, well, that's collateral damage for his own sake.
Yeah. He pissed everyone in the world off with 2 promos. I mean, that's pretty good. Like that's efficient.
He's always been very efficient.
But yeah, he pissed off China, and then he pissed off the rest of the world with his "I'm sorry." So well done. So yeah,
he cut his hair, and now he's back.
But yeah, so I'm not expecting a great outflow of rights and such. And yeah, this is
you don't. You guys really don't.
No. Well, let's be frank. Unfortunately,
we got back up on this.
The Taliban, let's be frank, is a 16th century mentality. Okay, like their mentality. You are not going to have the secular humanist ideals of modern Western democracy take hold when the majority power in that place, the place that actually holds the most ability to initiate force, is stuck in a 16th century mentality. So that is the unfortunate reality that
you're right, Phil.
We've all found ourselves in.
Us alone, and just normal plebs aren't going to be able to get women's rights in Afghanistan. We need to pull out the big guns this time. They say they're going to do it. We need to hold them to account, and we need to pull out the big guns. Guess what? Okay. Never fear, the Sussexes are here. Harry and Meghan will take care of this for us. Yeah, baby.
Oh my God.
That's it. World peace is here.
Thank Christ. We did it.
Wow.
Should we read their strongly worded letter to the Afghans?
Is this real? Is this fucking real?
You know, for a second I was like, "Oh God, are we sending Robin DiAngelo to go read White Fragility to the Taliban? Is that going to be our big, comeback? Like, we surrender, we surrender. We can't combat this. So yeah, that'll. But no, this is even better.
Shall I read? This
Go
is
for it.
going to be fun. I haven't read this. I'm sure it's just going to be fucking all kinds of fun, though. Okay. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have broken silence on Afghanistan. I didn't know they were silent about anything. Couple said they are speechless. If only, like the fucking article says.
So you're saying they didn't break their silence?
Yeah.
They're speechless.
And feel the many layers of pain, in quotes, said they are heartbroken at the situation in Haiti, which, by the way, there was an earthquake, and are scared about COVID. Okay.
What? Thought they
Here we
fixed
go.
world peace.
Here we go. Shall we read?
All right.
I guess.
As we all
The letter they
I
wrote.
guess feels like I don't fucking care about these people. Nobody does. Nobody does. This is why it's fun. The world is exceptionally fragile right now. As we all feel the many layers of pain due to the situation in Afghanistan, we are left speechless. As we all watch the growing humanitarian disaster in Haiti and the threat of it worsening after last weekend's earthquake, we are left heartbroken. And as we all witness the continuing global health crisis exacerbated by new variants and constant misinformation, we are left scared. When any person or community suffers, a piece of each of us does so with them, whether we realize it or not. And though we are not meant to live in a state of suffering, we, as a people, are being conditioned to accept it. It's easy to find ourselves feeling powerless. But we can put our values into...
Is he talking about conditioning? Is this motherfucker talking about conditioning people? Yeah, like you motherfuckers have been doing to the rest of us for a fucking 1,000 years? What the fuck?
Harry and Meghan Markle just
A prince is talking about, well, I know it's scary getting conditioned, y'all. You know, like me and my family have been doing to all of you for 1,000 years. But, yeah, it's scary now that's getting pointed at me for once.
No, they're saying, hey, we know it's scary because you're quite familiar with it.
Yes.
Jesus. I'm sorry, but when a prince is talking about, oh, man, isn't it scary how we're all being conditioned? I'm like, oh, fuck you, shove it up your ass. Really? Like, no, that's okay. I'm sorry, chicken. I couldn't.
I'm just sad.
No, it's fine.
I was boiling over like a
I'm
tea kettle.
only halfway in, so
I'm okay. I've simmered down.
They feel powerless, chicken.
But we can put our values into action together.
Unity.
Yeah. To start, we encourage you to join us in supporting a number of organizations, probably not nonprofits, doing critical work.
I was just going to say, is this where they ask for money?
Yep. This is it. We also urge those in positions of global influence to rapidly advance the humanitarian dialogues that are expected to take place this fall at multilateral gatherings such as the UN General Assembly and the G20 Leaders Summit. As an international community, it is the decisions we make now to elevate suffering among those we know and those we may never meet. That will prove our humanity.
Oh, God. Because,
That was just a word. That last paragraph was just a word salad of nothing.
Give us money, and here's a bunch of important sounding organizations. Because, God knows.
I'm scared. I'm heartbroken. Give me money.
Starving people out in the middle of, like, the Kalahari or out in the middle of, like, Venezuela or Colombia. They're like, oh, God, please tell me, what decision did the G20 get to? Oh, thank God, the G20 came to a decision. Like, yeah, this is horseshit.
Paragraph. As an international community, it is the decisions we make now to alleviate suffering among those we know and those we may never meet that will prove our humanity. This sounds like it was written by a fucking AI program.
Like
No
the
fuck-
first
there's
3
nothing
programs.
there. That is not a real paragraph.
The first 3 programs, I was wondering if I could like buy pot from Prince Harry. Because like, and then the world, if it were all just better, and wouldn't it just be awesome if bad things didn't happen and good things were good? And I'm like, wow, okay, dude, this is bad. This is like when like a really good rock star goes sober and finds Jesus, and like all their rock just like suddenly sucks. It's like, man. And so yeah, that's Prince Harry.
He's gonna save us. Look, he's got a gun.
Oh my!
Not anymore.
God.
His wife made him sell them. He had a priceless royal rifle collection, and he sold it to make the wife happy.
For a price.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So yeah, that's
What
just
an
one
idiot.
of the like.
Phil, that thing must sing.
It must sing opera.
Yeah.
Like yeah. Oh Lord.
Wow.
So
All right.
but no,
I was so happy to spring that one on you guys.
Thanks,
I didn't want to set that one up for a little while tonight.
Before we move on to the next story, I just want to point this out. And this was something that was reported on NPR, and they've actually been collecting the data on this for about 220 years in the United States. The royal family, for some reason, people in America consume news, gossip, and information about the royal family by multiple times. Like even in revolutionary America, post-revolutionary Civil War America, we consumed news and gossip and rumors about the royal family way more than even the fucking British did. And so I've always wondered, like, and it's a phenomenon that the American public in particular is fascinated by the royal family. And so when you're bringing up like, well, what's Harry and Meghan say? It's like, well, of course they moved here. This is where they're the biggest fucking celebrities in the world. So yeah, and like even in England, like there's folks in England don't give 2 flying fucks what the royal family do. So I just find it fascinating that when you brought that up, we're all like, oh God, here we go. The royal family that I'm going to pretend like I don't care about. But God, what did he say though? I need to know. Like, yeah, it's the fucking weirdest thing about us. I don't get it. So I just had to throw that one out there.
No. Very, very astute observation there, sir. Are we ready for the next one? Because nobody really cares.
Bring it.
Yeah, let's hit it.
All right. Human remains found in wheel well of U.S. military aircraft that departed Afghanistan.
So we're going back to Afghanistan. God damn.
Yes.
Ew.
So the videos we've seen, we're not going to show them on here, of potentially bodies falling from the aircraft. If you haven't seen it, it was all over Twitter. It's all over the place.
I would hate for that scroll up just a little bit.
That's one image that you see at the beginning
But no,
of the video.
chicken, scroll up just a little bit. How would you hate for that to be your company's advertisement right now?
I know, right?
Like,
human remains found.
Like,
and,
son of a bitch! I don't think I got my money's worth in all.
Let's
all
go
frank.
to Cat's Noom journey, shall we?
Yeah. So, all right, let's get to this.
How much did I pay for this ad? Oh, that's only $10. All right, cool. Yeah, that's worth it.
Okay, $10.
That's almost as unfortunate as a guy getting bladed with a pizza cutter in a wrestling ring, followed by a Domino's commercial.
Oh, not quite that bad. Hey, that's a little gotcha and a little segue. That sounds like something that we should discuss over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast.
Check it out
on
like, share,
YouTube.
subscribe.
On Spotify, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, RevWrestPod on Twitter, where you're going to see me, your King of Extreme, challenge for the RWP title against Tony G and that rapscallion ne'er-do-well champion Chicken at SummerSlam this Saturday, folks. It's going down. Don't you dare miss it. Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right. So here's the story. Human remains were found in the wheel well of the U.S. military aircraft that departed Kabul on Monday as hundreds of Afghans scrambled towards the plane, seeking a way out. It was the same plane featured in viral videos with Afghans clamoring to get on board. The Air Force announced on Tuesday that the discovery of the remains and the online videos showing people falling off the plane upon departure has prompted the Air Force Office of Special Investigations to review all available information to better understand how this happened. What? People?
How
we know how this fucking happened. People
like,
were like,
yeah.
"Get me the fuck out of here! I don't care."
You said,
and then
this is going to cost $4 million.
Yeah, we know why this happened, because their government said don't freak out and don't evacuate, and then they suddenly found out, oh my God, you need to evacuate. Your soldiers just laid their weapons down and either went home or allegedly joined the Taliban. So we'll see what, like I said, folks, I do expect to be vindicated in about 2 years on that one.
Now, yeah, this video was alarming enough, but then the video of the plane actually soaring through the air and people allegedly falling from it. That video alone is disturbing enough, but here's what's really fucked up. If I get on TikTok right now and I swipe enough times, that video of people falling off of the plane will come up on my feed. Why is that allowed on TikTok? But I've been banned twice.
It was well, okay, so let's take this back to
nudity's obscene. Remember that, folks.
Nudity's obscene. Yeah, there's all kinds of problems with it. But like, it's one of those things. Like, I remember being a kid on September 11th drink, and seeing the falling man, right? Like, that image is burned into my brain. I watched that live on TV in school. I was in school watching that happen.
Yep.
And like, you can easily find that video still. Like, that footage is all over the internet. Like, is it one of those historical importance to where you don't want to censor something like that just for the gravity of the situation that lets you understand some of how important that moment is and how scary that is. Like, it gives it a different sense of humanity. Like, it's very sobering. It's very humbling as a human to witness something like that. Even now, watching the video 20 years later, you're still like, fuck.
It's like the image of the man who burned himself alive in protest. Like, you instantly, when I say that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you can see it in your head. It's in black and white, and it's just a man sitting there on fire, self-inflicted. It's one of those images that just stays with you.
It was a Rage Against the Machine cover album too, or cover art too.
Yeah. God, they're you guys just described like some of the most quintessential images of the 20th and 21st century, right there. I mean, like, those will live on. Yep, that's a good one. Any word on what happened to that guy?
There's a couple lines of thinking on that, actually.
I'm
sure he is doing just fine. He's probably the president of Afghanistan.
I was about to say,
yes.
Oopsies. But no, yeah, that's
it's a small world after all.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
But it's not flat.
Thank Christ. But no, now this is just kind of an aside. Now the thing is, like, when you're a pilot, you have to realize that the lives of everybody in your plane is now in your hands. And you saw how packed those fucking planes were.
They're meant to hold like 100 people.
They basically just had to go at one point because
they
weren't
just
getting off. They
jammed
lifted the ramps up and said, take them, fuck it. We got to go. We got to go.
Now, I've been in planes with very experienced pilots before. I can't even imagine what kind of experience, like what kind of training you would need, what just like knowledge of your vehicle to be able to get lift while there's people in, like, trying to get into your landing equipment, trying to get into your, like, everything. And like, it is a tragedy that every one of them died, but if those pilots weren't on the fucking ball, this could have been a goddamn massacre rather than a tragedy. Like, there could have been, it looked like in one picture, 400 or 500 people packed into just one picture on a plane. Like there could
I
have
think
been
of the 800 in a plane
Yeah.
that's typically supposed to hold 100.
So yeah, like you're talking 800 people fucking dying if these pilots aren't on the fucking ball and they somehow got those planes up, out, and all those people out of a fucking bad situation. So yeah, it's unfortunate. Like my heart cries for the people that felt the need to do this and they died in that way. But also, like, you have to take your hats off to the people that got all of those people out of there like that. So, like, you know, there's going to be heroes in this despite it all.
Why would these people be so afraid of staying if everything's going to be so happy and women are going to have rights and everybody's going to be? It's a peaceful transition of power, they said.
Absolutely.
Right?
Because
why would they be so terrified to stay?
Well, I'm guessing anybody over 30 years old that lives there probably remembers the Taliban the first time round.
Yeah,
and they decided to not stick around for Caliphate 2 Electric Boogaloo.
We've done this before?
Yeah.
It's almost like the last 20 years have meant fucking nothing. Boy, I'm
who was
sure
it? Was
glad
it?
we
No,
saved
it
all that
actually
equipment we
meant.
left behind,
Yeah, I
and
was
all
just
those
about to
soldiers
say.
had to die.
It meant something. We've
great-
armed them
yeah,
better than they've
great
ever
time.
been. They're now a major military power in the region.
Yeah, we lost a bunch of soldiers and we armed the Taliban. So yeah, is this Biden's mission accomplished?
Ouch.
Let's see.
Ouch. Jesus. Like, yeah, Tony, edit that picture. Biden's face with him doing the whole mission accomplished. They're like, oh, ouch. Like that stings
I will
me
say
all
this
the way
now.
from 2004 to now. Like that's like
I'll say this now. I'm more than happy that we're getting out. I'm glad we got out. I wanted to get out. I didn't want to get out like this. I wanted to get out months ago. I thought we should have gotten out last year. I wish we did, but if this was the inevitable outcome, no matter what, then apparently it was just meant to be, right? I still don't buy that. I think this was a complete fucking bumbled operation, especially with the extended time frame that they were given to them by themselves. But we needed to get the fuck out. This was obviously not going anywhere, and us staying was going to do what? Obviously, this was just reapplying band-aids to a gunshot wound, because the second you take that band-aid off, you start bleeding out, and that's what happened. So how long can you put band-aids on a gunshot wound before it gets completely infected and you lose an arm?
You got a great point there. And I also it suddenly occurred to me, and I need to just make it known, so all within the sound of my voice and you guys on this panel, I would say that this has also completely, totally, and absolutely vindicated Ron Paul voters and Ron Paul supporters and Ron Paul himself when he said, if we can march right in, we can march right out. And you're right. I wanted to get out in 2008, which is why I voted for Ron Paul. And so, yeah, the idea that, well, we just can't get out of there because it'll just fall to shit. Looks like that was going to happen no matter what. So any Ron Paul supporters within the sound of my voice, unfortunately, you have to take a somber cheers to yourself, because God damn it, don't you hate being right? It's like Jeff Goldblum. Or do I hate being right?
Yeah, the whole thing goes back to, is it Carl Hegel had the quote about history repeating itself. Men didn't learn from their mistakes.
Doomed to repeat them. But yeah, so this is, like I said at the beginning of the show, a modern day Othello. It is a tragedy no matter which way you want to look at it.
Well,
you can look at this any way you want, but that's been my problem the last couple of days, having these discussions with other people who aren't nearly as, let's just say, in tune with the same line of thinking that we're sharing here tonight. But it's hard to have two different perspectives on something. A, I wanted to get out, but B, I think we fucked it up beyond belief and we did it poorly. How do you want to get out but not want to get out this way, and it's the inevitable outcome no matter what? Like, it's so strange to have such polar opposite desires in such a situation. But is this going to be something that we go, okay, well, that sucked, but it had to happen? Are we going to look at it that way no matter what? I don't think so, because I think that they fucked this up bad enough that we can look back and say this could have been done better. even with the time frame that they gave themselves.
Even if just like one guy would have just picked up one suitcase with a
briefcase,
$4 million drone, like I'd have been like, okay, a little better, a little like at this point, like
Hey,
I'm
get on
actually,
eBay, see if anybody's selling one of those things.
wow, they're shipping out of
shit,
Pakistan, strangely enough.
Oh, fun.
Now, to me, honestly, now with everything I know, I am a little angry that some like soldier that like served the country didn't just like take one home with them. Just like, yeah, I don't have the access codes to it or anything, but I just like put it in my garage, just kind of look at it when I drink Bud Light. Like, yeah, like I think that would just be fucking hilarious. So,
Yeah, I got a $4 million fucking drone over here. All right, don't
Can't
touch
really
shit to me,
do
bro.
it.
I'll fuck you up.
yeah, I haven't figured out how to turn it.
Code, but it
I
looks
haven't figured out how to turn it on, but yeah, it's fucking awesome. Look at it, it's really shiny. Damn it.
Okay, so and we talked about this the other day in our
It's little missiles on it are bigger than my
I
cat.
asked the question, is this standard protocol to just leave military equipment behind? Like, is this something that happens a lot during withdrawals? Like,
No.
fill me in.
Joseph Stalin and the Russian military in general for the last, like, I don't know, gajillion years has always like done that whole scorched earth policy. And yeah, it's normally you leave nothing to help your enemy.
You would at least destroy the equipment if it's left behind. I mean,
yeah,
we're like first in the first Gulf War, anytime we like lost a chopper or anything like that was always a goal, was like destroy the equipment. We don't want them getting computer systems or weaponry off of there. Like we wanted to like make it incapable of future use. Like
we've built bases that are bigger than the Mall of America. I wonder if we've just spent taxpayer dollars to give the Taliban some fortresses.
Then we can have a real war.
So essentially, it's burn after reading, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the normal SOP is for. Like, even if you read The Art of War, that's standard operating procedure. They'll talk about poison the wells on the way out so that your enemy cannot get sucker from the wells or water and cannot reinvigorate themselves. Make sure that you salt the land on the way out. And yeah, it's well known. Like, these are tactics that were utilized even in the Bible, that you salt the earth of your enemy's ground after you withdraw from it.
What's the justification for this? Like, what's the reasoning? Like, there has to be a reason, right? What was the reason that they officially given as to why they left Black Hawks and millions of dollars of technology of operational drones behind? Why?
There was a commenter in one of my YouTube videos when I mentioned this. They're talking, and I don't know who it is, but it seemed to have like a tone of like, well, you know, we just couldn't get the stuff out. There was no logistical way to do it. Like, we had no plans for it, and it would just be way too expensive. And I was thinking, seems like if we were doing this like last year, then yeah, probably should have gone with a more comprehensive plan where people were knowing that there was going to be a clean break and a hard break rather than this soft break where people were thinking, the US isn't really going to leave. Because let's be frank, there's quite a few of us, probably even some of us on this panel, are thinking, probably going to stay. And you could even make the argument that they've sent 6,000 troops in to help. Now, I made the joke months ago. It's like, well, we're going to get to the point of withdrawal. And then it's like, well, but then the thing happened. You can't like withdraw after the thing. And I think the withdrawal might be the thing in and of itself. Yeah. And just like seeing the people fall off the planes is like that was the thing for a lot of people, unfortunately. And so, but again, it's one of those, how many more generations?
You can't go back in now. Like, that's the thing.
Because the Taliban owns the airport.
Here's the problem with your question,
Even
Tony.
if you wanted to.
Here's the problem with your question, Tony, is and maybe it's not even with your question. It's just the problem in general. Literally just did a search. Why did we leave equipment in Afghanistan? And went to news and filtered it to stories from this week. I'm on page 5 right now.
Not telling you nothing.
Not
are
a
they?
fucking word. Nobody's criticizing that at all. The only time you see that is on Twitter or on social media in general, calling people out for shit like that. Like, this is completely being ignored. Kind of like completely ignored how we gave Al Qaeda most of their weapons way back when they were trying to fight the Soviets for us. Like who was it? I'm trying to remember. Who do you figure out who we will be fighting in the next upcoming war? Find out who we're funding and giving guns to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's
literally Dave Smith.
Yeah, we seem to have a really good track record of setting up rebels in some other area of the world to do our dirty work for us, only for that to come back and bite us in the ass. So it's
allegedly.
But yeah, when you're saying like,
Every
so
time.
who was the expert on this? Well, Chuck Norris, clearly. I mean, haven't you seen Delta Force? So he would know. Like, now it's funny. Go back to that movie. Watch the first scene. Dedicated to the brave Mujahideen fighters of Afghanistan.
Seriously?
Yeah. The movie Delta Force is look it up. You got to remember,
I'm not.
Back then when the movie was made, those were our armed insurgent rebels until they weren't.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah, look it up. Tony, one of you guys look up it. You'll find the picture.
Tony, you got that one?
Yeah, Tony's like, no way.
I'll
like, no way
this
movie got even weirder somehow. Like it did. It's like,
There's another problem with that movie, if I'm recalling.
There's like about 7 dozen problems with that movie.
If I'm not mistaken, either the original or one of the sequels had, like, within the first 3 minutes of the opening scenes, there was like a topless minor. So I don't know. I wouldn't recommend going back and watching those just for the sake of your own, browser history.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, you're not in the Epstein club, so no, don't do that, folks.
The who? I don't know who that is, Phil.
Oh, yeah.
He's a guy who didn't kill himself.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
He's almost disappeared down the memory hole. So
okay,
already,
so
that's how much shit's happened since he died. We've all almost forgot about him.
Jesus.
I was about to say, this Epstein cover-up is starting to get a little out of hand.
It's getting a little out of hand. But you can't go back in now. That's the thing. Like, the people, when I had this argument before, I'm like, they put this back so they can allow time for something to happen to justify staying put. Like, Phil, I think you and I were both kind of saying that same thing. Like, maybe this is just a way of extending the window so that way they can cancel the withdrawal completely, because by then something will happen. Again, yes, you're right. The something was the actual withdrawal. So now you can't go back in because the Taliban regime has taken over. So you couldn't go back in immediately. But what's the time frame justification for eventually invading once again? Because it's not like we can just go waltzing back in and say, okay, we fucked up. You guys need to just give it back now. We're here. We're back. Sorry, we're back. You got to give it back now, and we're staying. You can't do that. So now it's going to take us having to re-invade Afghanistan and reestablish a military presence within it to do this all over again.
Check your messages.
How long is it going to take before we do exactly that? But what would justify it? What would justify us re-invading Afghanistan and setting up a military presence? Well, they'd have to have some form of technology and weaponry to actually carry out some form of assault that would justify us doing such a thing as
what would it take, Tony?
Again.
Team America already told us. So there it is.
Yep.
So that was in Delta Force. This film is dedicated to the brave Mujahideen fighters of Afghanistan. Because again, they were our rebels. We armed them. We trained them. Is it true that the CIA created Al Qaeda back in the day and the Mujahideen in Afghanistan when beating the Russians was the plan? Yep, that's unfortunate, folks. But so yeah, there you go. The movie Delta Force just got one dimension weirder than it already was.
Everything's one dimension weirder. And that's what you come here. Like, share, subscribe, folks. That's what you get here.
On that cheery note, it's the end of the world as we know it.
Can we go back to the
feel
plane?
fine?
we go back to the plane real quick? Because
we
this is
We
a
can,
breaking
but-
story on the plane thing.
Okay,
Rocket.
breaking story. But I wanted an answer for this. What's it going to take for them to justify a reinsertion back into Afghanistan as an
We
invading
won't.
force? You don't think we will?
Mushroom Cloud.
Ever.
Not directly. We'll fund somebody else to do
no,
it.
I just answered your question. Mushroom Cloud in a major Western city.
But they
Which
don't have
they
that
won't be capable
capability,
of doing.
allegedly.
Yeah.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
Iran keeps getting closer on the clock, tick tock. So yeah, but regardless of who's actually to blame for it, because surplus Russian nuclear warheads have been floating around the world since the mid 90s. You can look it up on a Vice News article and actually video that they did called "How to Buy a Dirty Nuke on the Bulgarian Black Market." And $5 million. Well, $5 million gets you a nuclear warhead with a blast radius of about 9 miles and a fallout radius of about 35 miles.
And times are tough. I bet the price has gone down.
But so I'm telling you that regardless of whether it actually came from the Mujahideen or whether it came from the Taliban, you already know what the narrative's going to be. So what's it going to take for us to get back in there? There you go. It's unfortunate, but a mushroom cloud. At this point, there's no appetite to go back in Afghanistan.
How many
So,
times
yes.
have we failed Afghanistan at this point? Is this our third?
One 20-year-long stretch. Yes.
The Chinese failed. The British failed.
Yeah.
Russians definitely failed.
The Russians failed.
Oh, 4.
America has failed. So
America's was the most glorious of a 20-year most powerful fucking military force ever known to mankind. They outlasted for 20 fucking years.
there's been one military force that has ever held sway over the area of Afghanistan, and that's the Mongol Empire. Genghis Khan was the only person to ever actually hold Afghanistan. And even then, he didn't spend his fucking day going from mountain to mountain to mountain. He just overwhelmed them with just surrounded the territory, negotiated a treaty, moved on to the rest of the world. So it was.
But how'd the Ottoman Empire do? I thought they had control.
I think that had more to do with the fact
refocused on furniture.
They needed to trade Afghans for Ottomans.
Dad jokes coming at you.
Yeah. I think the fact that they were all Muslim was the unifying factor at the time.
Maybe it wasn't ruled by, but were allies to. Maybe more.
Yeah,
so
like
than-
that one. Now, if you are a history nerd for that area of the world, let us know in the comments where we're wrong here, and we will actually get back to you with a correction on that. So, but yeah, so
Right.
to
Chicken,
me,
what do you got on the plane?
All right. So by the time this airs, it won't be quite breaking news anymore. But this came out today. There was actually cell phone video. We're not going to show it on here, folks. It's available online. I don't want, like, some of this is pretty graphic. Like, seeing the bodies fallen was graphic enough. This we'll show some still images on here, but it's rough.
let me just read the headline. I'll let you read the article. Just let me read the headline here. Okay. Holding on for dear life. Desperate Afghan filmed himself clinging to side of C-17 as it took off from Kabul airport, and nobody knows if he lived or died. He died.
He died. Yeah.
I just want to let you know. Like, I'm sorry.
He did.
He died. Yeah. So all right. I'm sorry. Chicken, continue.
So as we know, fleeing the airport, blah blah blah. Not trying to rehash everything that we've already talked about here. But so here's kind of a preview. This video doesn't show anything graphic, but it kind of shows you as they got onto the plane and the plane was moving. He started recording on his phone. Now, I'm not sure if they recovered the phone or if he uploaded the video or was going live. Like, I don't know how this video was necessarily obtained, but several still images here.
All those motherfuckers hanging on to the tires, or what's going on there?
Yeah. So, like, here's a yeah. If you watch the full clip, like, there's a lot of fucking people trying to get on there. And then, of course, This is as the plane is about to lift off. You can kind of see where it gets graphic. I'm not going to show the video, but you can see somebody kind of dangling, and it's not a fun dangle, if you know what I mean. Very horrifying to watch. So if you do go seek out that video, prepare yourself. It's one of those ones. It's one of those ones that like makes your gut churn of like, holy shit, that's a human life, or was, not sure.
It's August,
Yeah.
and we've had a lot of these cell phone videos that you're like, you don't have to seek this out if you don't want to, but for context's sake, if you want to see this, it's out there.
That's some real world shit going on right now.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and the dress is 45% off.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
God.
I love the fucking Daily Mail.
Another
ads.
very possible to free.
Daily Mail is the fucking
Intelligence
king of
agencies are
advertising
really
when
good
it
at
comes
what
to a
they
news
do.
story. It's just like
Never
everywhere you
underestimate
look, it's like,
but I'm not going to say one way or another.
I can't tell if the article is just another headline clickbait or if it's actually the article.
Yeah, and I don't know if I want to watch a video of somebody potentially being killed while a plane's taking off, or if I need to go buy a new wedding ring.
Why not both?
Well,
I'm just so confused on what I should do. My
like
my consumerism's kicking in right now.
I was about to say, after watching that, you're like, sweetie, I think we're just gonna update your wedding ring. Why? Because shit's fucked up on the internet right now, and I just
so
wow.
for this is just a looping part of it. So there's the one image of this video where the one guy's like jumping in the air, like smiling and waving at the camera. I almost wanted to make that the thumbnail for this episode. Like it's like, look at me! Like I didn't know what he was so fucking happy about. Like, hey, all these people are about to get killed on this plane that's taking off, and we're not going to get out of here alive. But the Taliban are coming! Yay! Look at me!
That specific detail alone was like, I don't know. The first time
I was confused.
I didn't know what the fuck I was watching. I'm like, what is this? Why is this guy? Like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, oh, that's what's happening. What is this?
Yeah,
What's going on with this guy?
Let me see if I can find the guy I'm talking about, because it's very like he needs to be the meme of the year.
It's so out of place.
Well, all the memes, like the meme factory on the left and right, is now just all Afghanistan. I've noticed,
and they're fire. Don't get me wrong, they're fire.
It's consumed all other memery. So, but yeah, actually, that
internet works
dedicated to the Mujahideen thing. I saw that in a meme. It's like, so in case Delta Force wasn't weird enough,
right?
I think I just ruined a part of Tony's childhood. Like, what? No, not Chuck, not the Norris.
Most episodes of Walker Texas Ranger have not aged well.
No.
Like the Haley Joe Osment scene where he tells the old guy that he has AIDS.
Yeah,
there's some weird ones.
Walker told me. Oh wow,
Walker told me I've got AIDS. What? Wait, what?
Here it is. I found it. Oh my god. Okay, where's my button here? This guy. He's at the beginning of the main video, and he's got his hands in the air, and he's like dancing and celebrating. And I was like, "What the?"
Looks like a still from a musical.
Yeah, like this is very out of place because it's like everybody's flipping out, and he's like, "Put your hands in the air like you just don't care." Hey, ho, ho, hey! Like, yeah, this is very. Like, is this the one Taliban guy that's just keeping tabs on everybody? It's like, hey, fuckers, you ain't making on the plane. Oh, Taliban gonna get
like
you.
when you watch the video, he's like dancing and jumping in the air, raising his arms and smiling. He's like, yay! Like it does. Like to Tony's point, it kind of looks like a Disney thing. Like that he's trying to do. Like it's really creepy.
He did all of his drugs that he had left on the way to the airport. And like he didn't
He
like
is
he figured all
tripping
right,
balls.
like, oh god, I'm tripping balls. Oh, it's all hit now. I didn't make it on the plane, but hey guys, we're all here. We like like he realized, like, we're leaving quick, eat all the shrooms. Shit, you fucker, you got on the plane, you asshole. Like, yeah, that's
that guy's my new hero. I hope he's alive and well.
I was about to say, for however long he's alive.
He's in the worst place in the world right now, and he's just so happy. I love his energy. We need him on Joe Rogan immediately.
He would probably love to be on Joe Rogan. He would love to just get on a plane to take him to Austin, Texas immediately. Yes, I'm sure he would.
It's probably the first time he's ever seen a plane like up close. So maybe that's
Joe Rogan's gonna look for somebody that was on one of those planes to interview. So, dude, like, what the fuck? Like, really? Now, was that like with everybody that got onto a plane like that though? Like, did that happen with everybody, or was that just like
So what kind of DMT do you have over there?
Have you ever had DMT? You ever tried it?
You want to do some?
I'm doing
psychedelic mushrooms grow under the camel shit.
In my new never-ending quest to live forever. Now I'm getting into ice tubs filled with ice and just freezing myself because apparently that'll make me live forever now. Joe
Rogan's nipples.
I'm talking about the whole of him. He's trying to find some sort of exercise routine to find eternal life.
Right.
The isolation chambers.
Picture of him with the like.
The like fucking glass nipples. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like nipples like this sitting in that ice tub.
I don't know.
For those of you listening, I put the bottle of wild turkey up to my man boob to pretend like it's a giant nipple. Just had to clarify for the audio.
So I wanted to bring it up in the Meghan and Harry fucking story. For whatever reason, I forgot
Joe
about
Rogan's
it.
nipple?
No, Joe Rogan in general. Yeah. No, Rogan had a pretty
all day for this.
I went to see Rogan in Des Moines a couple weeks ago, and I of course don't want to give up all the bits, but he had one that was fucking hilarious because he was like, "Man, I woke up one morning." And I knew Twitter was blowing up because I said something on my podcast the day before. He's like, I just woke up, I got high, I'm sitting in my underwear. He's like, I'm sitting in this big, huge fucking house that I probably don't deserve to live in. And I turn on CNN, and there's Prince Harry, talking about how I'm spreading misinformation about vaccines and how I need to be more careful. And he's like, I am high as fuck. Watching a Prince bitch about what I said on a podcast when I was high. He's like, what kind of fucking bizarro world are we living in right now to where I wake up in the morning and a Prince is bitching about me? He's like, if you get your information from me, you fucking deserve whatever you get. Like,
now, that's fascinating. Because I was listening to Scott Adams the other day, and he mentioned something that's kind of similar. That he says, "Do you know how annoying it is? Like, now this never happened to us, but this probably happens to Joe Rogan all the time. Do you know how annoying it is when the television starts talking about you? It's like, no, I'm here to watch you. Why are you talking about me? No, stop it. I
don't want to be the topic.
Yeah, I just want to watch.
I'm not getting paid for this.
Yeah, and so that would be fucking crazy. You turned on CNN, that thing that was the major news network when you were a kid. It was anyways. And now they're talking about you through a Prince. What? Like, yeah. Like, I'm sure for Joe Rogan,
I got a royal prince from fucking Britain. Like, what? He doesn't like me? He didn't get my joke?
Hey, Mom, remember old Miss Nelly around the corner said I wasn't going to amount to shit?
Yeah.
Have her turn on CNN right now. Like, yeah, I'm sure he's had
I pissed off the Prince of fucking England. Fuck you.
Guess he's not going to smoke weed with me on my podcast now.
Well, that became part of the joke afterwards.
No, wait for the Meghan divorce. When the Meghan divorce hits, then he'll be on.
Joe,
shit
I tell you
crazy.
what.
Shockingly,
you
she
what.
moved us to the United
I'm-
States where the divorce laws were more favorable to her. Crazy.
I am never going to be more interested in the royal family than I will be when he has his tell-all after they divorce, because that is going to be fucking fire.
And Tony,
Only if he does it for like a porn magazine, then
I will
I'll
assure
Oh
you,
my
Tony.
God. Hustler magazine interview with Prince Harry.
I will.
How do you
I
feel
assure
about
you,
being
Tony.
peed on?
I will pretend to not care while I listen intently to every detail.
Yes.
Exactly.
All right, fellas. Did you see the jumping jack training on Twitter?
I did. I saw it on TikTok though.
Oh, it was on TikTok. Yeah, it was on Twitter first. I was super excited. to see.
Tony.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm
just saw
I'm
Tony's
just saying. I'm of a very high class ideology, and my humor's a little bit above most people. So yeah, I understand.
This is true. This is absolutely true. All right. No audio with this, folks. I'm sure most of you have seen this. So as we're expecting the Afghan military to defend themselves, this is a training exercise on how to do jumping jacks.
Look at the form. Like, you can't teach that.
Well, actually,
Obviously.
strangely enough, the jumping jack is a body isometric workout that's kind of unique to the West. And if you're not trained in how to, hey, that one guy's got it. If you're not trained
Which
in how to,
one? Wait,
the guy
which
on
one?
the far left.
I
Like
didn't.
the camera, like, okay, we're grading on a curve here, but he's the one that's got it there, kind of. I mean, his legs and arms are doing the opposite of what they should be doing, but hey, there we go. Like, he's got the fucking idea. So I guess he's the commander now.
Obviously.
I love this officer. He's just like, oh fuck.
Like, yeah,
really?
that one guy is trying
He's like, ah, god damn it.
like, yeah,
got-
you can see, like, Jesus.
They've got the capacity to be very, very
They've got the capacity of
detrimental
jumping jack.
to jumping jack.
That guy about fell over.
He's just clapping his hands above his head.
Is this what the guy at the plane was trying to do?
I really wish we could play YMCA right now.
It's fun to stay at the
YMCA. That was so bad that there's no, like, they not only will they not copyright strike that, they don't even want to say, like, no, that wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so making that.
I do love this. It appears to be American officer. He's like, fuck. Yeah, you got it. Whatever. He's just like, I don't fucking care anymore. He's like, let me see your form. No, I'm just gonna keep walking.
I was about to say, I hope that
He's
guy.
like, anybody got any whiskey?
Looking at how this all turned out, I hope that guy didn't like try hard. like
the Afghanis here are trying.
Like
That
yeah.
Thrill down night. I get a good whatever dare try.
Like, oh Lord, my God. So this is a but yeah, like actually strangely enough, but yeah, the jumping jack is not something that the human body is trained to naturally do. That's something that you have to actually learn. And like in our, if you've been in a physical education class, it's something that you do quite a bit. And so it's kind of fascinating when you go to areas that like, so when you want to talk about cultural differences, we're talking about people that don't know what a fucking jumping jack is. Okay, you want to talk about like, yeah.
I was trying to get a bug. Sorry.
I was about to say, like me, I'm using just like my masterful chi, and I'm like actually floating in the full lotus posture right now. I mean, you can't see it, but it's totally.
His feet are totally off the ground.
That is the sound of telekinesis.
That's fascinating.
Yes, Tony. Yes.
That just happened. That just happened.
So, oh God, yeah. Boy, we sure put a lot of effort into all that, didn't we?
Yep. We got a final segment here rolling in with some memes. Because nothing than a world tragedy to bring us all together through the power of memes. Yes.
Rocket.
Here's the steeple.
U.S. pulls out. Afghanistan. Oh, fuck. Put it back in.
Huh. Now, what's funny about that meme is some folks are laughing and some folks are just having flashbacks.
Yes, that is true as
The
well.
lucky ones are having flashbacks.
Well, why do you think I ain't chuckling? So, next meme.
Mission accomplished.
Oh my God.
I was able to make it before the show ended.
Oh, yeah. Tony, that is A+.
A+.
That is, yep.
Homegrown meme right here from
Biden's
the Dog and Chicken Show,
mission
folks.
accomplished. Like, yep, right here. Like, I think you like that. That needs to go on the Big Buckin' Facebook page. I think that, like, the people of the world need to know. Like, well done, Tony.
Need to spread that one.
Well done, T. So yeah, the Biden mission accomplished.
We did it, Joe.
You sure did, Kamala.
Kamala.
Sure.
Yes.
Kamala.
Is it? Is it? Have we ever decided what her name is? Can she even pronounce it right? She's pronounced it several different ways, hasn't she? Like, I'm pretty sure there's audio evidence.
Now, my other question is that like a Pete Buttigieg, where that's like not her real name, or is that her actual legitimate, like actual factual name? Like that's something to actually investigate. So we will have to get deeper into that.
Uh-oh. Did kids interrupt?
Nope.
No.
The phone. So
dear. The wife. The wife is calling.
I think that calls for
a drink. Yeah.
All
right.
Poo.
We'll keep on rolling here. The CIA watching their Afghanistan heroin business get seized by China.
Oh
yeah, good old Michael Scott's always got to show up in the meme world. I love this one. Honestly, like, yeah, how much money laundering stops, and now that's what probably scares me is like, well, where are they going to launder money now? And
looks like Syria, but there's not nearly as much heroin in Syria. So, and what's funny about like Syria and like that little, like, there's some oil in Syria, but like Israel and like just that kind of general area. It's the one stretch of the Middle East without any significant oil there, and it's the one that everybody's fighting over.
Makes no sense, yeah.
Yeah, so it always just fascinates me.
Do they have minerals or natural resources? No. Let's take it.
Oh, thank God.
A tearful Obama watches as the Taliban takes over a hospital he once bombed.
Oh, yeah, like, hey, I bombed that hospital. How dare they take it over? Like, hello,
we
Starman.
all talked about it on my birthday party. It was not a super spreader.
They shouldn't have built that back better. Oh, Lord.
Afghan military in the last 2 weeks.
Yep.
This is so accurate.
Yep. Bam. Like, we're in the military, are we? Hey, guys. Hey,
remember me? It's Ahmed.
I was, don't worry. I was just taking some of the Americans' checks. It's fine. So, yeah.
And then one final one to just totally piss off any lefty.
Ooh, that is a cherry on the top.
Fake insurrection. Actual insurrection.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, the head of the Taliban still has his Twitter account.
Yeah. Strangely enough.
Yeah, just let that one sink in.
45th
president of the United States does not. Taliban does. Thank you very much.
Where
Where are your priorities, ladies and gentlemen? This is terribly bad. Make do with the time that you have left, because this is going to be getting a lot more powerful in the last few years than we thought. The old, like, you've seen it before. You've seen it in major cities where people have like signs that say like behead those who cartoon Islam. And now the caliphate has more power than it ever has before. And so this is in our backyards. This is now a problem.
We got through the memes, but I did see this one. Urasama posted this in our private chat. Nope.
I had one for you.
Afghanistan, peace, Taliban. Was that? I can't see the bottom right. ISA agents?
ISI agents, and up at the top you have Afghans. Trojan horse meme, folks.
Now, T, you got. I was about to say, finger right on the pulse there, T. So, what's the final? Is that the final meme, sir?
Oh, I got one more. This is a Babylon B one. But Phil, you just totally hit on it. I happened to see Urasama posted it in our private chat. Trump sneaks back on Twitter by disguising himself as Taliban spokesperson.
Oh, God.
Babylon B has just been firing on all cylinders as of late. I mean, they are.
Look at that picture of Trump. I love it.
Now, hang on.
That's good.
Don Hamid Trumpistan.
We will make Afghanistan great again. Allah be praised.
Wow.
That's fucking great.
I like there was like the Ronald Trump Naldo, and it was just Trump with like a mustache on, and a first tweet, "Hey guys, what's going on? How we doing?"
Yeah.
Definitely not Trump.
Violent but mostly peaceful transfer of power.
Yep. That's my fucking God.
You know what's funny is you almost can't tell that that's fake.
I know. That's true.
I was about to say, like, yeah, I would almost, yeah, you could legitimately believe that at this point. So,
yeah.
So, folks,
this has been fun.
Episode 101. We've laughed, we've cried, we've all grown. So we've also
groaned, and we've been very, very disappointed.
Yes, and we've all enjoyed.
Disgusting.
I've moaned
101 whiskey, because we need something a little harder to wash this week down. This has been a little bit more than normal. So,
and by the time this airs, we're going to have to add some probably cell phone video of us going, but wait, there's more.
There's more.
No.
I'm sure the future's just going to have, like, yes, in Afghanistan, I'm sure they're thinking that the future's so bright that they're going to have to wear shades. Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're thinking there. No. So, folks, gentlemen, may I?
Yes, yes, sir.
As I'm known to say around here for this episode 101, all that being said, thank you for joining us right here at the Dog and Chicken Show on Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. That is Big Buckin' Empire, YouTube and Facebook. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. That is K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch for all of your K.O.E content. And be sure to check us out, SummerSlam this weekend, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, Phil K.O.E, Tony G, Chicken, challenging for the RWP Championship. Who will reign supreme at the party of the summer? You're going to have to tune in this Saturday at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast to find out. Folks, I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, your king of extreme, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, Phil K.O.E. of K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch, signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners. I hope to find every last one of you back here next week, happy, healthy, much the wiser. Raise a glass to yourselves, and gentlemen, take it away.
Holy shit, what the hell just happened upstairs? Anyway.
I shook stuff off your walls at your house with my loudness, chicken.
Very possible.
Sounds
very
legit.
possible.
Nice.
I believe it.
Chicken's got
Totally
like a
believe it.
Chicken's got like a raccoon in his kitchen.
If it weren't for all these bats.
Yeah. It's a fucking bat.
Good God. So
no, this was a really fun. Not all of it was fun.
I don't know if
there's a
that's
lot of-
the word I would use.
like the end was kind of fun. But yeah, this was it's consumed our lives for a week, folks. It really has.
It's only Tuesday.
I know.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Thursday when everybody hears this, and it's gonna consume their entire lives for the week. And
no, I'm sure there's gonna be something else that'll come up in the next couple of days.
Hey, you know, Britney
completely
Spears' dad finally like stepped away. Everybody's missed that one too.
Yeah, now
There's
you
an
can
Earth.
post topless selfies on Instagram. Like the
Yeah.
world is a better
Yeah.
place. And
That was
And-
actually a meme I saw earlier today. It's 2000. It's like 1999 all over again. Britney's free. The Taliban is in control, and they're coming out with a remastered version of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. So it's 1999 all over again.
Yeah. No, clap.
For two.
Congratulations, world. You did it. Thank you. I fucking feel terrible about Afghanistan, but like it is what it is at this point. There's nothing us poor little schlebs can do. Like we just got to do we'll talk some shit on the internet, and hopefully somebody watches and changes their mind about shit every now and then. So I always it is what it is. Appreciate you. Love you. Tony, take it away.
Yeah, I just at this point I hope everybody can look at this for what it is, that it was going to be a disaster no matter how we went about it. We've needed to get out for a long time. We've been there far too long, and it was going to suck no matter how we did it or when we did it. But this was way worse than it had to be. That's verifiable unless you refuse to take off your rose-colored glasses for whatever reason at this point. All I ask is that you look at this situation objectively and look at it honestly and make your own assumptions that are logical. Make your own opinion on it, and just don't pretend that it's something it's not. Be honest with yourself, because this is just the beginning. Like, we've got a long way to go from here on out, folks. There's going to be a lot of sobering moments to come. This is just one of many to come. So be honest with yourself and form your opinion based off of the logic that we probably haven't used in a lot of situations over the last year and a half. So be safe out there, folks.
And if you don't agree that the world is now a more dangerous place over what has happened, let us know in the comments why.
Yeah.
Like, share,
Argue with
subscribe
us.
if you agree. Argue with us. I don't give a shit. Either way. Cheers, folks. As always. Appreciate you. Love you. Back. And see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you. Little duo. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. Excuse me. Well, thank you, DeFreak. But yeah, that was our playing of Big Buckin' Empires episode 101. It was a deep dive omnibus into Afghanistan and the Taliban. And I also want to thank DeFreak here, one of our fans this evening. He's been really bringing some good content, not really being argumentative, but having good counters to things that he disagrees with. So, You need the Twitch, sir? Oh, well, it's just scrolling right down below me, twitch.tv-KOE Nation-home. I am also on Twitch, KOE Nation on Twitch. I try to keep it pretty consistent. So yes, you can find me there as well. KOE Nation, like it's just down there in the down there scrolly part right there. And yes, I do streams on both platforms, so I really do enjoy my time, and that's actually how I met folks like Prime and Dylan and Destiny and Vosh, and how I've met all these people. Yep, you got it. KOE Nation on Twitch. So thank you very much, good sir. Oh Lord, no, good. It's nothing important on my phone. You never know. Actually, during that episode that I was playing, a couple of my employees came in. They had been working really, really late, helping out on a project, and so it was fortunately timed. So I was able to just talk with them for a good while, and so if I was ignoring your comments for a little while, I'm actually broadcasting inside of my great grandfather's mill. This particular piece of property. I'm a farmer from Nebraska. This particular piece of property, my great-great-grandfather homesteaded in the year 1900. My great-grandfather built the mill here. My grandfather built the complex, expanded the land, and my father made our soil culture better than I could ever imagine. I did open with Prime. My general thought is, boy, howdy. First of all, we've all faced rejection in this life. Ain't none of us faced it this fucking public. From Prime, Katarana, everybody involved. Like, it's like the song fucking Seven Nations Armies. Everyone knows about it. From the Queen of England from to the Hounds of Hell. Like, it's just wow. Poor fucking, like, and the mea culpa that just came from Dylan. Actually, Dylan just today apologized to Prime. And in the beginning of it, I was watching it. And the second time I watched it, I was watching for body language because that kind of stuff just fascinates me. And I really picked up that Prime really, like, he had two. Was there any more than tell rejection in her? No, as far as I know, no. And that was the issue was there wasn't any real hard evidence for anything. And so then everything shifted. So, but yeah, the ending, the very end, Prime looks at Dylan and goes, "Hey, Dylan, I just want to say this." He breathes in, and I can tell there was two different paths he wanted to take. You can always tell when people have two paths in their mind that they want to go. And he went the gentle route, like, "Hey, man, just don't talk about me anymore. Just leave me alone. Just don't anymore, okay?" And that was the gentle one, but you could tell there was a second one he wanted to. He wanted to just tell him the fuck off, like, "You motherfucker, fuck you, you piece of shit. You fucking get on this bullshit with no fucking actual evidence and try to ruin my fucking life, motherfucker." Like, you could tell he wanted to do the phlegm flying anger, and like everybody was watching, waiting for that. Is he gonna go the fuck off? Is he actually gonna fucking just? And he didn't. Prime kept his cool. He kept his composure, and I will give that to his credit. He was not shaken. And now it's really unfortunate because this is a modern day Othello. It is a tragedy no matter how you want to look at it. Oh, hang on one second. Oh, it's spelling it wrong. Oh Lord, but yeah, so it was a very unfortunate telling. I actually did reach out to Prime briefly over the weekend. Without getting into it, my life's been a bit hectic lately. But yeah, I reached out to him over the weekend and said, "Hey, Prime, I hear you're going through some trials and tribulations. I'm praying for you. Godspeed, sir. And he came back and said, hey, thanks, buddy. I appreciate the support. And, just very basic. And I left him to it because, again, like, it's kind of fucked up that I'm a farmer in fucking Nebraska. And I know about Prime's trials and tribulations. That's a little public, don't you think? Like, and so there's, even if you think Prime is absolutely in the wrong and you think Katarana is 100% in the right, we all have to sympathize with how public this is. Now, to me, what I kind of boil it down to is two socially awkward people, and it didn't work out. We all like to think it's going to work out, like that show Big Bang Theory. We think, oh, it's going to be so great. The nerds are going to get together and all is going to be well, until it's not. And that's something we all got to realize. I mean, people are complicated. And now I've been on panels with Katarana and Prime, both at the same time. And it took me all of 10 seconds to figure out that Prime was attracted to Katarana. Like, it's one of those things I often say with people when it comes to like attraction. When I like walk into a room and meet someone for the first time, I can tell within 3 seconds if I'm sexually attracted to somebody and they are sexually attracted to me or not. Within 3 seconds, And so it's just one of those, if that spark ain't there initially, just move on. And so once you figure that out, you get rejected a lot less because life just moves a lot easier that way. But I could tell within about 10 seconds that Prime had some real attraction there. Like the freak, tragic, yeah. These, quote, strong women are afraid to say no all of a sudden, plus young men aren't able to catch the, quote, clues. Girls hint them Prime needs to grow because he didn't understand authority. There's a lot, like, even just going over some of the stuff, I could just tell, like, oh, man, we need to work on your game. The freak, wow, wish I had that. You must be young. You're younger than you think you are. Trust me, kid. I'm not being mean about that, but it's just like maybe you're young at heart. But it's one of those. You catch it. You catch it. But yeah, the opposite sex. It's oh god. Do you even want to get into one of those discussions? Because I'll never forget. Benjamin Franklin had a great quote, and he said, diplomacy is simply seduction under another guise. So it is. I'm 47. I just don't sell. Hey man, no, you're young at heart. Don't ever sell yourself short. But that's pretty funny. But no, it's just one of those things. You'll know when the spark is there, and so it makes life a lot easier to navigate because, you'll see like, wow, what a beautiful woman. Oh, that spark wasn't there. All right, move on. It makes life a lot more efficient, but also, I won't get into it, but yeah, no more personal escapades. Nice try. But, it's like I was on a Prime panel one time and they were all giving me a hard time because I was talking about, well, this behavior is a sin, that behavior is a sin. Things aren't real, you should try to not do that. And they're like, oh, how could you say that? Like, well, I'm a sinner too. That's why I ain't casting stones. Sex outside of marriage is a sin. I do that shit all the time. So what do you want from me? I understand a lot more now. It just took longer than you, says Duff Freak. Oh, well, hey, just think of all the stuff you knew then versus what you knew now. It's like, God, I can't eat. It's like the song where corn don't grow. I wish I'd known at least a small bit then that I know now. Which, yeah, if you've never heard the song where corn don't grow, that song is basically like a conversation my father and I had when I was 16. And yeah, just the Daddy, there's a lot that I don't know, but do you ever stop and think about a life where corn don't grow? And then the dad comes back with a good, hard times are real. There's dusty fields wherever you may go. You may change your mind, but the weeds are high where corn don't grow. Yes, marvelous. And yeah, that's one of those songs that whenever I hear it, Oh God, I've already said it publicly before, so it's not really a big deal. But I was for 5 years. I'm divorced now, and so I'm just kind of Don Juan in the single world. What can I say? And so yeah, like I've often joked that getting married is very important to your success on the dating scene. It shows women that somebody was at least willing to put up with you for a short amount of time. These are all jokes, people. These are jokes. So yeah, that's my background. So I have been in the past. So like I often joke if I were to write like some kind of relationship book, it's like I can get you on the front end. I can help you get that, find Miss Right or Mr. Right. I can help you that, but that happily ever after shit, that's all on you. Okay. I'm not the happily ever after expert. I'm afraid you're gonna have to go to a different department for that one. Good luck, kids. Oh yeah. Hey, here's the thing to keep in mind. We've had presidents that have been divorced. Jeffrey Bezos, Bill Gates, they had all the money in the world. Still couldn't figure it out. So that's apparently not it. And also the one that I keep in mind is Albert Einstein also got a divorce. So, if he couldn't figure it out, don't feel too bad about it. That's what I always say. Like, give yourself a little pat on the back. Like, hey, you're in good company. So it is what it is. But DeFreak, going back to that rebroadcast, you guys were drinking very well. I loved it. Oh yeah, like it's just makes it more fun when you have like a drinking word and we all just kind of have fun. We loosen up a little bit. Like right here in the mill this evening, I'm drinking Old Forester 1910 Old Fine Whiskey, Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. This is my stash in the mill bottle. Shh, don't tell nobody. But yeah, I keep one bottle stashed here at the mill, and then if you've seen K.O.E Nation on YouTube, I keep a bottle or two at the house. That's usually pretty good. And so yeah, that's just a little backstory into me. And also, I'm sorry, I gotta share this joke, but I've been on several Twitch panels where they talk about like rearing children and raising children and stuff. And one time I just had to go, okay, there's the host, 7 other people, and me. Has anybody here ever raised a child? Anybody? Anyone? Anybody? I'm just kidding. Oh, me! What do you know? Oh, so I guess y'all just better shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, it was. I had been holstering that joke for way too long, and I finally had a chance to pull it out. So I was like, oh yeah, this is happening. Well, thank you. I'm glad to help. That's always real, and the best way to help those kinds of things is just to come together with people. Like in whatever way you do it, whether it be digitally like this or with just the people you care about. And that's why I always say, like at the end of all of my podcasts, I mean, my podcast isn't over yet. We still got one more thing we need to touch on definitely before, but I want everybody to come back happy, healthy, much the wiser, because that's the one thing that makes Phil K.O.E different, the K.O.E Nation different from everyone else is I'm not serious all the time, but I am sincere. I do care about the people that I run into, which is like, because I get the feeling like on some of these panels, some of these folks would break their finger hitting the button that would eliminate everybody in the world that would stand in the way of their political ideal, whatever the hell it might be, being enacted. While me, on the other hand, like I would rather everybody on every panel I've been on, I would rather their personal lives work out than some grander political fucking ideal work out. So, because it's grander narratives and absolute ideals have always led to the worst of humanity, just every time. So if you deal with absolutes and you deal with unshakable ideals, you're eventually going to lose. If you deal with people and their lives and their hopes, their loves and their motivations, you win every time. So that's how I've always looked at it. But you know what? The freak, I'm going to do something else that's going to cheer you up. I'm going to put up there. The freak, I am pulling out my pocket knife for a reason. I am going to knight you, good sir. good sir, I'm knighting you an official Thane and Knight of the K.O.E Nation for 1 full week. You are now officially here, and you are my Thane for 1 full week. Here are the keys. Bring it back with a full tank of gas when you are fully done with it. You are the super fan of the evening, the freak, and you have now been knighted for a full week. And I'm sure whenever you go, it's going to basically work like the key to the city. When you tell people, like, I was knighted by Phil K.O.E, like, oh, I'm sorry, sir. Right this way, sir. And so, yes, thank you, you beautiful, beautiful person, you. Hey, I love it. Like I said, sincere, but not necessarily serious. What I've noticed on Twitch especially is an opposite. They're serious, but they're not sincere, if that makes sense at all. It's like, yes, you are now bestowed with this honor. And people ask, why do you do it for a week? So that I can have the fun of doing it again and again and again. Like, it's that's way more fun. Are you kidding me? Yeah, like my super fans can just get knighted, and then I'm just gonna make up more ranks. Like that's the fun part. Like like once I've used, like, all right, I've used all the Boy Scout ranks, I've used all the Royal ranks, used all the military ranks. I'm gonna have to like start getting into like Star Wars ranks or something. Like I don't know. We'll get back to that. But now I'm gonna get into something that we were touching on at earlier at K.O.E Nation. We were talking about, or on Big Buck and Empire rather. We were let's see. Before I get into that, agreed, dude. I got banned because some moderator went to my Twitter page and saw something and oh boy. Yeah, like I always find that weird when there's these purity tests, because here's the thing. Poo body's perfect. Nope. Yeah. Like that's always dumb. Like people are like being held accountable, like you liked that or you retweeted. Like, you know, there's time like there was a form one time that I used to post on, and you could just scroll through it, and the like button was kind of in the middle of the page, and you could accidentally like something you didn't even get. Like, motherfucker, what if you pocket liked that? Like you don't even know. Like, chill out. Like, but yeah, and so what if you liked something? Like, they're like in my Facebook side chat with Tony and Chicken and a couple other folks, we share the saucier memes that I sometimes just think, nah, better not share this one on just like Facebook or Discord or something. I'm gonna have to keep this one a little just to my special friends. We've all got that little group, or just like, oh, these are the spicy, saucy memes. I love it. Fucking tell me about it. The Freak says Twitch is very thin skin. It's like, oh yeah, these Twitch streamers, they got the best sense of humor. They just let it all roll off their back. Oh, fuck no. Like, Twitch streamers are like the soccer players of political discourse. If you've ever seen like folks playing soccer, and like this thing always kind of makes me chuckle. It's like they get like one little bump and they're like, oh God, all is lost. The end is nigh. Oh God, I might have died. And then you're like, the ref turns away and you see like yeah, like I've noticed Twitch is a little like that. A lot of fake injury. The Freak almost surprised Prime isn't canceled. Prime said today that if it wasn't for Destiny, he probably would be. Yeah, the dives. But yeah, that's now my brother was watching this and he was texting me throughout the show. I was like, wow. So Phil, you've been involved in your first, like you made your commentary on your first Twitch sex scandal, because I know everybody involved. I've been on Dylan's show. I've been on Prime show. I've been on panels with Katarana. Katarana would actually private message me to come on to panels. And so it's like, oh, and I've talked with Samantha Banana before, and I'm like, oh my fucking God. Like, how the fuck is Twitch this small of a world? Like, there's no way. And then like Destiny, I've talked to him, really nice guy. very nice guy. Now, I was just there in the middle of a Destiny Vosh debate. Like, Vosh came onto this panel. We were going back and forth, and I just asked Vosh one question that he answered really bad, and then Destiny shows up, and then I'm like, huh. I'm gonna like, this is very rare that I do, but I kind of laid out a little bit, and I let those two have fun. Do they call you dad? You know, I am older than most folks on these panels, which is kind of funny. I've noticed that, like, Twitch is a very young platform, like, which is refreshing to me, because in farming, all I hear about is how young I am, because I'm 35 and most farmers are like 65 to 72. Oh, what am I talking about? Little Fettuccine 69, the OG of Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. God, like the original super fan of Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. How we doing there, Little Fettuccine? We were talking about a couple of things. We're talking about the Prime panel and the Prime debacle. Then we got into Afghanistan, and yeah, it's just been an interesting evening. And Little Fettuccine, you're gonna like this. I was going to do a deep dive omnibus into SummerSlam weekend here very shortly, because we went down to the chicken coop in Iowa. We had a great time, and I've actually got some more rye whiskey reviews, and these were all Iowa ryes reviewed in Iowa. So I think that was actually pretty fun. Those are coming up very soon at K.O.E Nation, but God bless Little Fettuccine. Twitch and Prime stuff. No, they don't call me dad on the Twitch panel, but they all thought I was a lot older than I am, because I talk about just like my mom and dad, when I was a little kid, they dropped me off at grandma and grandpa's quite a bit for a lot of weekends, like almost every weekend from the time I was like, I want to say like 6 till about 13. Like, I would say like 80% of my weekends was spent at grandma and grandpa's. And so I have that very like old school mentality on some things. And it's weird to watch them clash, because like, you know, I'm a gentleman and I act like I've seen a lady before. And it's like, and I'm not like angry at everybody all the time, and they don't know how to handle that. A little summer was trashed. I'm sorry to hear that, Little Fettuccine 69. You know, I could complain about things, but nah, it's Big E should have cashed in. Becky is overrated to me also. You know, that was not great. I was not a fan of it. But, you know, since you bring that up, you have given me the perfect reason to segue into another video here, folks. Oh, no, you don't. Not yet. SummerSlam. I'm going to share with my vast K.O.E Nation YouTube and Twitch audience something that they haven't seen before. Something that I did over the weekend, and I had a fucking blast. Now, this was the lead up. This was the road to SummerSlam. This was me, Tony, and Chicken getting ready to talk some shite to each other. This is definitely a fun weekend, folks. And bring me more questions, whatever, in the comments. I'll get right to them. Don't worry about it, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for our roundtable discussion review of SummerSlam. The party of the summer is here, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Joined by my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only,
the Tony G. Like, share, subscribe, and it's about fucking time I got that title back, folks. It's been a long 2021. I think SummerSlam is the perfect place to do it, don't you all? Come on.
Well, you see, Tony, the problem is I will be taking my second reign as champion this year at SummerSlam. So I know you're gonna be very disappointed, but don't worry. All of my fans from across this pond in UK, it's coming home. It's coming home. RWP titles coming home.
I just checked the card layout, Phil. That's No, that's not.
Ah,
no.
Oh, and also we are joined by that
By the head of the table himself.
Ne'er-do-well. No good, low down, sniveling sack of snake feces, colluder in chief himself, the no good, low down, scum beneath my toe, head of the scummy table, head of the collusion table, head of the no good rapscallion table himself. Chicken. I don't like have my own server.
Your
contact other people there.
COVID champion, your WrestleMania champion, 2 years running. I
No,
am
but
the
it's
greatest
on the
there
docket.
is, the greatest there was, the greatest there will ever be. No, folks, this SummerSlam, I am super excited. These guys have never given me any credit. No credit at all. They say I'm a paper champ. They say I'm a fake champ. They say all these terrible things, which just builds to my credibility, makes me feel so much better. Perfect matches called twice this year. Damn near every match or every pay-per-view's been damn near perfect, with the exception of Phil. Phil, I'll give Phil the credit where credit's due on an AEW card that honestly I'm not well studied up on AEW, so I'm not surprised that that's the only way you can take. The only way you can take a belt from me is to like find my weaknesses. So I'll give credit where credit's due. You found it, and there's plenty. Well, Tony, you keep saying there's plenty of weaknesses, and yet you have yet to break through and defeat me.
It's been a long year. Yes, 2021 has not been my year, but
even 2020 wasn't good for you, sir. Like,
oh, fine. I was champ multiple times in 2020, even though it was not the best year. But let's face it, the world fell apart, and that's when you rose from
I'm
the
here to
ashes.
pick up the pieces, folks.
Like, that's the thing, Chicken. What worries me is your powers seem to grow the smaller the crowds are, or the more that COVID is fucking with the show. That's like, it's almost like a Samson thing going on here.
Yeah.
And we do have the
I don't
Delta
see
variant.
those being related.
Well, we've got the Delta variant starting to ramp up. Well, your record from show to show, at least, bears that out. So he's like,
I don't know
what
what
you
you're
call
talking about.
yourself the COVID champ. And so the
Even in
power
the
of
title.
COVID seems to, so
Because I'm here to uplift everybody who's had such a horrible last 18 months. I'm here to make you all feel better
Because
about
power
living
gets
through COVID
bigger
and these
with
tough
the size
times.
of the crowd getting
I
smaller,
can
then
carry
he's
you.
fucked on Saturday.
I can
because
carry
this
you
is
all
in
through
Vegas,
this.
folks.
I can carry you all through this. COVID is not over yet. I'll continue to carry you all through this.
You know what? You can put me down. I'm starting to get a leg cramp. Here's the thing, folks. On Saturday, I take the title back. I become a 2 double-digit champion. I get my 10th title reign. And here's the fact of the matter. Because once I become a 10-time champion, Chicken takes his rightful place back at the back of the line.
that's made right
He
here in the
becomes
US of
triple
A.
place Chicken once again. And the scary part is, once that happens, that just means that there's a smaller piece of stale cake left for him, and he just doesn't want to settle for crumbs anymore. But him and Phil can argue over third place and debate over tiebreaker points after the fact, because they just love to squabble amongst each other, and that's fine. You guys go back to fighting amongst each other. I'll put the strap back where it belongs, right on this broad shoulder right here, folks, and I will once again be 2-belt Tony fucking G. You know it's going to happen.
You see, the problem with that, Tony G, is that your
It can't come
greatest
soon enough.
champion, Phil K.O.E, is going to be the one holding his hand up high. I'm going to be the one that's going to help turn this all around, folks, because we remember the last time that I held the championship in 2020, it was all uphill from there. It was all sunny days from then on. So we are going But no, folks, this SummerSlam, I played too nice with you guys. I've been too nice to you. I've been taking it easy. Well, easy street ain't the way it is no more. Phil K.O.E is going to be coming in, and he's going to get the 1, 2, 3 on both of you and raise the title proverbially at SummerSlam on Saturday. God damn it, I'm good. So, folks, you better be there this Saturday to watch Phil K.O.E. take the championship from that rapscallion ne'er-do-well, that no-good colluder, Chicken, and also defeat Tony, robbing him of his 10th reign yet again. Yet again, folks. And for about an hour, the last time we had a pay-per-view, it looked like for a while, Tony and I were going to tie and beat Chicken. And at that point, I said, well, Tony, I guess we're tag team champions, and this is just a 0.5 reign. Ha-ha! I still denied you your 10th reign. And so we will see what happens, folks. Tony, that rapscallion ne'er-do-well that he is, that no-good lowdown, he's going to try to change the rules in his favor. They're all going to try and rebook the rules and change them after the fact to try and make it harder for your King of Extreme to win because, folks, they already know I'm the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, the Prince and Potentate of the political parlance, the conqueror of the ethereal, the best goddamn Twitch streamer on God's green earth, bar none. And they know the RWP championship being firmly around this waist is like the last Infinity Stone going onto the Infinity Gauntlet of Thanos. And that much power, they have to do all they can to prevent it because then they don't want the King of Extreme snapping his fingers and bringing a better tomorrow for the world. So, folks, be sure to tune in SummerSlam where I take out these two and I take the belt for myself. No more Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mr. Clean.
True.
It's sick. It's obscene. Folks, this Saturday, SummerSlam Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Like, share, subscribe so you can see the King of Extreme reign supreme.
So, folks, that's all well and good. All right,
That's
bravo. Thank you so much, Phil. You know, the propagandist, the conspiracy theorist, the fake news generating, the partner. But
enough about Chicken.
The collusion specialist himself, Phil K.O.E. Good luck to you, sir. I'll be rooting for you to take that silver. Because. Oh, let's be real. If you ain't first, you're last there, Ricky Bobby. But
you don't want me to be anywhere close to second place because that just
no, Tony. I'm not done yet. I am not done yet.
Oh, you're done
you
Saturday.
pay-per-view losing Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast washout. No good rule changing prediction putts. You don't stand a chance. I am your champ. And through the toughest times of this decade, I've led you out of the darkest moments. We're going to see some of the greatest wrestling this weekend. And if we don't see WWE become great again, it will be only the fault of yours up on the top left of the screen, who's done nothing but make the product worse. Projection.
The world around us couldn't be darker right now, and you're telling me it's my fault.
That's a pretty good
One's
gimmick
supposed
name,
to
I
be
gotta
you
say.
right now. How is this not?
I am leading you all out of this terrible, terrible time. I've held on to this through thick and thin. I've won and won. All I know is winning. All I know is winning.
Tony, he's saying that you're the old grizzled veteran. You're yesterday. You're old news.
You're old news.
And Chicken is the current.
I am the inevitable.
Current. Well, here's the problem is Phil K.O.E. is the soon to come. I am the spoiler alert. I am your destiny, RWP. I am going to be the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man too sweet to be sour while making the other podcast cower and holding that champagne at the hour. Fucking A right,
you can say that all you want, but here's the thing. I've been the only one who's
is this where you announce rule changes?
Oh,
Well, since you're the
is
one
this where you have to
clamoring
change
for-
rules?
Since you're the one clamoring,
I'm
for
not
them, I think it
clamoring
is-
for them. You
it
feel
is
that there's a
definitely
tie.
time.
You feel
Well, here's
there's
the
actually
thing.
a
I'm the only
tie
one
on
with a
every.
set of
Hold on.
clackers on
You
this
think
fucking show?
you
so
think there's a
obviously
tie
my
every
predictions
pay-per-view?
have only
We have
been
yet
the
to
ones
tie.
that have any bit of semblance of actual integrity, because I'm not just going with the odds-on favorite off whatever podcast you're copying. It used to be this one until you decided to invade and rob us of free and clear consciousness. But here's the thing: I'm like Thanos up in this bitch. I'm inevitable, and on Saturday I'm taking the title. And come
He
hell or
just
high
stole
water, no
from
matter
both
the
of us.
Damn
Phil.
rules. I'm gonna.
That was.
He
That was
stole
nuts.
Thanos and he stole my inevitable.
Yep.
Oh,
Now it
damn.
rolls. And on Saturday, I'm
Folks,
gonna steal the
you know
belt
what?
back.
One last Thanos deal, doesn't matter. Tony G, chicken, dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same, and now it is here.
Wait,
Or should I
watch
say,
this.
I am
Watch this.
here.
On Saturday, this is what's going to happen, folks. Oh, what was that? Oh.
Here's what's going to happen.
I'll bring you back.
I'm
I'll bring
going to
you back.
expose Tony G for the rule changing prediction putz that he is. We endure way too many tie breaking situations. Doesn't happen, folks. And every time a tiebreaker stipulation is introduced, you two squabble like me and Phil are breaking rules here to the usage of it, because you're both, and then you call us both the C word. Seriously thinking about trying confidence picks? You want to change the rules because you cannot beat myself or the King of Extreme.
Now, all right.
Chicken,
all right.
as somebody,
Tony,
I would
first of
assume
all,
that you'd be able to
Tony
appreciate
called us
it.
both cunts in this particular PM, but chicken for showing PMs on the stream, that's a little cunty behavior, chicken.
Exactly.
Well, after what he just said.
So, folks, it is escalating here. Now we're getting into PMs. It's starting to get a little prickly. So, chicken, he's clearly getting a little worried. He's getting a little worried that the belt's coming back to Nebraska.
As he should be.
Oh, and it is. It is. Oh, chicken. Chicken. All right. I want you to take that belt. I want you to hold it real close. I want you to give it a good shine. I want you to know what it feels like. And I want you to build that memory in your mind. I want you to know the smell, the feel, the warmth of the leather, the coolness of the metal, because you're never gonna feel it again after Saturday when the belt comes back home to Nebraska. So build those memories deep. Make it core memories like that movie Inside Out. Make every one of them a core memory, because that'll be all you have of the RWP Championship come Sunday morning.
I simply suggested these obvious and clear-cut rule addendums because I figured a champ with such integrity, such as yourself, would appreciate not wanting to be a co-champion with the likes of Phil K.O.E.
You talk
But
about
if that's
integrity.
what you want,
Okay.
I'm just saying, you'd think that you would appreciate being a true champion.
How
not having
dare
to share
you?
the title
How dare
with
you
somebody
call
like
near
Phil
perfect
K.O.E.
pay-per-views all year long? The integrity of your championship is at risk. Or I need to change the rules. That's what you've done all year
I
long.
just want to protect the integrity of a belt that you've been tarnishing for over a year now.
I have been protecting this. I've been protecting this from the likes of you.
You've been keeping it warm for me, chicken. That's very nice of you. But this Saturday, I will relieve you of the need of being my belt warmer. So don't worry about it.
Don't worry, I'm not quite tired of it yet. In due time, Phil. In due time.
It doesn't suit you. It doesn't match your fashion. It just doesn't. Like it needs. It really needs to be here in front of this, and yeah,
I do like the American flag. I promise, folks, if I retain at SummerSlam, I will make sure this is sitting in front of the proper American flag at all times and presented at its highest glory and honor as it should be, and not with a bunch of fake belts like Tony has in his cabinet behind him.
Oh well,
he actually still legitimate titles.
He actually won.
But you've never defended. You've never
won one of them though. So.
Didn't defend it.
I won both of those.
We both killed
Didn't
chicken.
defend
You
it.
and I have both killed 0 squirrels for the sake of championship glory. So
That is true.
Tony's at least, yeah, like he's at least. And also, yes, the RXW championship, which will eventually be defended against yours truly, Phil K.O.E. Whenever Tony, gets up the gumption and he actually gets permission to actually defend it. We'll see if Tony can be given a hall pass and be allowed to come out. And,
Tony's got to put these jackets of fake belts on to make himself feel better. That he knows he will never feel this again.
Tony, triple belt Tony. God, that just rolls off the tongue. So
no,
nicely.
it doesn't.
And it's not like me in the RXW title had to do the same thing as Phil did with the WCC title, create it and never defend it, and then still lost.
Kind of like your SMG.
And then had to make the KOE title
SMC.
on top of it, and then literally never defended that. But I mean, I'm the one with the fake belts, not Mr. Phil KOE.
Your Squirrel Master Classic doesn't have any
Phil
of those descriptions.
KOE is a reigning, defending WCC champion, 20-some years running.
About anything.
We don't have squirrels in Iowa.
Well, obviously not ones that you compete over.
Oh wow, wow!
You
bitch.
You know what, Tony? You chase them squirrels. You do a really good job with that, and you earned that belt. You earned that belt chasing them squirrels. Let Phil and I just handle this guy.
I can't.
Phil and I can compete over this.
I can't let you tarnish it anymore.
Don't worry, Tony. It's coming back to Nebraska.
Don't worry.
Phil
On Saturday,
KOE's
you guys can both squabble over bronze again. Everything will be right with the world, and I'll be triple belt Tony.
Well, folks, you're going to have to tune in Saturday at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast to see what's going to go down. Who will reign supreme? Will Chicken retain his title? Will Tony become the 10-time RWP champion? Or
does anybody actually ever want to hear that ever again?
Oh, well,
let us know in the comments.
If Tony wins on Saturday, we better get used to hearing it a lot. And then you will see your King of Extreme ascend to championship glory once again this Saturday when I hold the belt up high. And RWP is led the way it should be. But folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us, as I'm known to say around here. All that being said, be sure to check us out this Saturday, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Also, be sure to check out Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. But folks, the belt's coming home right here to Castle KOE. I don't even need to hear any argument to the otherwise. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yeah, good luck, gentlemen, especially Phil. Tony, yeah.
I don't need it. Thanks, though.
You can just stay home. Like, you ain't got a shot.
We've seen what it's done for the world around us.
Go chase some squirrels, Tony. Good luck. Thanks, folks, for tuning in. Thanks, folks, for tuning in and supporting your greatest, longest, soon to be longest, defending, reigning, undefended.
Almost a year.
Almost, but he didn't.
I have the longest reign, the shortest reign, and the most reigns. You'll never be the GOAT.
So you lost it more than anybody. Yeah, we've already been through this. I don't need to rehash these old arguments.
Like Ric Flair's not the GOAT, you can, but obviously the parallels are quite similar. So it's falling on deaf ears.
Where's he at today?
AEW.
You mean killing it at everything?
Actually, AAA.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's AAA.
He's literally killing it at everything he does.
I was about to say, if you can compare any element of your life to the Rolex wearing, styling, profiling, alligator booted, limousine riding, absolutely no commercial flying, kiss stealing, wheeling, dealing, son of a gun. Woo! You're doing something right in this life.
I need a
Yeah,
Folks.
Tony will never be Ric Flair.
On my
Folks,
16th title reign, I will have a robe. I promise
folks,
you that.
you know who's going to win on this one? You. Tune in. Let's check out
That's me.
SummerSlam this weekend. You, the viewers, will win over this whole thing. And then I'll take home the belt and we'll all be happy and healthy and move forward from there. Appreciate y'all. Love you.
Yes, so there that was, folks. That was the road to SummerSlam, and that was a fun part. That was really fun. And then we got to the chicken coop, and I'll get to that here shortly. But hang on one second. Bam. Hi, Henry. And yes, I am a huge fan of Ric Flair. He was actually the first match I ever saw when I was about 5 years old. There's two things that made me a huge fan of pro wrestling. I have never been able to find the second one anymore, but just in small clips. But the first thing was a match of Ric Flair. I have no idea who he was wrestling. I want to say Randy Savage, but it was just some guy with long black hair that was kind of in the same figure of Randy Savage, I'm assuming. And when Ric Flair got on his knees and went, no, I was like, what is happening here? And then the second one was the I'm From Hollywood documentary about Andy Kaufman and his feud with Jerry Lawler and how Andy Kaufman took it way too far. It was almost pathological. Like Robin Williams one time said, when I knew it was really far gone was when I went to say goodbye to Andy and he put me in a headlock. And I could tell he was wearing his wrestling tights underneath his regular day clothes. And I was like, wow, that's next level obsession. And I'll be honest, if you do watch the angle when Lawler finally gets his hands on Andy and he picks him up and he gives him not one pile driver, but two, and he lays there and has to be taken to the hospital. Andy's laying there in the neck brace going, I just always thought it was fake. Oh, I was hooked. And so, yeah, those are the two things that kind of made me a lifelong wrestling fan was Andy Kaufman, Jerry Lawler, and also Ric Flair. And so whenever I talk about the Rolex wearing, styling, profiling, alligator booted limousine riding, absolutely no commercial flying, kiss stealing, wheeling, dealing, son of a gun. Woo! Ric Flair, 16 time. Ladies, none of you can be first, but one of you can be next. Yeah, it's always Rick. K.O.E Nation, did you see Biden's updates? No, I have not. I'll have to check it out. I'm gonna be Henry watching Twitch says, I'm a be real. I haven't watched WWE. Should I watch for a certain point or just watch new stuff? Trying to think on that one because the new stuff is okay. I was gonna say if you wanted to see the best wrestling match that you could see that's going to be easy to find, I would say look up Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle's Iron Man match. It was an hour-long match where whoever could score the most pinfalls or submissions by the end of this hour won. So it was a grueling pace. Kurt Angle, former Olympic champion, Brock Lesnar, former NCAA finalist and then champion. So it was pretty much the best representation of pageantry and what professional wrestling is. Let's see. Loved it as a kid. Found out it was fake. Then friend got me back into it and loved Michaels, Scott Hall, and Nash. Yeah. It was quite a time. And so I really enjoy it. And it's something I continued to watch no matter what. And Henry, if you're wanting a modern match that's good, you want to go to AEW. It's the new promotion that sparked up. And the best match I've seen in 15 years is Cody Rhodes versus Dustin Rhodes. It's a brother versus brother match. And yeah, so RHODS, Rhodes. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say, oh yeah, Two Sweets. Oh, the NWO. Me and my buddies, me and one friend in high school, we would go to school in NWO shirts, and Tony and his buddies would come to school in DX shirts. And so, yeah, it was kind of funny. Me and Tony didn't used to get along all that much in grade school, but now we do. But yes, this is us invading the chicken coop. I had a tremendous time going to Chicken's house this last weekend. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. How are we doing this evening? And this is our previews and predictions for SummerSlam. How are we doing there, folks?
What the hell, man?
I don't think my mic's working, but I'm just going to yell into your two mics.
Even if it weren't, everybody can still hear
Yes,
you.
so folks, I am here with all of you beautiful people. And yes,
we can hear you.
It's working just fine.
I hope you beautiful people at home can hear your King of Extreme for this SummerSlam preview, folks. You can find all of us right here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And hey, how we doing? How we doing? So, folks, we've got a big card here, SummerSlam 2021. We've got the big main event, but there's a lot more than that. But I am your King of Extreme, joined by my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, folks. Hit that bell. You want to be here for this, but most importantly, you got to get back here after the show to see the results,
that's Tony.
The review.
Yeah, he does look
and
different from
probably
Side
me
Pro
with this belt on my shoulders.
And we are also joined by the one, the only,
your champ, your COVID champ, your WrestleMania champ. The people's champ, the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. Good luck, fellas, tonight. All due respect to you, Phil, in your attempt to take my belt.
Thank you, sir.
Tony might as well just pack up and go
At
home.
least my catchphrases are original, though. So,
yeah, sure they are.
I'll give you that. I mean, it's not just direct plagiarism. He at least tweaks it.
I was about to say. I mean, if you steal from one person, that's plagiarism. If you steal from a lot, that's research.
Oh, that's fantastic.
But so, guys,
Ooh,
first, before we get into it, what are you drinking?
Chicken has handed me a nice bottle of Russell's Reserve, and this is fantastic. Fantastic bourbon.
I'm having
Single
this Woodford right here in the middle here. This Woodford Master Distillers collection. Excellent stuff. Very grain forward, and I'm enjoying. And chicken.
I got the Elijah Craig toasted barrel. It's similar to the Woodford Double Oak with a higher proof. Gives you a little bit more.
Yeah,
of a burn
Tony
on the
works
way
out.
down.
You just don't really flaunt it.
It's good stuff.
So, let's get
Chicken
right into
says
it.
he's
the champ that's
we
led
have
us
got
through these
10
evil
matches,
times
folks,
of COVID.
And we're going to do things a little bit differently because we always have this fear of there being a tie.
No, this is just us talking shite before SummerSlam. Like,
That's fine.
SummerSlam starts in 20 minutes, and we're
I don't care.
filming.
So we're going to do things a little bit differently, but
afterwards,
mostly it's the same.
After SummerSlam, and we know who won.
Changing
all
the rules.
Shite talking.
I'm sorry you're afraid,
just
champ.
good times.
Nope, it's the only way to win.
We're also going to pick the opening match, not the pre-show.
We did review whiskeys that weekend. Changing the rules after the fact. That's how your King of Extreme was actually robbed last time. I actually chose the proper opening match.
I thought you wanted to get right into it.
What's that?
Anyway, you pick the match, you get a point.
I
You
accept
pick
your
the opening
concession.
match, you pick the main event, what you think are going to be both of those. We're also going to predict whether or not we think Big E cashes in. We're going to predict if we think Becky Lynch is going to show up. And one slight addendum, we're going to have just a slight confidence pick. The two matches that you think are the biggest locks in your pick. One's going to be worth 2 points. One's also going to be worth 3 points. So
I was about to say, let's just stop here because I'm a man of many shows. I'm too big for just one show. Right here is the K.O.E Nation. What this is my time over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube. That's Tony's brainchild, and I come and lend my expertise in wrestling whenever I can. Chicken's been doing pretty well lately. He's been on a winning streak. But yeah, this is just three friends getting together to have a great time. But this is on Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, but also K.O.E Nation for this evening.
So there's going to be a lot of matches that we can expect who the winner is going to be. Some of these are going to be surprises. Some of these are going to be standard run-of-the-mill stuff. But this top to bottom is a very interesting cards, and there's a couple of matches here I'm really, really looking forward to. So without further ado, we're going to pick our opening match. For me, we've got 10 here. I'm predicting the opening match is going to be probably Sheamus and Damian Priest for the United States title. That's what I'm going with on the opener.
I actually...
You want to share that with Chicken?
I was going to go with Bianca, and I don't even know if that match is going to happen now.
There's still a little bit of question on that.
Yeah, so
I mean, we'll predict the match just in case. But
Yeah, I was leaning towards the Damian Priest, but then I kind of wonder, like, do you open with tag and just get that out of the way, the Mysterios and the Usos? Because like, if there is a split up that we're predicting, like it'll run through the whole show possibly.
They're who opened it last time.
So in the spirit of just being different from Tony, I'll do tag team Mysterios Usos.
Also a good choice.
It's pretty much you two guys' picks were the two. Like, it's gonna be one of those fucking
You would
two.
think.
So because the fucking Mysterios let me down so bad last time. Well, actually they didn't. They were right on point, but then it was, collusion here. So like I'm gonna go with Tony's pick of Sheamus and Damian Priest because I think that's probably how you open the show at SummerSlam.
That's
you
fair.
usually, I've noticed, like, whether it's WrestleMania, SummerSlam, the U.S. title is usually the opener.
Yep.
Yeah. If not, then SmackDown tag titles usually do. Yeah.
Yikes. Watch it be Alexa versus Eva Marie.
Oh, God.
I don't think they'll open the match. I don't think you can do that. So,
sure they can.
What do we think?
Sure they can.
What do we think the main event's going to be? I think this is probably going to be a pretty universal pick.
Yeah, it's
Roman
Cena.
Yeah, Roman Reigns.
Well, you don't think it's going to be Goldberg versus Lashley?
I don't think that you can possibly do that. No, I don't. That's going to send everybody home in a bad mood.
I mean,
with
you
a bad taste in their mouth.
can do it. It's just not as many people are going to stick around to watch it.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, that's how main events work, folks.
No.
So, alrighty.
So, since we are picking our opener, let's start off with the top two up at the top here. Let's start out with it. Damian Priest, Sheamus, United States title. Now, this could go either way, really. If it is the opening match, they could just...
Now, hang on. I know. Let's let the last ever RXW All-American champion be the first to give his prediction for the United States title.
So this one's really weird. It's like, are we still going to have this weird little feud that Damian Priest has had going on, or in which Sheamus actually done? Has he actually defended like once?
I can't even remember. Obviously, it's been a memorable reign.
So, like, but they did have one on contendership match on Raw, I think, a while back, is like the only matchup we've seen between these two. Will Sheamus be the one to put Damian Priest over? I think Priest would make a great U.S. champ. I think it'd be fun to see him break away from the stupid tag team feud that he's been stuck in forever.
Yeah.
And let him see what he can do with some other talent out there. I want Damian Priest to win, and Damian Priest will win, and you will have a new U.S. champ today.
Well, folks, I think this one's going to be pretty down the line because honestly, this is Damian Priest's time. He needs this win to be able to be the next level dance partner that he could very well do. He's got the size, he's got the look, he's got the ability. I think this is the time you pull the trigger on him. If not now, win.
Didn't he pin Miz this last week too? To where like, so he's going in with momentum, and with Sheamus is just kind of.
I think it comes down to what I said before. Sheamus has had a very obviously memorable reign as U.S. champion.
That's what everybody keeps saying, but I'm like,
so memorable that you don't remember
memories.
So I don't think that this is even remotely close to being Sheamus's night. This is Damian Priest. He's going to walk out the champ, and I think this does a lot towards pushing him in the right direction after having the stank of the WrestleMania. Hey, we had to bring in a celebrity just to get you over, which they didn't need to do because the guy's a future superstar if you book him right, but they've handcuffed him left and right since they brought him up to the main roster. This is probably the best thing to do at this point. You make him the IC or the U.S. champion. You let him do his thing. You let him establish himself. He walks out the champ tonight. So,
all right.
We are unanimous. All right, let's move on to what could also be the opener, we assume. Chicken's opening pick. The Usos defending the SmackDown Tag Team titles against the Mysterios. Now, both of them, well, obviously the Usos are the current champs. They've been champs a plethora of times. The Mysterios have been champs before. Obviously, another very memorable reign. Who walks out with the belts on this one?
Retain. Usos retain. You got to keep. It'll lead to future pick, of course. I don't see the Bloodline losing any gold tonight.
Go.
Well, I think that also has to do with the fact that the Mysterios have just been really delivering. just like they've been firing at a hunt, like batting 1,000 lately. Dominic is really showing himself to. Oh, you philosopher king Tantui 10 man. Yes, Phil K.O.E 2024. I am running for president of the United States, and you know you need to do the right thing and vote extreme. So what about? Oh, and we've got a comment here. So what about CM Punk signing with AEW?
What? That happened?
Yeah,
No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, that was amazing. Like, gotta admit, T, that was a pretty damn good promo.
It was a great crowd reaction, even though it was very heavily anticipated. Everybody knew it was going to happen without them actually just coming out and saying it. The promo was great. I'm actually pretty damn excited to see what they do with CM Punk and AEW. I really hope they give him a lot of creative freedom because he deserves it.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah, we shall get to that. But yes, I got the Usos as well.
I've got the Usos. I don't see any reason to take the belts off.
So far, it's the opening match. It's going to be a very decisive thing in this.
Yeah.
So all right, let's move right along.
All right, let's move on to the Raw Women's Championship. Now, this could go several ways. This is a triple threat match. Champ Nikki, almost a superhero, defending against Rhea Ripley and
I'll go
Charlotte
first.
Flair. Go ahead, Phil.
Woo!
I think so.
Charlotte Flair is going to take it tonight. They're going to do all they can to try and stack her up to surpass her father's record as fast as they can. And so this just gets her another title reign.
Which is hard because they've already erased like 2 or 3 of her reigns because they were NXT reigns. So now they've got to,
whatever.
I see the
But
logic.
no, that's to me, you can just usually, is Charlotte in the match? I'm going to bet on her. And I'm probably going to be right at least 60% of the time. But we've got her new dance partner, Rhea Ripley, that makes me a little worried. So, gentlemen.
Yeah, I at first I wanted to go Charlotte, and the more and more I thought about it and was looking into this, not only with the merch that they're pushing for Nikki Ash now, or Nikki Almost Superhero Dash, whatever. This is the dumbest damn. I hope she does a heel turn and becomes the world's best supervillain now. This would be so awesome. Like,
I might actually
almost
be
supervillain.
interested in that.
Yeah, that'd be really
okay.
cool.
I could get behind that.
No, unless this is the only thing that if Charlotte wins, that's when there's 2 times for Becky to come back tonight. 2 matches that she could come out.
I think it'd probably be this one myself.
This storyline sucks so bad. That would be like the ultimate injection to fix it.
Yeah.
But since I don't see that happening, I think Nikki Ash will hold on to it. I don't think you see Becky come in on this one.
Wow. So we got a Nikki Ash, a Charlotte. T, what do you got?
I'm going with Rhea because
this could be it.
I really think that
it's going to be an interesting one.
I liked your logic, and it was part of the reasoning on why I wanted to pick Charlotte originally, and then I thought about it, and the way that I think that the SmackDown title championship match goes is why I'm picking Rhea Ripley. I think if Becky were going to come back and be in this one, and she has no real past with Rhea, so that would probably leave an opening for her to pick up a sneak win, but I don't know that it happens here either. So I think that this is how you get the belt back on Rhea. We had our fun with Nikki, and eventually you get another match between Charlotte and Rhea, but I have a feeling it's going to be Rhea Ripley.
Okay.
Alrighty.
SummerSlam opens with Cult of Personality playing, and Vince comes out. Is that possible? Yeah. That is very possible. He is such a.
He'd have to pay a fine.
Yeah.
Oh, he'd pay it. He'd pay it.
He'd do it just to be a dick.
Okay. So
Let's
all right,
move
we've got
into-
3 different.
Yeah, that'll be a big one.
Alrighty.
Let's go with the other women's championship match. Bianca Belair defending the SmackDown women's title against Sasha Banks, who she won the belt from. This is a tough one. This was 50-50 for me. Eventually it came down to what I wanted to see happen. So I'm not going with my heart. I'm not going with my head. I'm just going with screw it. This is a coin flip. I'm going with Bianca to retain. This could go either way for me, though.
I agree. It could go either way, and I think this. And here we go. Here's the prediction. Becky comes out in this one. I think Sasha Banks wins. Becky comes out to save the day because she's got this new little ragtag crew following her around. There's in WWE this year loves people like distractions and roll up pins of stupid sorts. I think there's I think there's some bad things that happen in here.
Okay.
Sasha Banks
Now-
takes it, and Becky Lynch comes out to save the day.
Is Becky Lynch showing up an additional point or a tiebreaker point?
No, it's an additional point.
Okay. So, Chicken, you are saying Becky Lynch shows up tonight.
Sasha Banks and Becky Lynch does show up.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go with Bianca Belair.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go ahead and say it now. Oh, God, I'm really torn on this Becky Lynch thing.
It's tough. I know. If you're going to do it.
If it wasn't for CM Punk, I was going to say no.
Right.
But now they need to have somebody to come out with that hard promo. I'm going to say yes, we're going to see some Becky Lynch.
They need a crowd eruption.
She's just going to come out and hold the microphone. Well, how are we all doing there? I'm standing here in front of you. Ain't that something now? And so, yeah, I'm going with you that we are going to see Becky at some point tonight.
I'm with you guys. I think Becky's going to show up, mostly because people probably expect her to show up, on the Raw brand, but I think it makes more sense for her to show up and challenge for the SmackDown title because they're missing a lot of star power on SmackDown. Fox is already not thrilled with them because those big star power names have either moved on or been released, and they need somebody to replace those names. So, because they're missing Brock Lesnar. They thought they were going to get Brock Lesnar. They thought they were going to get The Fiend. Those guys are gone.
They thought they were going to have live shows.
Yeah. And they need some star power.
Waka waka.
And Becky Lynch is still under contract, still on the roster. They haven't fired her yet. So I think it makes too much sense for her to show up. Now, does she show up in the middle of this match? I don't know, but probably after. So, yes, I think Becky will show up. So, yes, we're all in agreement on that. Becky Lynch is probably showing up tonight, probably in this match.
I think probably the call was made to her last night.
Probably.
After CM Punk, like, we will fly you in. We just need you to come in and talk. That's it. That's all they need from her.
Well, and Rollins is on SmackDown. So
very true.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Well, while we're at it, what do we think about Big E cashing in? Do you think that's even remotely possible tonight?
Yeah. No, I don't think he cashes in tonight.
I don't see that either.
The only way that I could see it is if Goldberg actually won. And then he comes in.
Awesome.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You want the crowd to just lose their fucking mind.
Yeah.
Big E cashing on Goldberg.
They would
do it.
Yeah, if Goldberg has that 3-minute match, does a shitty jackhammer, maybe, and wins, and then Big E's music starts playing, the crowd would be so pissed until they heard Big E.
Yeah,
and then they're like, they're back.
The crowd
yeah. So, all right, now we move on to the next match.
Those two are going to be null and void because
we all kind of agreed. So,
okay.
All right.
That's not a big deal. That's all right. Let's move on down the line. I'm really looking forward to this match. Edge versus Seth Rollins. This is another one that could really go either way, but this is going to be a great match. This is two styles that I never thought I'd get to see this match. I'm so stoked that we're going to get to see it. I think both these guys are stoked for this match. I really like the build so far. But this one could go either way. You've got Edge. He's a legend. You could really try to keep this momentum going. He's been right at the top of the card. Rollins has kind of been floundering. They haven't done a lot with him. He does need a big win, and Edge is that name. So really, which way do you go with this one?
I think kind of opposite. I don't think Rollins needs a win. I think Edge needs a win. Edge has been putting everybody over in his comeback. When's your comeback tour over, man? Holy shit. I think Edge has to get a win here. I think Rollins can easily take a loss here, and you can chalk it up to whatever, and he can roll on to the next gimmick or whatever. But I want to know what the hell are we going to do with Edge for the rest of the year and heading into next year. You can't be the old guy that's coming back forever. So I think tonight Edge has to win tonight, and they got to move on.
Edge, see, who do you got?
I've also got Edge. That's what it came down to for me because I think Edge does need a win. He's been putting people over, and if he's going to remain, he's a legend. He's a big name. Doesn't matter. He does still need to be credible. And it's the same thing with Goldberg. They've beat him the last 2-3 times he's been out there. So at one point you're like, they're not. It's not a win. Doesn't mean shit now. Yeah. So yeah, he needs a win, and Rollins could eat it. But I think what it comes down to is what they're going to do with Edge moving forward. And I think he's still going to be up at the top of the card. But at the same time, I really could see him trying to get Rollins back in the title mix. I think they're probably going to try to do a Rollins-Reigns match
I
at
hope
some
this
point.
just putting a nail in this the whole feud.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a good feud though. Like I don't want to shit on it. I don't want to knock
I've got a gut feeling for Edge, so I'm sticking with Edge.
I'm going with Rollins.
All right.
I think Edge, he's a legend, and he's here to put the younger kids over. And Rollins does need some rub. So I'm going with Rollins here.
Fair enough. Oh, shoot. They all together. Yeah, it's going to be a big one, folks.
Yes, there it is. He voted for Tony to win. That means I keep her. Damn. Do you want to bet another bottle of whiskey too, Justin? We can go.
Like, share, subscribe, folks.
Yes.
You got to be back here for after SummerSlam.
Yes.
I'm serious.
Yes.
Do not miss
When
this
you
one.
see me take that belt back. Yes, folks. But all right, let's move right along.
Let's move on to the Raw Tag Team title match. All right. AJ and Omos defending the Raw Tag titles against Team RK Bro. God.
RK Bro. Just this is one they can play with forever. People love it. Like just go with it. Just let it happen.
I also have Team RK Bro because why else are they a team if you're not going to put the fucking belts on them? They teased it once.
It's one of the more entertaining things they have going on right now.
Well,
fucking keep it.
So
not just that, but I think they've got to get the belts off of AJ and Omos before Survivor Series.
Yes.
I just because AJ's got to be in the Survivor Series match. That's just his place.
This
now.
is true.
Yeah. My prediction, and I'm going to go a little extra than you two gentlemen. I believe that Randy Orton and Riddle are going to, like in anime, discover the power of friendship. And they're going
Double
to
RKO tonight?
probably.
Yeah.
And I am not only predicting RK Bro, but I am making that my 2-point pick for this evening. That is how fucking confident I am. So that one's worth 2 points for your King of Extreme. So
Okay.
that's how I'm going to pull ahead,
That's
folks.
Phil's 2 point.
Okay.
Let's move on to the. This is going to be. I don't know what to expect out of this, guys. I really don't. Alexa Bliss against Eva Marie. I can't stand Eva Marie
I'm
in the ring.
expecting sports entertainment.
I'm not expecting any entertainment in this, but I love my girl Alexa, and I'm going with Alexa, and it's my 2-star pick, or my 2 point.
You're going 2 points on this one?
Yep, Alexa for 2 points.
Wow.
Yep.
If Eva pins Alexa, Tony's going to be pissed.
Fucking hilarious.
So who you got?
I got Bliss on this one.
Yeah, I'm going Bliss, but only 1 point, not two. Like
I wouldn't
these.
risk my 2 point on that.
I'm going with it.
All righty. Well,
Gut
folks.
feeling. All right. We've only got 3 matches left. All right, so let's. This is fun. Jinder Mahal versus Drew McIntyre, 3-man band matchup. Well, I know you're excited about this one.
We're a 3-man band. Like now, if they had Heath Slater as special guest referee.
Lily pins Murray for the
Well,
win.
that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It's just such a shitty match.
Yeah. So anyhow, so is there anybody here that doesn't have Drew McIntyre?
Okay. No, I'm going with Drew. But there's like,
not only is he going with Drew, that's his 3-point pick.
You're right.
It's my 3-point pick.
Oh, okay. That's how confident he is.
Yeah.
I think me and Chicken have the same 3-point pick.
Yeah. I got Drew. This is my 2-point pick.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
So, but that's Tony's 3-point
This
pick.
is my 3-point pick.
Okay.
I don't think there's. I'm sorry, but we all know the colossal failure that was Jinder Mahal as champion, okay? Drew McIntyre has been a staple of this company the whole time it was in a complete shits of COVID. I think he deserves to win this match. Now, if this match costs me, I'm probably going to cry a lot on camera live if Jinder Mahal wins this match. Not just because I'm losing out on 3 points, but because I'm going to be very, very
They are
hurt
going
for Drew
to Saudi
McIntyre.
Arabia soon.
Oh, God.
Oh,
well,
keep
Jinder did
Jinder
so
far
great there
away
last
from
time.
that.
Yeah.
That was when Jeff Hardy did it off the top
Oh, I
rope
missed
move.
that.
He flat backs it on the mat, misses Jinder Mahal completely, and he still sold it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
It was
yeah.
amazing.
But
I think
anyhow,
Jinder Mahal's just happy to be in a storyline right now.
he's happy to have a job. Yeah.
True.
So,
Still for 1 point for Drew?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So we've got 2 matches left, folks. Universal and the World. Let's talk about the
great K.O.E ringside for Jinder.
Oh, God, no.
God, that would increase Jinder's chances, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's okay, Tony.
Okay.
So Goldberg versus Bobby Lashley for the WWE Championship.
Who do you have, and why is it Bobby Lashley?
Yeah, I got Bobo.
Do you have no idea how tempted I am to take Goldberg on this?
I know, me too. But I'm trying to keep my belt here and not allow you fuckers to go back to Nebraska with it.
No, it's coming home. Mm-hmm. So just for 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Phil?
Yeah, 1 point.
Phil for Goldberg?
For Bobby!
I was hoping we'd hear Phil do the Goldberg.
Oh, I want Goldberg to win, actually, which is terrible.
That is terrible. Why would you want this? Is the
because
best,
it's Goldberg. That's
the best
why.
Bobby Lashley.
What are the chances Goldberg's
career?
Yeah, just like everything you say about Bobby Lashley, how he's the best. He's doing as great as he's ever done. He's making merchandise. People are coming to see him. He's a draw for the company. He's one of the top stars. He's doing better than he's ever done in his career. Everything you said here applies equally to The Fiend last time when he met up with Goldberg.
Okay, let's forget about that. Moving along to what we all assume will be the main event, the Universal title. John Cena versus the reigning, defending, undisputed Universal Champion, Roman Reigns.
Okay.
What you guys say?
This is my 3-point pick.
That's what I figured. Yep.
Chicken's going with Cena for 3 points.
No. Champs stick together. Head of the table.
Now, the only reason...
Head of the table stays
The
here.
only reason why I think they would even consider putting it on John is because Ric Flair just jumped.
just to piss him off.
And this could surpass his record. But no,
and that's why I'm picking John Cena.
You think the pettiness is going to come out in the main event, huh?
Whoa, you're picking John Cena?
Yep, and I had it. There's the proof. I've had it checked off for days now. Yep, John Cena.
Right. For 1
John
point.
Cena surpasses Rick's alleged title reign record.
Oh
tonight.
my! So
and it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter why, because Big E can cash in on John. Big E can be champ, and then Roman can get it right fucking back.
Wow,
also true.
So there's literally with the scores. I don't think there's any way for us to actually have a tie now.
It would take a lot.
It would take watch
at
the end. How the fuck did all three of us tie? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Dream booking. Cena turns heel. Paul Heyman screws Roman. Cena wins.
See, that's the thing, though.
Cena becomes a Paul Heyman guy.
You cannot have those two together because they're both so damn good on the mic. It just wouldn't make enough sense to have two guys on the same team being that good on the mic.
Yeah, it would be odd.
Who would compare? You would literally have to sign away MJF to have even a hope.
Because Tony does make a good point. Who the hell do you have take the belt off Roman?
Who else?
Cena.
The Rock or Cena.
And the only other reason,
and we got one of them here tonight.
The only other reason I picked John Cena is because they have wrestled once before, and who won that match? Roman Reigns. So he owes John one.
Oh, damn it.
Isn't John going to make a movie in Europe, though?
He doesn't have to hold it long.
Yeah.
Last time he held the belt, 2 weeks.
True. Well, folks, you're just going to have to come right back here to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast to find out how this ends and who will reign supreme as champion. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here for the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for our previews and predictions of SummerSlam. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. We are right here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Thank you, Yanked Up Podcast. Thank you, Roger James Schmidt. Thank you, all of you beautiful fans out there. We will catch you on the flip side. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Hey, as always, thanks for tuning in, folks. Like, share, subscribe. As he said, hit all them buttons and check us out later tonight. Show starts in 10 minutes. So good luck.
Here.
Good luck,
be
Phil.
Right
You're going to need it.
Here.
Yeah.
You got to be here right there. Like, share, subscribe. You got to be back here for our post-event analysis. It's going to be a big one. Please come back and see us.
Appreciate you. Love you.
And now we're going to get into the fallout of that SummerSlam event. God, I had a great time here. We were several whiskeys deep at this point. We had reviewed at least 3, drank at least 4 more. We were having a good night. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast here. with all of these great people, these indomitable gentlemen with mind-blowing. I'm still reeling from the fallout of SummerSlam, folks. We're here with our review, with all of the takes, all of the fallout, everything you need to know about SummerSlam. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Spotify, or YouTube and Twitch. Spotify is where you can find the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. How silly of me. And I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partners. First, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, folks. It's right here. You see the button above my head. Do it. It's the right thing to do. You will not regret it. I promise.
And we are also, is with a heavy heart that I must announce, folks, that we are joined by the reigning, defending, undisputed Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, Chicken, the head of the table of the Big Bucket Empire, the one, the only. Now, Chicken, I will say, well done. Champion's advantage takes a tie, just like a champion's advantage takes a disqualification.
Exactly.
Okay? So you eked one out, because your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., and Chicken here got the exact same
No, we
score
haven't drank that many
tonight.
bottles. Just how
Even
many
though
we had
trying
sampled
to
over the
avoid
night.
ties.
I'd say I probably sampled about
But
6-8
folks,
different whiskeys at Chicken's house that
thank
night.
You can
Really
change
fun.
the
Yes,
rules.
comments.
You can change the rules, but
Yes, folks, we are going to get into that. We're going to get deep into it very soon. My goodness gracious. So, SummerSlam, it started off with what was going to be the opening match. None of us got that right. And it was...
No, starting completely off the beginning. On the pre-show was a match that we didn't even know was going to happen. We had Big E against Baron Corbin. And Big E, of course, is the Money in the Bank briefcase holder. Baron Corbin has been doing this I'm broke, I can't afford to live anymore shtick ever since he lost his title of King Corbin. So, and he's been doing a really good job at this. Like, this has been one of the lone bright spots in WWE, is his commitment to this nonsense. This was a fine match. It was a kickoff match. It had no implications whatsoever. We didn't even know about it. We all would have picked Big E anyway. It does not matter, but Big E did pick up the win. Moving on to the main card, we did have, surprisingly, none of us saw this coming, but in hindsight, we should have. This was a great way to start the show out. 52,000 people. This was an awesome way to kick the show off. Everybody was into this thing. You had AJ and Omos defending the Raw Tag Team titles against RK Bro, Riddle, and Orton. And this thing was actually a really solid match. Orton's a veteran. AJ's incredible. Riddle is fire, and Omos was there.
Yes, he was present.
He was in the match.
He's a big guy.
He was in the way.
Yes,
in the match. Yes, he was there in the match doing things.
In the way in the match. And
yes.
Almost injured half the participants. So, yeah, he was there.
He did a good job at that.
He did amazing at that. And the way he stood there and didn't take bumps, inspirational stuff there. Amazing.
He took a step off the ring once.
He teased it, and then, yes, he kind of gingerly stepped off the apron. Like, amazing performance.
I was kind of amazed at how AJ was still able to wrestle around him.
I know, yeah. Even when he just stood in the way.
When he didn't do anything and he landed on his shoulder. And
amazing.
Yeah, that was well done on the part of AJ Styles and Randy Orton. Just, two veterans going out doing what they know how to do best. And then you had Matt Riddle showing that he can actually play with the big boys. So, and almost, like it was said, can say he can vote for president.
The flipping launching reverse DDT on the outside, AJ to Riddle.
Hang on one second. Again, this philosopher king, just a genius asking. No, you see, guys, this is why I must. It's not that I want to run for president. The people of this country are demanding it. They are demanding Phil K.O.E. run for president in 2024. And yes, to all you beautiful people, I shall do that just for you in 2024.
Okay.
I have announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America in 2024. Do the right thing.
Okay.
Vote
All right,
extreme.
While Phil's distracted with that, let's get back to the matches.
So yeah,
Oh,
this was a really good
while
opener.
the world is distracted.
The crowd was on fire for this. Everybody, it was teased. Riddle finally gets that hot tag. Randy gets in. They loved this match. It was a really good opener. I liked it. RK Bro does pick up the win and becomes the new tag team champions. I gave it 3 stars. Phil, you agreed at 3. Chicken, you liked it just a smidge more at 3.25.
Yeah, exactly. Because the almost thing, you just pull him out of there, and it's a way better match.
Yeah.
Like you could have made this a 2-on-1,
Yeah.
like, and it would have been a way like more technical, smooth match. So I don't want to take points away just because of almost like AJ.
I think we did.
We probably did.
You guys did. Definitely did. I took him out of the equation 3-2-5, even with the weird bumps.
Yeah, no, it was a really good opener. And you know, after you follow a really good opener like that, you gotta keep the crowd entertained. You gotta keep them in it. So what better way to do that than give them one of the worst matches on the fucking show? Yanked Up Podcast. As much as I want to hang out, that was long, and I'm beat. And have a good show, fellas. Chicken, I will see you in 4 weeks with a bottle. Yes, Team Tony. I was once again the only one with a set of balls, and I was only a point behind. But we will get into that.
I took Rollins. Thank you.
Nobody
very much.
cares.
I didn't take Charlotte.
Nobody cares that you took Rollins.
I do.
Well, in hindsight,
hold
yeah,
on.
we did.
The K.O.E. Nation,
In hindsight,
the
yes.
thousands upon tens of thousands, possibly
As
millions.
I was saying, so how do you follow up a really good opener? You give them one of the worst matches in the card. Love her to death, but Alexa Bliss against Eva Marie. Here's the thing.
Less said, the better.
Here's the thing. Eva Marie, this is like what, her 3rd stint on the main roster. You've released guys like Braun Strowman and Bray Wyatt, and even really good women's wrestlers like Mickie James to bring in Eva Marie to suck this bet. This woman can't carry a match to save her life, and this was a fucking clinic of that. Her manager did better in this match by doing nothing. Alexa carried this thing by doing all character work, because the match itself, there was no wrestling here. It was bullshit. It was Eva Marie slapping a doll. It was her slapping Alexa with the doll, and Alexa finally got the win, and it was just a terrible match all around. And then there was a bunch of nonsense on the side, outside after the match with the, oh, I'm going to put your robe on. Eva Marie is 8 shades of terrible. Cannot stand her in the ring. This is awful. I gave it 1.25. Alexa gets the win, and that's the only reason I graded it as high as I did. Chicken gave it 1.
Yeah.
Phil, you liked it just a smidge more than me. 1.5. Defend that.
I just figured it's not as bad as some of the worst matches we've ever seen.
It was fucking close.
Yeah.
It was fucking close.
Oh, no, granted, yeah. Eva Marie wasn't exactly going out there and giving us like Frank Gotch. Okay, it was
Eva Marie barely went out there and gave us Eva Marie.
That is true. Yes.
She's horrible. I'm sorry. I can't get behind it. She's just not good. She's never going to be good. And there's a lot more talented women out there that deserve to spot. They deserve to keep their jobs. But no, this was fucking vital. We had to get her back on the roster to do what? Have more shitty matches?
Well, John Laurinaitis is in charge, T.
I don't care. I don't care. This is ridiculous.
These are the kind of talents that we need now. You don't understand, Vince. This is what's hot. This is what's
And
new.
this is why they're falling apart from the inside. So yeah, this was terrible, but they did follow it up with a fairly decent match. The United States title match. Sheamus defending against Damian Priest, and we all had Damian Priest. And
oh God, there's a couple of times I didn't know if Damian Priest was going to live.
Yeah, this got sketchy.
Now, Chicken, Damian Priest survived zombies. I think he's going to be able to take out.
That's true.
I think he's going to be able to take out.
There's no taking
Sheamus, almost a superhero.
Well, yeah, Sheamus did come in with his best Green Hornet impression with his mask. It was Beautiful.
Stand back. There's a Sheamus coming through.
When Damian Priest did the big barrel roll over the top rope to the outside, he lands square on his tailbone, and you could tell it jacked him up for the rest of the night.
That changed
Slowed
the whole
everything down.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
Like, we were all worried, like, did he have a bit of a back injury there?
But no, overall, I really thought this was a decent match. I mean, we all expected Damian Priest to walk out the new champ, and he did. Solid match all around. I can't really begrudge anybody, but that spot where he probably did hurt himself a little bit. Did hurt the overall quality.
Or a little bit, I'm betting.
Yeah.
I gave it 3.25, as did Phil. Chicken, you gave it a 3.
Yeah, the chance of injury on a couple of those. Like Damian Priest had no business doing a couple of those.
Yeah.
Especially like the first one, I get like landing wrong. Like he took a short dive on those ropes. Like he didn't get enough longevity on that. Yeah. Which like you can forgive that. Yeah. But like to continue trying to do these big moves after your back's a little fucked up, it's not only injuring yourself potentially, but it's injuring your opponent. Like I don't know, I had a little bit less enjoyment of the match because I was like, no,
you're just cringing at that point.
Yeah, and not only that, you're like, he's still gonna try this shit, knowing he can injure his partner.
Yeah.
Like,
well, to me, it wasn't even that. It's this guy's got such a look, and he's got just such a presence. He doesn't need to climb the top rope because Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock and even Triple H throw them all in there, and look how far they made it in the business, and it wasn't ever once going off the top rope. Howdy, y'all. Who we got here?
I don't know.
Glacial
Moosher or
all
something.
Right. Welcome, Glacial.
Welcome, all K.O.E Nation viewers here. We're doing a SummerSlam review and just going over it. So do not worry. Your beautiful KO Extreme will stay right in the middle of the screen, but
I think
I'm sharing the show with these two marvelous gentlemen.
Anyway, I think the biggest thing to take away from this was they did definitely realize what we've all been realizing is that they got to get the stink of all the awful stuff that they put Damian Priest through this year since calling him up
the zombies. You can't get the stink of zombies off of you.
No, I still can't watch a show and just enjoy it because of that shit. So this is a step in the right direction.
Otherwise, you'll catch the zombie virus.
Yeah. God forbid.
True.
So this was a step in the right direction. I'm glad to see and they gave him time afterwards.
Gotta have your weekly
with
booster
the title. Shut up. They showcase him in a way that puts
Thanks.
him over.
We're gonna have one of those little context things in this video.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yes.
So yeah, kudos to Damian Priest, first title on the main roster. I like it. Thank you. They are also a little bit smudged, but I trudge on.
Yes, dads. It stays here.
Me and Chicken tied at 12 points, so we both called a perfect show, spare one match.
Yep.
And
which has been the whole year for me.
We'll get there just a second. Let's move on to the next match, was the Usos against the Mysterios for the SmackDown Tag Team Championships. And boy, howdy, did Rey Mysterio pick up a lot of the slack for his son in this one, and the Usos did what they do best.
Which is,
and you know what that is? That's have the match that the Young Bucks wish they could have.
Oh, ouch. It's like, there's not a whole lot of hands that Vince can call on and just say, hey, Usos,
go out and do good wrestling.
Yes, we need you to go out and just do very, very good wrestling.
Can you do that? Oh, you can? Go do that again.
Just at the drop of a hat? Yeah. We do it every night, Vince. Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were on fire here. It didn't matter.
Even
what
then, Dominic just about killed one of them with a suplex.
Honestly, I think my favorite Dominic spot in this entire match was when he ate the ring post face first.
Yeah,
breaker.
Yeah. I don't know. He was not on his A game here. Ray was on fire. You kind of knew what was going to happen in this match, considering that the Mysterios came out looking like a pack of Starbursts with pastel pink and yellow ring gear. Wasn't
hey, little fettuccine, how we doing?
Hey, missed the whole pay-per-view. I saw Brock return, though. How was the pay-per-view? honestly, you know what? This was actually a pretty decent show.
We're actually just getting into it. So
52,000 strong in Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. And
nice.
this show, you know what? The crowd was pretty much on point throughout the entire thing here. There was only
especially through the Goldberg match.
Exactly. There was only a couple of times where
they were very
really
much participating.
Went into business for themselves and went, no, I actually don't like what you're doing here. And they let them know it. But honestly, really good crowd, pretty good show. Long show, but that was expected at SummerSlam. And this is, I believe, correct us if we're wrong, the biggest show crowd-wise that WWE has put on since Phil and I were in Houston in January of 2020.
Yeah.
So this was pretty big, even considering WrestleMania this year.
That stadium was just shy of 60,000, so I'm sure WWE announced it as 70,000.
Had to be.
Like, just
so
the
so the 51 plus tonight was probably more like 40.
I mean,
that's
kind of like, for example, like right now, RWP's at like 170 some odd subscribers, but we're just going to go ahead and announce we've already hit 200 subscribers by WWE standards.
2,000.
There you go. Yes.
So
He's got
yes,
the idea.
the Usos do pick up the win here. They retain. Chicken and I, you and I both gave it 3.5.
I thought it was a good match overall. Usos carried the whole thing, and Ray had really good spots. We all know Ray's kid. He's everybody like we talked about this during the match.
Needs to ripen a bit more.
He needs to ripen a bit more. We hope that I personally hope the Mysterios break up so you have a father-son rivalry. It'll help make his kid better. But I thought this match is going to be a lesson for him because the Usos did not slow down for Dominic. You know, like everybody slows down when Dominic's in a match. The Usos really didn't. Like, there's a couple times maybe they hesitate a little bit, but it didn't seem like it. It didn't feel like it. And you see it in everybody else's matches.
Yeah, no, they laid their stuff in. I thought they had the match that they needed to have, and he just kind of was along for the ride. Ray was there to do pretty much everything he needed to do. Phil, you gave it 3 1/4.
I think the botches just kind of stood out to me a little too much. I like the Usos are good hands, and the fact that Dominic just about put one of them in the hospital. I kind of now, granted, every wrestler's had almost botches. It's the wrestlers who have the real bad ones that you hear about. So this is just one we're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna take a few points off on that one there, Dominic, and wag our finger at you, but nobody's hurt, so it is what it is.
So let's talk about the next match, and that was, of course, the SmackDown Women's Championship of Bianca Belair defending against Sasha Banks. Oh, wait, hang on.
Nope.
Oh, no, sorry. Sasha Banks couldn't be here tonight. Taking her place, Carmella, to the biggest resounding
big boss man reaction.
Holy shit, the booze and the anger.
No, what there was no, what you got was,
oh yeah, as she's walking down strutting. Yeah, there wasn't whistles. It wasn't.
Carmella looked like $1 million friggin' dollars, but she was out there knowing full well that this was not going to go over.
Oh yeah, she was easy on the eyes, but what I'm saying is, like, there's two different types of.
The crowd knew they got effed in that moment.
Well, yeah, there's fuck you, I hate you heat, and then there's no, I don't want to see this, and that's all that was. And the joke is that they sometimes would call that the boss man reaction. Big boss man for like a 2-year stretch just got no reaction.
So, yeah, there was everybody like there was a lot of speculation leading into this with Sasha Banks being off TV that this match wasn't going to happen, but they built it, they showcased it on the kickoff during the pay-per-view. Like, this is going to happen.
This was going to happen.
Okay, all right, this is happening. Fantastic. We're going to get to see the rematch from WrestleMania. Nope, she's not here. Your replacement's Carmella, and like they're set up, they're ready to go. Carmella's in the ring. Bianca's there. Fine, let's do this. Like, they're ready to ring the bell and go, and the crowd is pissed.
But
then
there's more.
Holy shit. Massive eruption.
Whoa!
Becky Lynch does, in fact, return, as we expected, here in this moment. Becky Lynch comes out to a massive crowd reaction. It was beautiful. She comes out, she gets in the ring, she takes the entire show and arena over, and they're just standing there with their thumbs up their ass, not even knowing what to do at this point, because they're like, oh, holy shit, we're in the presence of a legitimate star here at this point. We're just going to stand here like statues because we literally do not know what to do in this moment, and that's what they did. Becky took the ring over, and it was her show at this point. So then she beats the shit out of Carmella, knocks her out of the ring, rolls back in, and says, "How about me?" And Bianca's like, "Yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. Let's do that."
Rock bottom.
Now,
Oh, no.
as we're watching, the three of us had the same reaction. Say no.
Yeah.
Say no.
Say no and turn
Fucking
heel.
say
Yes.
no. We want
heel.
the heel
Please.
turn from Bianca.
Do it.
We were begging
Do
for it.
Do it. No, she didn't do it. They ring the bell. She goes, "All right, I'll shake your hand." And bam, rock bottom.
She got the Eric Rowan treatment.
1, 2, 3.
You wish I wasn't absolutely
And
true.
in the title match for the SmackDown Women's Championship between Sasha Banks and Bianca Belair, the champ, Becky Lynch is your new champion.
Just like that.
Just like that. Don't get me wrong. Great move.
Missed heel turn.
Missed
like
heel turn.
completely.
Huge missed
If she did the heel turn and then that happened afterwards, granted,
Yeah.
like
that would have helped. But they did Bianca dirty here.
Oh yeah, they buried.
They buried her.
She had this big, awesome moment winning at WrestleMania. She's had the title since. I understand circumstances change with Sasha not being here tonight, but she's carried the division since WrestleMania, and this is how you're going to do her in like this. And not just that, but she has to eat this loss, drop the title after one move, and watch the gal that's been gone for almost 2 years celebrate. And she's got to just kind of waltz back to the back like, oh, well, that's how that goes. And you know the second that she gets to the back, she is just either distraught or pissed beyond belief. Maybe a combination of both.
I was about to say yes.
Completely
now,
unfair
guys,
to her.
hey, guys, now let's come with me here.
All right.
We're gonna take a little journey, and you'll see a world of wrestling conspiratorial theories.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's hear it.
We're going down the path of wrestling conspiracy theory
okay.
here. Okay. All right. Now, as we all know, the four horsewomen are very fond of doing jobs.
Yes.
It's like their favorite thing to do, T.
I'm sorry. I thought we're like, is this opposite land?
Yes, actually it is.
Okay.
I'm being sarcastic.
Okay.
So, as we all know, the four horsewomen, they're not all the keenest on
Yeah, no, they
jobbing.
don't like to lose.
No.
And they don't lose very well.
So you could honestly
In
see
fact,
this.
In fact, they don't lose better than most.
Yes, I mean they're up there with the click. Not well, okay, they're not quite the click.
They're not there yet.
Okay, they're working on it.
They'll get there.
So
Jesus,
Sasha
you guys
Banks
are working this one hard.
Sasha Banks finds out she's gonna lose. She's like, oh gosh, that's terrible. You know, Becky, you know what would be even crazier? What if rather than me going out and losing, you come out and win? And then I don't lose.
And you win.
Hey there, Buddha. How we doing there, good sir? Yeah, so I think that might be, call me crazy. And it's like, now, hey, Becky, why don't you call Vince and say, hey, why don't you have me come back and win the SmackDown title? Now, technically, I can't take any bumps or anything, but I can still hold a belt up.
Yeah, I don't know. I can
hold two.
You could
working on it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Betty two belts. Now she's one belt.
I'm mostly just like, I think this was a great move. I think this was probably the right move. Becky Lynch is, even after the long layoff, she's still the most over woman on the roster. That's not even disputable. But you could have advertised this. You could have made this bigger. And you didn't have to bury Bianca Belair like this after
Bianca got did wrong tonight.
Yeah, she just got done dirty.
I wasn't even a big fan of hers. Like I said, I think she would be a great heel, but not a huge fan of hers. But
don't have to be.
Oh my God, like she got done wrong.
Yeah,
big time.
Yeah.
I gave it, 2 stars for this. It wasn't even a match. It was mostly the presentation, the build-up of the match, and the celebration for Becky afterwards. I gave it 2 for that. As a match, it wasn't even 1 star. Chicken, you gave it 2.5. Phil, you didn't even rate it.
I almost feel that's appropriate, but no, I'm gonna stick with 2.
Okay. Presentation-wise, that's fair. So we do move along after a long commercial break because, of course, we did. And we got to the one that I think really everybody was looking forward to the most. And that's obviously the Jinder Mahal match where he takes on Drew McIntyre.
God.
You know, the 3-man band match. Like this had
when you talk about
Super
the
Bowl
great
level
super matches
implications
that we never got to see, like, you know, we never got to see
God.
Hogan versus Austin.
If only Heath Slater were the guest referee here. Man, this was so good.
We never got to see
possibilities.
Oh,
The Rock versus Randy Savage.
Oh my God!
But we
Piper,
finally tonight got to see
Piper versus MJF. I
yes,
know.
But tonight we got to see Drew McIntyre versus Jinder Mahal.
We got to see that.
I'm so glad I was there
Christ.
for it.
I know. Like, I feel like we've all grown.
We were all touched.
This was a match, and honestly, we were all pretty distracted because
I mean, absolutely fucking correct. Bianca Belair got done almost as dirty as Phil K.O.E. because this rapscallion ne'er-do-well hangs on to his championship by
the balls that 10-2-10 man has sometimes.
they're fucking huge. Like they have to be just massive.
10-2-10 man is fake news. So Drew McIntyre and Jinder Mahal. I didn't love this match. This was just more of the let's showcase Drew McIntyre as a bumbling fool who's a complete Scottish stereotype.
So did
with
the
a kilt
sword
and a
win?
sword. Yeah, the sword, because that had to be the big thing about it. This is so stupid. Drew McIntyre.
But like, does the sword have a record now? Like,
I think undefeated. Let's go with that.
Want to know?
This
anyways.
is ridiculous. Like Drew McIntyre was what carried your company through the COVID era, through the Thunderdome, through the crowdless nonsense, hard times, right? And this is how you do it.
Damn right, 10-2-10 man.
No.
You're fake news, Tony G.
Yeah, well, at least I know I have capital letters
Fake
in my
news.
name, so suck it. Anywho, so Drew McIntyre, of course, won this thing. It wasn't anything to write home about. Nobody really gives a shit. I hope this doesn't go anywhere, and I hope this isn't something that we continue. Like, honestly,
I hope this is a Cactus Jack,
Jinder
Terry
Mahal
Funk
is
level
going
feud
back
that
to-
just goes on for decades.
Shut your whore mouth.
all of my worries ended tonight. All the things like if Jinder Mahal won or Goldberg won, like all these things that didn't happen, I am happy. Jinder Mahal got a spotlight.
And he can go back to main event now.
You know what?
That's fine.
You know what? He didn't totally fuck the night up like others did. So like,
no, that's usually his bread and butter.
He might be considered on next pay-per-view.
I'll give it a thumbs up.
Maybe he'll get a story still.
Yeah, I hope not. Anywho, so I gave this one 2 stars. Chicken 175 and Phil 175.
Yeah, it was bad.
You guys want to up
It
that?
was
No.
a
That's fair.
typical Jinder Mahal match. And Jinder, just like I said to you when you were in Lincoln, Nebraska, the last time you were here, the last time you were in Lincoln, Nebraska, when all the lights went out and the crowd went quiet, it was me that screamed at you as loud as I could so the whole arena could hear me, and everyone reacted. You're still a jobber! And yes, you're still a jobber right now.
You know what proved it, even when he was champion? If you'd watch the on-demand versions of like Monday Night Raw or SmackDown, they'd shorten them up a little bit, like they'd trim the fat out of the show, and they'd skip the commercials.
And that was Jinder.
They would trim out
the Jinder.
champion segments.
Jinder.
That sums you up.
So the less said about this, the better. Let's move on.
You're right. This has already been wasted. Let's get on to the triple threat match.
We're so sorry, Drew.
The Raw Women's Championship. Nikki Ash defending the title against Charlotte Flair.
Woo!
And Rhea Ripley. Now,
This one scared me.
Right woman won.
Almost. The title change did happen, but the right woman did not win.
So how many reigns is this for Charlotte? Is this 12?
Now they backed her up to, right? So it's
Yeah.
it's like it's 12 because
I
it was
think
14.
we're at 12. They had her at 13. They took 2 off, so now she's at 12. Like, honestly, at this point, it takes Zach Galifianakis level mathematician from The Hangover.
Oh,
to
wow. So
figure
they
out-
knocked off for NXT. So that's how low they consider NXT now amongst Bruce Pritchard,
At
Laurinaitis, and McMahon.
When that happened,
Wow.
we should have known where Vince saw it.
Now, this is what you got to realize. NXT, it's just not a brand. We can't consider them world champions. He's absolutely right, Vince. He's absolutely right. I mean, Bruce has got a really good point there. Thank you, John. Thank you very much.
Spoiler alert.
You don't need to listen to Hunter. You need to just listen to us. We've proven that we can get you through like those great times, like, you know, when CM Punk left.
Yeah, spoiler alert. So Charlotte wins this triple threat match. This was actually really good.
It was.
Believe it or not, Charlotte won, and she was really on point tonight. She just seemed like she was really on point and on step and didn't miss a beat. And she didn't sandbag anything. She didn't miss anything.
So did she end up winning?
She did win. It's weird that she was so on point and won the match. Crazy how that happens with those.
You know, when you're on, you're on.
Yeah. But no, honestly, I have no complaints about this match. This was really good. Nikki as the champ, it didn't matter. We knew this wasn't going to be her night. Our champ picked her, and somehow he still ends up the champ. But these are the screwy rules.
By a tie.
Triple threats always go crazy, and this was no exception.
I was going to say, Chicken, I would not be too confident in that title reign there, sir. I mean, it could be.
I'm fine.
Like, it could be just. Coming back home any moment.
This thing was actually a really good match. Charlotte did she usually does the moonsault off the top rope to the outside. She did a twisting one tonight.
Corkscrew jump and
yeah, this was really good.
She did a perfect jump.
Yeah,
that corkscrew was one of the
girls down below weren't in position, but you can't.
They never are every time Charlotte does this. Like you would think with every time she does it and how many times she does it, the people that she keeps wrestling time and time again, like, unfortunately, Charlotte's going to blow her knees out.
Eventually. But no, she was on point here. Rhea looked great here. Everybody was where they needed to be. Typically, you have these triple threat matches and somebody just spends the majority of it on the outside. They just trade places. But honestly, that didn't happen the whole match here. Just in the right spots and then again at the end. And, of course, Charlotte does get the figure 8 and the tap-out victory on Nikki as expected. So, Charlotte is a champion. Again, congratulations to you. It's get your wins back, get your titles back that they've stripped from you for no discernible reason. But this was a really good match. I enjoyed it. I gave it 3, as did Chicken. Phil, since Charlotte won, you were a big whore and gave it 3.75.
Well, it was a good match. And also, again, our fan of the night, Tantui 10-Man, Tony G.
Definitely not our fan of the night.
Fakest news possible.
Tantui 10-Man's almost the biggest whore as you.
Almost. Let's be frank.
That's a big call.
So let's to me, I enjoyed this match. It also put me quite a bit ahead at the time.
It had me sweating a little bit at that point.
Oh, you were more than a little sweating. There was about an hour there.
Actually,
Chicken had just resigned his reign.
Was I ahead at this point? I was ahead.
Oh, Tony was ahead almost the entire night.
The second half of the card, I was ahead for the whole thing because I had my 2- and 3-point matches wrapped up at this point. So we moved along to Edge versus Seth Rollins, and this thing was fantastic. Was not just the match itself, but the build, the package looked great, and the entrances were fired. Like, Rollins looked like a complete chode coming out, played it perfectly, and then the big story here on the entrance is Edge comes out to the old school rude entrance music and entrance. This was amazing. I never in my life expected to see that again. That was incredible, and then it fades.
I think that's going to be the last time we see that.
You're never going to see it again. This was awesome. Great entrance.
Phil,
and he came in.
Phil and I, like, as the entrance started, we're like sitting about 10 feet from the TV, and then like by the time Edge was like, it's all dark, red flames everywhere. We were like 3 feet from the TV stand there, just staring at it like fucking 12-year-old kids, just amazed. Like, it was great.
You get lost in the moment, like, oh my god, this is nostalgic, but he looks like $1 million.
And give credit, all credit where credit's due to Seth Rollins, for one of the standing in the ring, staring and letting that red light hit his face at just the right angle. That's up there. That's top 10 competitor in the ring watching. Now, the number 1 of all time, none will ever top it. Undertaker versus Stone Cold Steve Austin. SummerSlam, was it 98? Or where Steve Austin he's kind of like slack jaw.
Highway to Hell.
He's just like looking like this. Just
it's hard not to just get lost in that moment.
Yeah, and it was the Undertaker's coming down.
This was reminiscent of that, exactly.
And so I had to give some due props to that. I had Rollins in this one because your challenger always take takes the next stake up for you,
took
KOE
the
Nation.
other side of a coin flip match, but I digress. So this
That
was
one could have gone either way.
This one could have
until the entrance.
Yeah, then it was done. Edge did get the win here, but this match was fucking fantastic. These guys bumped their asses off. Edge was on point. He took an ass beating. Seth Rollins gave everything he had in his arsenal. All the best stuff, the classic stuff. Edge was on. Oh, this was amazing. Edge even got countered a spear into a freaking pedigree in this one.
Yep.
This was a great
I've
match.
never seen that in all my life,
No,
and
this
that was
was
done
awesome.
about as well as you could hope.
Yeah, really, as safely as possible. Like, this was a great match. I loved this. I could watch this one back again. The superplex into the Falcon Arrow this time around with Edge was one of the best I've seen in a long damn time. This did not just bring back some legitimacy to Seth freaking Rollins, but even in defeat, this is the best Seth Rollins I've seen in over a year, easily, maybe 2, because he's really just been treading water, and this brought back a lot of legitimacy to him. Steven says, I called the Brock Lesnar return. I was thinking at the end of the Roman versus Cena, it would be crazy if Brock Lesnar came out. I did not see it coming. I thought they'd for sure hold that off, but you know what? The way that the show ended, that was the right thing to do at the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Brock coming out, like, again, with all the surprises that the competitions had, and everybody's been buzzing about them, they needed to raise some buzz, and Becky and Brock is a good way to do it.
That is a good way to do it. But yes, Edge
and
Rollins, I thought this was fantastic. I love the work right here. And it did keep you guessing even throughout until the end. I loved it. Edge gets the win. Great match. I gave it 4.25. Chicken, you did as well. Phil, 4.
I gave it 4 stars, mostly because the wrong guy won.
Yeah,
mostly that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was an amazing match.
Great match.
One of the better of the year, really.
Yeah, this one's right up there for me.
I agree. It was captivating, held you through from start to finish. Like, there was a lull where, like, at first I was knocking it to where Edge was just getting his ass kicked for the first, like, 8 minutes.
Yeah,
but I was like, but he was doing it well.
Yeah.
Like, just
better
like
than most.
Just kind of stepping back and going, okay, yeah, this is what he's supposed to do right now. So, and then, yeah, the pace picked up and it got exciting again. Yeah.
Now, you know who really should be pissed off about this? Like, there's one person who needs to be more angry about this match than really anybody else in the roster or anybody else in history. Randy Orton. Because this was actually better than the greatest match in wrestling history.
It's because Randy Orton's boring most of the time, but I digress.
He was on point tonight. He was fucking great to watch.
It only took 2 other people to work with him to do it. So yeah.
Ouch.
In attack.
So anyways,
yikes.
Yeah, 4.25, and 4. This was an awesome match. And
match of the night, I'd say.
you know,
I agree.
After a great match like that, you got to slow things down and really bring the crowd back to reality. And there's really no better way to do that than 2 of the slowest workers in the history of the sport, and Bobby Lashley and Bill
Goldberg. I hate to say that there was about 30 seconds where I just wanted to see it. I wanted to see Goldberg hit the spear. The crowd there was not of my opinion.
There was about the entirety of the match where I thought one of these guys is going to get hurt for the rest of their life, because every time Lashley tried to do a move, Goldberg still to this day in his 50s doesn't know timing. And
to be fair, Bobby missed timing too.
Not as bad as Bill, and Bill tried to take a spear twice.
They both kind of skipped out on timing class.
Do you know how to take a spear? You know how to take a spear? You kind of jump half-ass up in the air just about 2 inches, and you crumple forward. Because that's what Bill Goldberg did. It was awful.
Because, well, you got to realize Bill Goldberg's instinct is, all right, so someone's going to spear you. So what do? Instead, you spear them. So, yeah.
But now that he's 50, it's get up and act like a sack of potatoes.
He got
Bobby Lashley versus a 200-pound sack of potatoes would have been a better match.
Okay. Maybe
Yes.
180 pound.
So the match played out to where Goldberg ended up with a knee injury apparently, and crawled around, got
That
beat
was
up for
the
a little
best
while.
spot
Okay,
on the outside.
yeah. So
I don't know.
and they call the match because he can't get up off.
They couldn't even. Yeah,
They've
couldn't
been
even
doing
get to
that
the-
a lot lately.
They
Ref
couldn't
calls.
get to the point. This is the
got
WWE
another
title
comment.
match, and Goldberg couldn't be bothered to stand up and eat the spear in the 1, 2, 3. The ref called this thing. And then Goldberg's son had to come out and get beat up.
Meanwhile, the whole time the crowd's booing.
Yeah, it was bad.
Crowd
This was
hated
terrible.
it. Crowd hated it.
No. Like Adam Blompier pointed out one time, they were really just so interested in the match. They were just enamored by it, and you could hear them because they were just going, ooh, ooh.
Oh, so it
you could just
sounded
hear
like
them all
booze.
go, ooh.
Right. Yeah, that's not how that went. That is not how that went.
Jesus.
But yeah, you keep pretending. Steven says, I thought the Goldberg match was botched. I was hoping to see a good match. Then his son came in there, just going to set up a feud. Honestly, at this point, Goldberg needs to go away for a while because they've buried him in those last 3 appearances now. So the mystique is gone. He's very, very beatable. In physical shape, he looked great tonight. Match-wise, this was so bad. And this was expected because Lashley's never been a ring general. His timing has always been shit, but he's in the best run of his career. But this was still a bad match to do when you actually do it. On paper, it looks amazing.
Best run of his career, it's because his mic work's got like 1.5% better than what it used to be.
No, his mic work didn't get better.
Who's next?
He got MVP. He got MVP back as a manager. That's why his mic work has gotten better. And that's why I gave it 1.75. I probably would have given it 1, but MVP's work in this match, doing everything he possibly could, was worth 0.75. So I gave it 1.75. Chicken gave it 1 because it was bad. It was pretty bad. Phil still managed to give it a 2.5.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I was gonna say defend.
But yeah, Steven says, do you guys think since Lesnar's return we will see Lesnar versus Lashley?
I don't want to.
I'm gonna touch on that after we talk about the next match, actually, Steven. So stay tuned, please, and thank you for joining us. It's time for the main event. It's the champ, Roman Reigns, Universal Champion, against 16-time John Cena. Holy shit. This thing was this was perfect, honestly. I love
This was a great match.
Everything about this. The entrance of John Cena, just like, holy shit, this guy is motivated. He looks like $1 million. We haven't seen this guy in a while. It's Big Match John. He's got the custom shirt, towel, everything. You're like, holy shit, it's Big Match John back again. And then Roman comes out with the Usos and their tag belts, and Paul's got his Universal title, and he's looking all Paul Heyman-y, and they've got the tribal lays, and they just look like $1 million. And he sends the Usos back, and he milks the entrance. Everything is on fire.
Mike
This
Works
was
me.
just
Mike Works
stellar.
means your ability to
John
talk,
Cena
your ability to interact
keeps going
with
for the
people.
quick
Some people are
roll-up,
good wrestlers. Some people ain't
just
good on
out of
the mic.
nowhere surprise pins, and he keeps coming really, really, really close every time he does it. But meanwhile, Roman Reigns is basically beating the ever-living shit out of John Cena throughout this entire thing. But then John would come back with another sneak attack roll-up. And it worked. Like, the pacing was good. Like, this was a good way to get John back in the ring and not make him just have an epic match right out of the gate. But still, they're having it. He's just selling his ass off for Roman. He's making Roman Reigns look like $1 million, but he's still making it look like, hey, I could win at any time. And he's mocking him the whole time. He's like, oh, 1, 2, 3, up, 2, count. And he's like, I'm in your head. And you can see that. And Roman's facial expressions were on point this whole time. Like, shit, you are in my head, but I'm still going to beat the ever-living shit on you. So both guys still look like they're
Best
right
work of Roman's
in
career.
the thick of it this whole time. And then finally, once you start getting deeper into this match, that's when John Cena turns it on and he starts hitting Roman hard. He hits Roman with a giant AA. You're like, okay, no, that's definitely not going to be the end of the match, but bam, it looked great. Roman Reigns with the Brock Lesnar 2.9 kick out. It was fan-freaking.
Yeah, that was close.
Yep. It was so good. Then they get on the outside. He's charging at John. He's going to hit him with the big drive-by, but no, John throws him up in the air. Big AA through the announce table. Quick, rolls him in. I'm like, oh, good God, here we go. It's going to be another kick out after an AA through an announce table. Sure enough, kicks out of a second one. Holy shit. The crowd's just like, oh, I can't believe it. Wow. They keep going. Now it's back and forth. These guys are basically slugging it out. They're hitting each other with their best stuff. Superman punches and spear attempts and more. The STFU. Like, these guys were going back and forth. Just picture perfect. Big match, John. And they even said it. They even said it in the commentary. JBL used to call him Big Match John, and this is why. As John Cena puts him on his shoulders on the middle rope to the top rope AA, this surely has to be it. A third AA. 1, 2, and a kick out at the last second. I'm like, oh my God.
I was
at
like,
this moment, you're like, this is it. This is the moment where John Cena single-handedly gets Roman Reigns from that speed bump, even as a heel doing his best work of his career, over the speed bump. This is it. This cemented it. And at that point, you knew that Roman Reigns was going to retain. And eventually, it took a few more minutes, but he did. And this thing was fantastic. I love this match. The crowd loved it. The crowd ate everything of this up. This was fantastic. And this was two professionals doing a professional job, doing what they do best. Roman's in the prime of his career. This is the best thing he's ever done. John still has not missed a step. This was fan-damn-tastic. I loved it. Roman Reigns does retain. It cost me. I had 11 points. Phil had 12, and the champ, Chicken, also had 12 points. So he does retain in the event of a tie, but I'm just saying I had the balls to pick John Cena. You guys didn't. That's fine. It's not a big deal. I mean, just saying, you know, as a 9-time champion, you got to have the balls to make big calls, and I went for it.
I
It
went with
cost me.
Seth
I have the balls to
Rollins.
win.
That's
So.
okay.
You had the balls to tie with
Be
me.
a
Don't.
tie. Yeah.
There's more balls than he
To
has.
quote,
Well,
yes,
you know,
but
I picked
I
John
was about to say to quote,
Cena.
you know, Rick,
because, you know,
Rick, don't break your arm, pat yourself on the back there.
Yeah.
That's the PG version. But
Yes.
so
don't break your wrist. jerking
yes,
yourself
Chicken,
off.
well done. Oh, yes, there we go. So Chicken has retained the championship this time.
We're getting there, but quickly. I'm sorry. I know I talked a lot about the match. What did you guys think of this?
For the final match of the night, like this cemented this. This was a very good SummerSlam event. All in this capped it rightfully as the main event to the match. Like there were several good ones. There were several terrible ones. But my biggest thing, the reason I think SummerSlam was the best event so far of the year was mainly because of the amount of matches, like 10.
And it was one
Yeah.
night.
And it was what?
And it was one night.
Yeah. We can do 10 matches in one night and still be very entertained.
11 technically.
When you do 5, all these shows that they do 5, and
They're
you
thrown
know
away.
2 of them are going to be total trash. They're going to be 1 or 2 star matches.
Yep.
You might get a 4-star once every 3 months. The other 2 are going to be just shit you could have done on Raw or SmackDown, and there's no point in doing it.
And tonight you had a whole bunch of 3-star plus matches, and I'm going to go ahead and say it now. This had at least 2 4-star matches with the Edge match and this match.
Yep.
Roman and Cena. I'm going to give this 4.5. This was the match of the night for me.
Wow. Chicken?
I might have to. 4.25 still match of the night though.
Okay.
I'm going to stick with 4 stars.
Okay.
I enjoyed this, but I found this and the Edge match to be enjoyable equally, but in different ways. So that was me. Both of them.
Yeah, Tony, read the screen.
A loss is a loss, dog. You know what, Dalton? I'm just glad you know how to spell dog. Anywho, so
maybe if you spot on the D and the O.
Well, I was going to say, can I buy a vowel?
Okay, he's a little bitter about losing.
No, I'm just saying I had the balls to go out on a limb and again
And make a shitty pick.
It cost me again because I do the same thing every month. I'm not going with the Vegas odds.
We figured this
I'm not
out.
going
If
with
Tony,
the podcast. I'm going from the heart.
if
folks.
Tony would have
Going
done what
from the
we
heart.
did with Reigns, is his confidence pick, he would have won.
I don't know. Well,
Doesn't
I'm
really
sure
matter.
Tony's gonna punch the math like 100 different ways on the way
win
home.
is not a win, and I'm not gonna go with that here, guys. It's a moral victory for me. Really.
All right. Well,
so
but
folks,
I digress. This match was fantastic, and the follow up, yes. After the match is over, big surprise. John Cena's laying there defeated. Like, this was the biggest win. Forget beating Undertaker at WrestleMania. Nobody wanted to see it. The timing is wrong, and he was not in the right place when he did it. Let's just forget that match ever happened.
I don't think I can. It hurt too much.
Yeah, I know. This match was what really put Roman Reigns over. His heel work has been spot on. This is the best run of his career. This win over John Cena in this moment, after a match like that, after kicking out of 3 AAs, this is the one. This gets him to that next level. And then after that,
I think this keeps him champ till WrestleMania at least.
At least Survivor Series.
Well, it does depend on what
like
they're
my
going
brother
to do.
said, that's
Because
better
yes,
than
after John
mortgage-backed
Cena's beaten
security.
and defeated, laying in there in the ring, Brock Lesnar does in fact return to this. Not just Brock Lesnar, but now face Brock Lesnar with the ponytail, looking like a
Beast Lesnar.
Beast Lesnar that's like a martial arts
Yeah,
master
we'll see.
looking ponytail Brock Lesnar. And he comes out and they have a stare down, and Paul Heyman's there, and everybody's like, holy shit. Roman just kind of slinks off into the distance. Steven says, CM Punk doing the startup show to SummerSlam. I'm like, he's a AEW.
Ouch, but
Yeah.
somewhat accurate. And
But that's the thing. Like, this has been a huge weekend overall because you did have CM Punk finally returning at AEW. Granted, all he did was come out to a massive reaction, cut an awesome promo, and that's it. He hasn't even wrestled a match. Great stuff. Dalton Stuff says, at least I know how to spell dog. That's classy, but we're not about class here. Go.
You sound like McGregor after a defeat.
oh,
You mean badass, still charismatic, and still awesome? Yeah. Oh, you're right. I do. I do sound like McGregor.
Sure.
and drinking
Yeah.
Irish whiskey, strangely enough.
Yeah. What? Was that supposed to be an
Son of a
insult?
bitch.
Was that supposed
Son
to
of a
be?
bitch.
That
Yeah.
at best, that
It
was.
was.
At
It was.
best, that was like a
That's right.
left field ball.
Right,
But
right,
hey,
It was a fine insult.
Son
no,
of a bitch.
that was a ball. That was a walk-off
Conor McGregor, I'm
ball.
going
It
to
was
fight
fine.
you, son of a bitch.
It's probably fine.
Of course it was,
So-
because you're also a bitch too. Hey, anyway, so Brock Lesnar is the way that you close this thing out. You've got the Brock Lesnar return, you got the Becky Lynch return, you've got the CM Punk return, all in one big weekend. And this isn't even over, folks.
I
because
love
it's only Saturday night, and tomorrow has
I
3
just
big
hope we
matches on
keep trying to
NXT.
see them overdo each other now. Like,
God,
Yeah, that'd be
competition.
nice.
Wouldn't that be great?
now. I just love in all of that. Paul Heyman looked like
He sold it more than anybody.
Paul's
all
Well,
night
he
long.
looked
Paul's
like
amazing.
the cheating girlfriend who used to be with dude A and then
Exactly.
cheated on him with dude
It was
B.
amazing.
And now finally dude A is finally in the room like, oh my God, I didn't mean it. He means nothing to me.
amazing.
Oh, please don't hurt me. Like,
Paul
yeah,
looked great.
that was Paul.
Honestly, I thought they cheated Paul on the camera a little bit. Like, he should have been the
he
focus
was
a
selling
little
it
bit
like
more.
crazy.
He did, because he didn't know if they were going to show him or not.
He
They didn't
knew
show
how to
him
look
enough.
devious just standing there
Yeah,
by
it was
Roman,
good.
just
It was good. I loved it.
nods evilly.
I love it. I honestly, I'm excited to see this. Like, every time that they have done Roman versus Lesnar, like, nobody's give a shit.
All right.
But everybody's going to be excited for this.
For those Twitch politics fans, can we
Shit.
just say it? Like, did he not look like a ripped out Vosh? Brock Lesnar walks out.
Yeah, I was about to say you're complimenting Bosch pretty heavily.
Yeah, possibly. But I was like, oh my God, that's probably what Vosh thinks
Oh,
he looks like.
Well,
Now you know what my favorite nickname I've heard for Bosch is? Man bun pig.
Brock did have that
It
man
is
bun rock.
man bear pig.
He looked amazing.
So yes, we've got.
Brock
Do you think
Lesnar.
Vosh looks amazing?
Yes. Oh my
Okay.
God. Every time.
Just clearing it up.
Just gonna fan myself off. No,
I'm
honestly,
clipping
this was good. This was good. This was a really nice show. It did go a little longer than their standard stuff, but honestly, you got 2 4-star matches out of this, a couple of really bad
It was
matches,
worth it.
2 massive returns. Honestly, this was a really good show. Biggest one they've had since Royal Rumble in 2020, back in January of 2020. This was a big deal. Glad we got to see
It was
it
a fun
like this.
watch.
It was a really fun watch, and honestly, like, this one was tight through the whole damn thing, and you guys were sweating it till the end. Honestly, that made it better for me. I'm like, halfway through, I'm like, oh, fucking no way Cena's gonna win this, but
No.
they're still sweating it out. It made it so enjoyable.
There's
for me.
unfortunately like this pay-per-view was missing one thing that usually
a Tony G title win.
Well, no, another thing that's usually a prerequisite for the major pay-per-views. I'm shocked we didn't get one.
What?
And that was the obligatory match featuring the best in the world, Shane McMahon. Like, I'm shocked we didn't get an obligatory Shane match.
Oh, darn.
That shows me that this was all hands on deck.
It's kind of like when Vince came out, like at when everything opened up, we went live. He just comes out and goes, "Where y'all been?"
Yeah.
And he walks out.
What was
like that's it.
Did we address Steven's comment from before when he asked about Lesnar? I'm sorry. I just want to go back and make sure we answered that. Do you guys think Lesnar's return, we will see Lesnar versus Lashley? Now, I did want to touch on that because I think this is interesting. Lashley did retain here. Obviously, we expected that. So Lashley, by all accounts, will be the champion on Raw going into Survivor Series. Will Brock Lesnar beat Roman Reigns at, we assume, Extreme Rules? If that happens, we very well could see Lashley versus Lesnar, and that is a match. I kind of wanted to see that happen at SummerSlam, but as time went on, we were like, okay, that's not going to happen. But that's been a match that the fans have been clamoring for a while. It makes perfect sense. They both have an MMA background. Like, they're both jacked to the gill. They're both, Lashley's in the prime of his career. Brock's really never not been in the prime of his career. So this is one that it sounds good on paper. Will it be great in execution? I don't know. It's going to be better than Goldberg, I'll tell you that much. I hope it does. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping for it. I kind of want to see this happen. At the point that Extreme Rules happens, if we get the Lesnar versus Roman Reigns Universal title match, Roman Reigns will have held the belt for over a year. And at that point, you start to get the title fatigue. You start to get the champion fatigue, and people will be ready for something different. Brock Lesnar is definitely 110% something fucking different, especially as a face without Paul Heyman. Haven't seen that in a long damn time. So if you put the belt on him there and you have Lashley versus Lesnar at Survivor Series, holy shit. That's something. That's big.
I think they're going to milk this return. I don't think they give the belt to Lesnar anytime soon. There's going to be
I would wait.
The family.
They seem to have a hard
Milk
time
it.
getting them off of him when he gets them.
Hasn't been a face in a long time either.
Well, so he'll take a whole bunch of interference matches. Usos come in,
Right.
ruin a bunch of things to get through Survivor Series. And then you start setting up for WrestleMania to where Lesnar finally takes it off of him. If Lesnar's going to stick around that long, is he going to be a part-timer still?
Right. And I think that's the big thing, though. Like, the problem with booking Brock Lesnar has been it's become almost too predictable. They set it up to where he's this unstoppable force until you beat him at WrestleMania. And that's kind of been his lot in his career with WWE the last few years. So now that he's, albeit a face, without Paul Heyman, all bets are kind of off. Like, this is territory that Brock Lesnar has.
As
not
soon as
been
he
in
wins it, he goes
years.
back to heel. And
Does he, though? He doesn't have to at this point. He doesn't have to at this point. Because
That's
he's
a
in the
good point.
twilight. He's in the twilight of his career. Let's be frank.
yeah, this is last couple good runs.
This is one of the last few runs you're going to see out of him. So all bets are kind of off. You do not take Paul Heyman away from Roman Reigns right now. They're doing some of the best work they could. So do not fuck that up. If anything, separate them.
Oh, that makes me think that they're going to fuck that up.
They will fuck it up because it's WWE and that's what they do. So I don't know. Do we have a couple more comments? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sheesh, chicken.
I know. Let's see.
Raw comes out. Thanks for keeping my seat warm. My ass off. I gave up pay-per-view an 8.5. Honestly, this was way better than it potentially could have been. You just went from dog to puppy, and oh no.
Oh, sheesh.
You know what? Puppies grow pretty quickly.
So how many pages?
I'll be back up.
How many
pretty
pages
quick.
are in that book? Like 2?
I don't know. Survivor Series champ versus champ. Lesnar. That's exactly it. I kind of want to see it. It makes sense. Just morbid curiosity more than anything, but it's been one of those matchups that they've kind of held off.
They kind of have to do it eventually.
Eventually, you got to do it. You got to do it before too long. I've heard Strowman's coming. If they don't hire him back, Honestly, if they don't hire him back and they don't hire Bray Wyatt back, basically, what the fuck are they doing?
Yeah.
Like, I understand trying to trim fat, but that was just a ridiculous move by all accounts. There's really nothing that they benefited from this. Like, why send two of your bigger names, two former Universal Champions, out the door to go to the competition?
Makes no sense.
None.
Well, if you look at it from a certain lens.
Rock versus Roman at
I'll get into that
WrestleMania.
in a minute.
We can dream.
That's the thing that keeps me from thinking that they'll even dream about taking the belt off Roman at this point. But it all depends on
that would be like the biggest WrestleMania in how long?
It all
How long?
depends on
Jesus.
it all depends on The Rock. Is The Rock going to be available? Because if The Rock is not available, you can take the belt off Roman for a little bit. You can get it back on him for the next one.
Doesn't mean the same though.
He's held it for over a year.
I know, but
close
still
to
not
it
the
now.
same. Like, ooh.
He's held it. He's held the belt a lot of times.
350 some odd days for
Yep.
Roman now. So
Yeah, and this is at least his second reign. You can take it off of him for a time period if you absolutely have to.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. But you got to get that Lashley Lesnar match somehow, and I don't know. We will see. So SummerSlam, honestly, there was a couple of surprises. A lot of stuff kind of went how we expected it to go. There's a lot of stuff to like moving forward. I don't know. The next thing that we got coming up is going to be AEW All Out, and we know that CM Punk.
September 5th, be sure to join us right here at
Yes.
Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for that, folks.
So how do they count? Like, this has been big counter. Like, we've got Rampage on Fridays now. It's an hour-long show. They've only had 2, but it is countering against SmackDown. And right now, knocking it out of the fucking park. But how do you top CM Punk? Eventually, they'll probably debut Daniel Bryan. That'll be another way of doing it. But that the returns only last for so long. And eventually, you got to do it on the quality of work. And I don't think Rampage can keep pace with SmackDown. They just can't, not when SmackDown's getting 2 million views, even though that's not a great number on Fox. So it's on AEW to really knock this all out of the park. And I think the only way to do that is to have the Darby Allin CM Punk match on that show for sure. If you're going to have Daniel Bryan show up, you better have him show up before that so you can book him at least for an appearance on that show. This All Out needs to be big. It's got to be big because you've got Brock Lesnar back. You've got Becky Lynch back. John Cena just had a huge fucking match with Roman Reigns. I think they've got to go big here, and AEW has got to knock this one out of the park. They've done a pretty good job starting to slowly trim out some of the fat from what were the staples, just kind of the mid-card jobber guys having main card pay-per-view matches, and they've really got in some talent. So I'm hoping to see top to bottom a really good AEW All-Out show this year. I don't know what to expect from Extreme Rules because at this time last year for Extreme Rules, we were watching the horror show, eye-gouging swamp fight cinematic bullshit matches between two guys who are ironically not with the company anymore.
Yeah. Now, let's see. We never got to see Triple H versus Strowman or AJ versus Shawn Michaels. Oh, that would have been so
AJ
good.
Styles versus Shawn Michaels that would be a 10-star match if there was ever such a
And the reason we never got to see Triple H versus Strowman is because Triple H would have had to do the job in that match.
Well, he'd have to, but that basically
That's why it never happened.
He wouldn't have. Yeah. This is 2016 all over again with Becky, SmackDown champ, and Charlotte, Raw Women's champ. See, that's the thing. That's why I picked Sasha, or I picked
2016
Bianca
was a
and
pretty
Rhea.
good year.
That's why I
I'll
picked
take
Bianca
it.
and Rhea to win tonight because I wanted to see Bianca and Rhea champ versus champ at Survivor Series. I think that makes a lot of sense, but yeah, they're going with the tried and true method here. Who's to say Charlotte's even champ? Because they do love to put it on her and rip it right back off. Becky's not losing the belt anytime soon right now. They just got it on her. They just got her back. It would make no sense to put it on her and take it back off. But hey, what does WWE know about making sense?
Now, you guys are talking about why do they release Strowman? Why do they release Wyatt? And something I want you to keep in mind, there's 2 things on every show. On every show, you're either one of 2 things. And once you realize this, and you're ahead of a payroll, and you're in corporate America, I want you to keep this in mind. There's 2 things. You're either the thing that sells the tickets or the thing that helps the thing that sells the tickets.
Yep.
And everybody that's been getting cut is someone that, in Nick Khan's opinion, is you're just something that helps the thing that sells the tickets. I don't give a damn if, now, I think Bray Wyatt was a merch mover from
It
everything
was.
I could see.
We saw it firsthand in Houston.
But
I was a ticket seller, merch mover.
It was.
Yeah.
yeah, so that's the toughest one of them all. But he might have just been the king of the things that helped the thing that sold the tickets, as far as Nick Khan's concerned. So that's why that happened.
Yeah.
So we will see in the future. But yes, the KOE Nation comes with more.
Rumors are Royal Rumble 2022 is going to be in St. Louis.
Ooh.
That's getting
You
closer.
may see me in St. Louis.
That's there's also
It's
talk.
not that bad of a drive from
There's
here.
also
about to
talk
say.
that they're going to move Royal Rumble from January into February. Not that we're talking maybe a week or two difference, but that is pretty big considering the calendar on where it's always light. But that does show full proof that they really don't trust their writers anymore.
Mhm. Because they can't make 2 months worth of content.
Exactly.
Between Royal Rumble, which there really shouldn't be. Like I remember back in the day, they do Royal Rumble, maybe one pay-per-view in the middle, and usually not, and they would just be
6-7 weeks of build
of TV,
of good
which
TV.
that was all you needed. So,
but we're in a different day and age now, so that just kind of a testament to that. So, do we have anything else before we start signing this bitch up?
We only have a couple more comments
All
here.
right, what do we got?
AJ Styles, bodyguard.
Almost.
Yeah. What's his name? So you guys see getting singles run now. No.
They need to keep him tagged with somebody because he's still greener in grass.
He can't wrestle a match to save his life. Near Zach says 10 years in the making. And that, sometimes WWE stumblefuck finds their way into a long-term storytelling booking situation, but it's usually by accident, and somebody else has to point it out until they go, hey, look at the Undertaker streak. Nobody even knew that was a thing until somebody just accidentally noticed, hey, he's never lost at WrestleMania.
The streak is
it was the hottest thing for.
So
once they realized it became a hot thing.
Yes. Yeah. So, well, gentlemen.
I think it's time. Honestly, this was a really great show. A couple 4-star matches. Loved them. I don't care if you're a fan of WWE, NXT, AEW, or something else. It doesn't matter. 2 really good matches tonight. Edge and Rollins, Roman and Cena. Regardless of what you think of these people, great performances. Couple really good returns, and the competition knocked it at the park this week too. So, good week to be a fan. Finally.
Yep, I agree. You know who won tonight over everybody?
We did.
The fans. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
We finally got to see some real shows again. So, folks,
thank God.
As I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast here on YouTube and Spotify. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. That is K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. You can also find all 3 of us, this crazy cast of characters, over at Big Buckin' Empire for weekly news updates and talking about all the crazy stuff that happens in this crazy journey we call life. Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. Come join the party. But folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Be sure to join us on the 5th for All Out, folks. And there's going to be plenty more coming in between now and then. We're going to have Chicken with his top 10 United States champions of all time. There's going to be, it's happening, folks. It's happening. We're going to have a whole lot more coming here and at the KOE Nation. Be sure to check out the 32 Ride tournament that's happening over there. Folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope to find you back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Raise a glass to yourselves, gentlemen. Catch you on the flip side, folks. Chicken.
Right here, folks. Like, share, subscribe. Seriously, thank you, everybody, for coming back after the show to get our thoughts, get our review, get our results. Means the world to us. Love it. Whiskey Lovers Society.
Whiskey Lovers Society. Hey, how we doing there, Whiskey Lovers Society?
Yes.
God bless.
Cheers.
You don't know what it means to us.
Thank you.
Indeed,
God
but
bless, man.
Thank you, everybody. Champ, finish us off.
No, as always, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
That was a really, really fun time with some really great fellas. I can't say more about it. At this hour, I know they ain't watching, but yeah, Chicken, Tony, this is some great guys. I wouldn't be able to do the show without them, and I don't know if I'd really want to if those guys were there. And DeFreak, I think that's my number. It's a number that shows up after the thing. I don't know. I just got a Discord one day. Like I'm kind of I'm not all that tech savvy. I'm getting better by the day, but like my buddies Tony and Chicken had to set up my Discord and Twitch for me. Basically, when they saw I got onto a Dylan Burns panel, and everyone's like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And so, okay, goddamn. I'll look into that. But let's see. But I tell you what, sir, I'm gonna do one last video for this evening, and I'm going to take off for the night. But I'm gonna look into what the number is there, and I will try to get that. But yes, we're gonna do one last video, folks, and this will be the send off for the night. Let's see, what do we got here? Let's go to the videos, because there's been a lot of K.O.E content that I have not been able to play for you beautiful people here lately. And you know what? Yes, we're going to end it with the classic Johnny Walker Blue Label, folks. On a lot. Yeah, I'm in Primes, and I'm in a couple of them. But yeah, you can just find me there. But yes, this will be the send-off for the night, folks.
To the KOE Nation for a very special premium.
And then, of course, my beautiful promo
review.
at the end.
I am the elated, excited, very, very, very eager King of Extreme, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
Yes, and you can find me, KOE Nation, YouTube and Twitch. It's the place to be. So, Johnny Walker Blue Label.
Yes.
How have we had a podcast that reviews whiskeys and it's taken us this long to get to Johnny Walker?
Well, we've done it once before, but it was amongst a lineup, and that's not entirely fair. So here it is for its solo review.
Johnny Walker Blue Label, the iconic, known the world over Blue Label. Now, this one is a little bit special, actually. Now, also, I like to go with these smaller bottles.
You get a lot more value for your buck. That's for damn.
I was just going to say because it's cheaper. Now, this one is a little older. I got it in a 4-pack that also included the old Platinum 18-year. So the Platinum that really doesn't exist anymore. So this is a bit older Johnny Walker blend, but I'm looking forward to trying it nonetheless. And it's been here long enough, and it's time. It's just really time.
I think the only time I've ever had Blue Label was when we did the full line review, starting from black all the way up to blue.
200 milliliter bottle. Let's see how it stacks.
Not bad.
Hey,
not bad for a little guy cork. Oh yeah, for $60, you get this 200 milliliter bottle plus what? 4 others?
3 others.
A black, a double black,
a bottle of black, a bottle of gold, and then depending on the year, either a bottle of platinum or 18.
Okay.
So this one happened to have the platinum, and I think it's a great deal, and I really wish more companies would do this, because the little 50 milliliters, you can get a little sample, but you can't like have a good time with people. Like with one 200 milliliter 2 years ago at Christmas, my brothers and I, we all just kind of passed this around and just had a good Christmas day. And so, yeah, that's what a 200 milliliter, and also it's just A+ for whiskey podcasters. So thumbs up to Johnny Walker to really look out for us whiskey podcasters. I'm sure that's what they were
making it more affordable for the little guy.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they were thinking of when they made these. So now let's take a nose at the classic, the iconic, known the world over, Johnny Walker Blue Label.
He's got a very luscious nose. It's a little sharper.
Cardew plus fruit.
Exactly. It's the Cardew, but a very, I don't want to say a tart fruit, but not a cherry.
For those who don't know, Cardew is the base blend of all Johnny Walker. Yes. It's amazing stuff.
It's
you should
really nice.
You should really try it sometime. But
Yeah, if you like Johnny Walker, you're gonna love yourself some Purdue.
You're gonna.
This has got a really nice nose. It's very familiar if you're familiar with Johnny Walker, but
It's
it
like-
does have a little extra.
Okay, this is gonna throw you off. To me, it's Speyside plus raspberry plus
raspberry.
hint of smoke.
Yeah, I was honestly even more so than smoke. Clay.
Like you can tell there was a peated scotch put into this blend, but it's part of such and I get to use one of my favorite words I never get to use, an assemblage that's so complicated. Now what's interesting is only 1 in 10,000 casks goes into Johnny Walker Blue.
Oh.
So that gives you an idea of how rare they select their casks. Now Johnny Walker, they're a blending house. They blend from everywhere.
I'm going to have to correct you, though.
Oh.
You said this smelled like raspberry? So you couldn't be more wrong. This smell it again, like blue raspberry.
Oh! Of course.
I'm sorry.
Of course. God. Fuck me. Right? Like, sheesh. I'm way off. I'm so sorry.
I'm glad I was here to help.
What would we do without you?
But no, you're right. That is that. Raspberry's not necessarily tart, but it's a little sharper, and that's 100% the fruit that I was smelling. You're right.
It doesn't hurt that it's from Cardew base, which we love.
Love.
Well, T, I think it's time we.
We actually have to drink it.
I know. Oh, shucky darns.
So smooth. A smoky at the end.
There is some
with
smoke.
Butter.
I was about to say more chocolatey to me.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think we're in the same wheelhouse.
A creaminess. Like a. What is the dessert that I'm thinking of? The pastry with the icing in the middle and the chocolate on
Cannoli?
the top. Yeah, like a cannoli.
A cannoli.
Cannoli.
All of our Italian listeners, they're just like,
that was for you.
Shout out to all my beautiful Italian listeners. But yes, Bella Italia. But yes. Now, Tony, you were asking earlier, we were having a conversation amongst ourselves. If you were going to have a video where we break down the 5 whiskey regions of Scotland, what would be the best blended scotch to represent all of them?
That's probably this one, isn't
We're
it?
kind of looking at, because
Yeah.
it starts sweet, it smells sweet, it has sweet, and then it has that peat
Got the
on the
smoke,
back.
yep.
Has that smoke, and not necessarily very peaty, but definitely smoky.
Yeah. No,
this would
peat's
be
pretty light. It is just a smokiness.
if you were just going to put this bottle down and say Scotland.
Yeah, that's
you'd
fair.
at least be giving the nation of Scotland its fair due. Now, Tony, now we get to the difficult part.
Yes.
Grading. We're going to grade this on a 5-star scale, folks. 5 stars meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. Half star, 0 star means you can pass it by. So, we're going to grade on a couple scales. As a blended scotch, as a cask-aged spirit, and then it's shelving. And for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, Tony, as a blended scotch,
There is just like no bite to this. This is a blend that managed to take out any of the harshness of any of the whiskeys that they use, and it just yanks it right out, which is great. For me, I have a palate that really appreciates something being very, very sippable without any harshness, but I also really like it to just punch me in the damn throat sometimes. So this is a perfect representation of a whiskey that you can just sip on and forget that you're actually sipping on whiskey. At 40% ABV, this is a great blend. In terms of the palate, I really like it. It does appeal to me very, very much. But for something that is upwards of $200 a bottle, you want a little bit more complexities when it comes to a blended. So I'm going to go 3.75 as a blended.
3.75
Yes.
as a blended.
Yes.
Boy, howdy. Are we about to disagree?
Oh, yeah, I know we are.
Because to me, I mean, like
Again,
this is one of the
I'm a green
pinnacles.
homer. It's hard
This
to
is one
top
of the
green.
pinnacles of blending.
I know.
I think this is even better than green. It's just in terms of its money, in terms of its value, that's where you get into it because
it's definitely more popular by urban legend than
what. All right, I am going to go 4.25 as a blended Scotch.
I figured.
And I'm sorry, it's amazing. It's a crowning achievement of blending. Now we move on to Scotch whiskey.
As a Scotch, I'm going to go 4.
4.
Because, as you said, this is a terrific blending of all the different flavors of Scotland. It's got it all, like you said. This just has a perfect representation of the region. So I think this is a great 4-star Scotch. The name alone, the stigma of the blue label, I would say affordability, but we both know the price tag on this one. But the mellowness
it seems
of
to be
this,
crawling up like anywhere from 200,
and it creeps
260, like,
which
and
is
that's why I go
strange.
with these small bottles.
But this is so drinkable. You could introduce you'd spoil them, but you could introduce somebody to blended Scotch with this, and they wouldn't run for the hills because this is so smooth.
Yes. So you give it 4 stars as a Scotch. Now, for me as a Scotch, it's a great introductory one if you want to show somebody a high-end Scotch early on.
Yeah.
It also is, as it stands right now, the quintessential gift Scotch.
Absolutely.
If you want to give a gift of a bottle of Scotch to somebody that you know is a really big Scotch enthusiast, and you don't know anything about Scotch, you get them a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue Label, like, well, hell, thank you very much. So that's why, as a Scotch, I'm going to give it 4.5. I think it's one of the finer Scotches.
Okay.
Especially for blend. You got to go to some really high-end sherry aging in your casking for single malts to even top this. So, yeah, I'm giving it 4.5 as a Scotch.
Okay.
What's your score?
4.
4? All right. Now we move on to cask-aged spirit, and this is going to be where I get a little less generous.
Yeah.
Because there is no age statement on this bottle.
Yeah, I was
it
just
is a
gonna
blend
say.
of everything from all over the nation of Scotland.
Do we have any general what the age would be? I mean, because this could be anywhere from what's the minimum?
I think to call it a Scotch whiskey, I think it's got to be aged at least 2 years.
Okay.
And like, to be honest,
I
Tony,
doubt they put any 2-year-old whiskey in that.
there's anything from like 4-year-old whiskey to 25-year-old whiskey that's in there. So there's really and
it's hard to say what
it changes from year to year in order to keep a consistent flavor profile.
Yeah,
from year to
it's
year.
it's an interesting process the way they blend these, and that does definitely give it points. But yeah, in terms of cask aging, I would like to see, for cask age, I want to see a little bit more robust flavors on the front, not just the back, because this is very sippable and drinkable right there on the front. It's so smooth. The back is where you start getting the depth. There's not a lot on the front, and I think that's where it hurts it for cask age. I'm gonna go 3.5.
I'm going to disagree with you, but only just, and I'm going to give it 3.25.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. I didn't know where you were going to go, but I was going 3.25. It's like I could just imagine if they ever came out with a Johnny Walker Blue Label with an age statement on it.
Yeah.
Now imagine
that would be
what kind of crazy premiums that would command.
450 easy, because I'm
Probably.
guessing they're going 18 if they do something like that.
Oh, he still might be.
Yeah, I know.
So there we go. That's our grade as cask aged. We don't pull any punches here, folks. Now we move on to, do we even really need to ask shelving?
No, this is a top shelf. You can't, it's if you want to ever be taken seriously by somebody that doesn't even know shit about whiskey, and you show them, hey, here's my shelving. Why do you have Johnny Walker Blue on the middle shelf? I don't know shit, and I know that is a top shelf whiskey, and that is a top shelf whiskey.
Same here, top shelf, no dispute, no denial.
No.
Now, the real tough question, Tony. Let's assume the ungenerous price, $260 plus tax USD.
No.
You're not. Would you seek out this bottle for $260 USD?
No, absolutely not. Especially considering there's a bottle of XR21 I see for half that. Green Label is half of that. That's $60 to $80, which I love Green Label. So there are options out there that are much more affordable and in some cases more impressive in terms of age statement alone. So no, the stigma attached to over $200 price tag is a little much for me. Now, a bottle of that, just this bottle for $60, that I would be tempted.
Yeah, $60 for the
Well, obviously you get a little
four-pack.
more, yeah. For a 4-pack with that in it for $60, absolutely.
Yeah, and so as you can see, even in the last video we did, that was the same type of bottle. It wasn't the same bottle, but yeah, I got it from another 4-pack. So that's how I generally get my Johnny Walker Blue, is through those smaller packs because, well, it's cheaper. So to me, a $260 bottle, probably not, because like you said, there's a lot of other offerings in the Johnny Walker line I would grab first.
Yeah.
And so Johnny Walker Blue, an amazing whiskey if you can get your hand on it, but it's usually like an I really like you gift is what I've known. And that's how most people's Johnny Walker Blue comes to them. And that's how it's almost like Christmas fruitcake.
Yeah.
And it's like nobody actually buys it. It just kind of keeps going to the
Fruitcake's a good way to describe some of the profile on the back end of the palate there, actually. Yeah. Come to think of it, maybe that's why it makes such a great Christmas gift.
Hey
Fruitcake in a bottle.
You know, you got a point there, T.
I know.
Well, anything you'd like to say to the people?
No, this is really nice stuff. It's just, it's kind of like the bourbon of the blended Scotch world. That we don't know why the price is skyrocketed,
but it has. Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special deep dive omnibus review into Johnny Walker Blue. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, the Prince and Potentate of the political parlance, and one damn handsome man, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Thanks for joining
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, so, folks, there you have it. There was my review of Johnny Walker Blue. And, folks, all of you beautiful people out there, especially this evening, DeFreak, you're the super fan of the evening. God bless you. And, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining me this evening at the K.O.E. Nation for this deep dive omnibus, folks. We hit all the topics. We hit an amazing amount. Folks, I have been honored to be with all of you this evening.
raise a glass of whatever you might have to yourselves. Just a toast, an honor to yourself, a bow to yourself, even if you will. All of you beautiful people, I hope you all make it back here to the KOE Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the conqueror of the ethereal, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and I must say, the most handsome man this side of the Mississippi. Folks, I can't wait for you to be here again. Be sure to like, share, subscribe at the KOE Nation on YouTube, and be sure to follow me on KOE Nation, twitch.tv-KOE Nation-home. That is it, twitch.tv-KOE Nation-home. KOE Nation on Twitch, KOE Nation on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Be sure to also follow me at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube. Thanks. Needed escape from too much reality today. Man, you have no idea. Like, yeah, my last week has just been fucking crazy too. Like, I will get into it later, but not tonight. Tonight was also kind of an escape from it for me as well. So thanks. Glad we could help each other this evening, to freak. Thank you for being here this evening. You are the super fan of the evening. God bless you. Can't wait to see you all. Can't wait to catch y'all on the flip side. So, folks, I'm ending this broadcast. Good evening, good night,